morning. I'm Christopher Lloyd, and I'm standing here in the studios of Sirius XM Satellite Radio. It's a weekly morning, approximately 6 a.m., and this is the Opie and Anthony Show.
Never before has one radio show been so extreme. So vulgar.
I'll fucking shove my face up a chick's ass in a second.
Someone said we curse a lot. Do we?
I have no idea if we do.
So flatulent.
Who just farted?
I did, but I didn't know it sounded.
Like rotten eggs and sewage.
Oh, wow, thank you.
I can't believe that us sitting around like this is actually a radio show. It's not going to get any better than this.
Are we on the air? Oh, we are? Oh, okay.
Quite simply, the greatest show in the history of broadcasting.
O&A every day, that's what I say.
You guys having a good time or what?
Rules are destroyed and conventions burn to the ground.
Would you like to make some fucking circus?
With Opie, the Destroyer.
I would eat Betty White's ass. She's 90, right?
It doesn't smell too bad.
Anthony, the Rage.
Holy fuck, how much more fair you want it? Tired of these people up my ass all the time trying to get me to help.
Fuck you!
And Jim Norton, lover of the transgender.
Every time a transsexual walks in the room, party horn should go off. Like, surprise!
It's the Opie and Anthony Show. Strap in, dicks. This one's gonna hurt.
Double guns, bitch.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
No soy. No soy.
Isn't that Spanish?
No soy.
Oh.
Yeah, it might
like
be.
Literally. Literally no soy sauce.
No soy sauce.
Hi, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. I don't remember being here yesterday, I gotta admit.
Were you snoozy?
I was extremely fucking tired.
Yeah?
Yes. Got a good night's sleep.
Yeah?
What did I miss yesterday?
Well, we had Seth Rogen was good.
I was engaged in that.
Yeah, yeah.
I asked a few questions.
We had some teen mom girl that took it in the ass on video and insisted that it was just a, just a video they were making instead of a porno.
I got to admit, and I was telling you before the show, she was lying through her teeth. In my humble opinion, I guess you got to say that so you don't get sued. But I didn't have the energy to fucking go after her.
Yeah.
I didn't like her at all. And it's not fair to say it now because she's not here, but I just wasn't on my game. She filmed a porno.
Yeah.
And I did a little more research after the fact, which is stupid, but like I said, I was I was just really tired yesterday.
Sleepy.
And the guy she did the scene with went on TMZ and everything and said, "What is she talking about? We set this up." And it's obvious to everyone it was set up.
It looks very professional.
Right, but in some weird, I don't know, I guess we just felt, we all just kind of felt like just leaving her alone.
You get into these situations where it's like, why am I going to bother getting into an argument with the guest?
Oh, God.
When it really doesn't matter. It's like, who gives a shit?
What do you mean? I love that shit.
Well,
I just wasn't, willing to do it yesterday.
Sometimes it's fine.
Right.
But in that case, I'm just like,
but we
let
all
her talk about taking it in the ass and fucking, shit like that. And then she's on her merry way.
And then she's another one who thinks that this is going to, send her into the stratosphere of fame.
Well, I guess they're giving her a show.
I told Anthony we get one a year.
Yeah.
One of these broads a year that think they're going to be massive stars because of some weird sex thing.
Yeah.
It just doesn't happen ever, except for Kim Kardashian, obviously.
Paris story for
Paris.
Did Paris start with a sex thing?
Sucking a dick. She was blowing that shit.
Sucking a dick?
She wasn't famous before that?
No.
Okay.
Maybe well known, but not like that put her through the roof. So
I guess this is what the girls were thinking, that this is what happens next. But I mean, we all saw the scene. That's a porn scene. We all know
obviously
it. With the acting, and I'll be right back, and she walks downstairs, and then I asked about the bikini because supposedly some guy wanted $40,000 online for the bikini,
unwashed,
and I asked about the bikini, and she goes, "I wasn't in charge of that." And that only hit me after the fucking
I didn't catch
show
that either.
as well. I'm like, what do you mean? If it wasn't a set up thing, what do you mean you weren't in charge of your own bikini? Wouldn't it be your bikini if it was just a thing that happened?
Yeah, you'd think. How the fuck did they get it?
Yeah, and he's a well-known porn star, of course. Yeah, the guy.
What's his name? Jesse or
Dean
James
or something? James Dean, right?
Oh,
Dean spelled a little differently, probably.
D-E-N, I think. Or no, not D-E-N, right?
They always have wacky names that sound like celebrities and things like that.
Right.
Yeah, she. And then she couldn't even describe her new show that is or isn't on television or coming. It's like, oh, what's your show about? Oh, it's me. You know, I'm finding myself. I'll get back to the asshole banging clip.
She's a youngster.
She's a youngster.
I know, that is
Great
true.
legs.
She's going to feel like an idiot when she gets a little older, I think.
I guess I bring it up because, I don't know, it was bothersome. There was something about it that was bothersome. And maybe we shouldn't have went after her. I don't know. But
if she was older, I'd say kill her.
She was just lying.
She
was just lying.
It's just, and she's got her little publicist, and they're putting her in her little career. What are you going to do?
Good luck to you.
I know.
Good luck to you. We'll check in with you in a year.
What are you going to do?
See what you're doing.
Yeah, it may be
We've
amazing.
seen a million of these broads.
It may be amazing or it may be terrible. It may go nowhere, or she may,
I'll acknowledge it's not fair because she's not here now, but whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was telling Jimmy before the show I found a new sushi joint because me and Jimmy share the love of sushi. Jimmy turned me on to a place in L.A.
Jimmy calls it sushi.
Sushi. I'd like to have a little sushi.
A little sushi.
Like a little soy sauce, maybe.
When is at the gym? At the gym? Eating better.
Starting the show.
I'm sorry. I downloaded the clip. Somebody posted it. I put it on my phone. Last night, I just, for no reason at all, I just kept clicking play and listening to that clip. It fucking is my new favoriteest thing to listen to.
Hopefully you've heard the new one.
The new one?
What do you mean the new one?
Oh, is there a Vine that I missed?
No.
Oh?
What?
No. But I perhaps caught myself. I twittered it last night.
Oh, no.
I twittered it last night.
Aye.
Perhaps I did it again when I sat down with Ozzy and Geezer in person.
No.
For the first line only.
Again, perhaps. It's only the first line, and then you turn it back into
audio?
yourself.
And video.
Oh, is it from the town hall?
God.
It's from the opening of the town hall.
I was having an intern go through the whole thing just to maybe get some stuff.
Oh,
It's only that opening moment.
Oh, I want to hear it. So it's on your Twitter?
Yeah, hang on. Okay.
It's the rest of the night that doesn't happen.
Yeah, but I heard you might have said a word a lot.
Oh, yeah, I did.
Okay.
Let's see.
I did say a word.
Okay.
Was it
word
awesome?
did you say a lot?
Was it awesome?
Oh, you're putting it together?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
Everybody,
No,
it's Jim Norton. We are.
Oh.
Go a little bit. No, way back.
Oh, way back. All right.
Now go to when I walk in.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
No, more. Fast forward. Right there.
I'm scared.
Nope,
How
it's
are
not
you?
one line.
Good to see you, Keith. Ozzy, how are you guys?
Where you been?
I was outside doing the opening. And, we have a lot of people here. How are you?
What are you doing?
I don't know.
It's creepy. Dude, it's
outside? Do the opening?
It's creepy. What is this about?
It's not about sounding British.
It's creepy.
I know. It's a weird. Just settling in for a second. I don't know what it
Want
is.
to hear it again?
Yes.
Let's do that again.
Yes.
Hi, guys.
See, it's
How are
normal.
you? Good to see you, Keith. Ozzy, how are you guys?
Where you been?
I was outside doing the opening.
He's fucking Ringo. I was outside.
But then it goes right back to normal.
Yes.
Right.
And there are a lot of people here. How are you?
All right.
How are
How
you?
are you? That was it a
That's
little bit.
yeah, but that's
Little
more
Right. A
That's
little.
more like
That was a little
how are
bit.
you? Yeah.
Oh, I love it.
Hi, guys. How are you?
I thought you
Good
saw
to
us.
see you, Keith. Ozzy, how are you guys?
Where you been?
I was outside doing the opening.
Wow.
I thought you saw that.
No.
I twittered that last night. I was so happy when I saw that. I'm like, oh.
Oh no, I crashed,
Because I
my
haven't
God.
watched this since.
Outside?
man. I was too busy
The
watching
opening?
dancing and singing vaginas last night.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh,
we're not talking about that right now, but a little tease for later, I guess.
Nice.
No, I have not seen this yet, Jimmy. I will, though. I certainly will.
Yeah, no. I mean, just that moment. I watched that, but then the rest of it is normal. I watched it.
In the opening. Then I went to the gym. Eating better.
Wow. And then,
I'm a true ass.
And then, of course, from our show.
Ozzy Osbourne. How you doing, Ozzy? Take a seat, my friend.
Hello.
Geezer, what's up, man?
How you doing, man?
Take a seat.
How are you?
You've lost so much weight.
Yeah, Jimmy lost a lot of weight.
Just going to the gym. Just going to the gym and eating better. That's it. What's wrong with me? I have mental problems.
I love it. You go to the gym. Go to the gym and eating better.
It's just a little weird, though.
You fucking wanker. What you think I'm doing? You fucking wanker.
I don't know what happens to me.
Oh, it's great.
Oh, bravo.
Great. I love it.
Yeah, I found that. I haven't seen it. I watched something. I'm like, oh,
God.
I might as well bring it up before anybody else.
Yeah, someone would have.
Right.
You think so?
Oh, yeah. They're fucking fixated on it.
No, they'll leave you alone.
Yeah, sure they will.
Our guys will leave you alone. They're cool.
The Twitterverse.
No, they're cool, right? You guys are cool out there.
Oh, sure. Sure they are.
Sure they are.
Every fucking... They'll pick apart every photo that's on there.
And I just don't know what it is. It happens to me.
I love it.
It's great.
Have I ever done that anywhere? If anyone knows any other instances, please.
There has to be a few more.
I think we have to look at every Ozzy interview that was done and shit. I remember the first time Ozzy came into the XM studios to do an interview with us, and I'm wondering if you would,
No, I didn't.
We were
speak.
all so flustered. I didn't speak.
You talked.
Oh God, you were barely saying anything.
You didn't talk the first time Ozzy came in.
I did after like 10 minutes.
We started looking at you we started looking at you like, wait, we're doing this for you.
This is Jimmy's guy,
right?
But I was so fucking. That was like 200005. I was so, and I had.
Is that the first time you met him?
No, I had met him once or twice before, but never in and sit down with him, to talk to him.
Yeah,
right?
First sit down.
I was fucking speechless, but I loved Anthony that day because you were doing all the talking, and you were doing a really good interview.
Oh, that was so funny.
He was having fun, and I finally just started talking. We talked about trannies and girls, and he said something about like but you can't. I don't suck dicks, Jimmy, or something. He did some joke, made fun of me for it. It was really fun.
Yeah.
But that was.
God.
You were staring a lot, I remember.
That, and when Gene came to NEW the first time, I was so nervous. You're like, ask him a question, and I asked him about the person who he knew who had died.
Oh, God.
Because you guys thought I was joking. You're like, ask your hero a question. And I'm like, so how is, this is like 2001, I'm like, how's Star Stowe? And that was a Playboy, beautiful Playboy bunny that Gene used to do photo shoots with, and he used to date her. And she was fucking really hot. And I figured he'd be impressed because I knew who she was. Ooh. But he goes, and then you guys laughed because you didn't know what I was saying. Star Stowe. You're like, who's that?
Yeah, right.
So it was this weird thing, and he goes, she died.
Oh.
That's not funny. She died. I wasn't making fun of it.
I didn't know.
Yeah,
oh, God.
That was awkward.
You always have a problem with Gene.
But yeah, that Ozzy, I was very, very nervous.
Gene Simmons, enough.
I
know you love him, but
I do. I was very scared.
Enough with him.
Last time I saw him last time at the roast. He was a roast. Went to see when I meet Jerry Lewis.
Really?
And he was very pleasant. Yeah.
Meaning you got to hear him talk about himself for 20 minutes.
No, he just said hello on the way out. We talked for like.
Oh, that's why he was pleasant.
Yeah, we just talked, and he was.
The shorter time you're with him, the better.
Yeah, he was very. He's like, you should have been up there today.
The better it is for everyone.
Yeah, he was very nice.
Yeah.
I'm always happy when they're nice to me.
So you got to go to Yasuda. Anthony Bourdain recommended this place. I asked him one day, the best sushi joint in New York. He said Yasuda, and I went. Finally, it was great. You got to go.
Yasuda, what makes this so much better than any other sushi place? Sushi.
I don't know. People start talking about the rice. They say it's all about the rice.
Anthony
Bourdain says it's all about the rice, and then you got these guys that all they're allowed to do is handle the rice for like 10 years before they can even touch the fish.
Fucking culture's amazing.
Yeah. The Japanese culture seems exhausting.
Not on the rice yet.
It seems a bit tedious.
Yeah.
Wasn't it 10 years? You said there's a guy in Japan, and he's learning how to be a sushi chef, but he can only fucking work on the rice, and he's been working on the rice for 10 years. He's never touched a fish, and eventually he will touch the fish, but he has to perfect the rice.
In Japan, the hand can be used as a knife, but it doesn't work with this tomato.
But I would love for someone to explain the rice thing.
Yeah.
We all make rice.
They're all about
I'm sure
hierarchy.
you can make rice better than how I make it, but I mean, to what point?
They're all about hierarchy over there.
Yeah.
Their whole fucking culture is based on a hierarchical system of, you know, you do this, you do this, you do this, and you're very proud of whatever you do, no matter how menial it is, and that's how you work your way, you know, up the old
but rice?
pagoda.
But rice?
I know. It's amazing. And the pride in that rice is insane.
Well, the rice at Yasuda was good.
I'll go there because I need a new sushi place.
You got to check it out and let me know what you think. I loved it. We sat at the sushi bar, and the fish was room temperature. And that's supposedly a thing, too.
More flavorful.
Oh, I can't go back to a regular sushi joint
I
now.
won't.
I
can't. I won't.
I won't do it.
And they had real wasabi. Real wasabi.
It's the green stuff.
I like going,
but
wasabi to people. It's hilarious. They laugh.
What was that from again?
Right, Chip?
Fuck yeah. Sounds like what's up, but you're putting in an obby.
That's the old What's Up Budweiser commercials from.
Did they do wasabi, though?
Yeah,
They did that, okay.
Yeah. Wasabi.
No, because most sushi joints, Jesus Christ, I just gotta fucking still wake up. Sashay. They don't use the real wasabi either.
No.
What's the difference?
It's horseradish that they dye.
Really?
Yeah, they dye it green for the most part.
Oh yeah.
Real wasabi. I think Anthony Bourdain was explaining it's really kind of rare.
Really? They're
and tough to-
bamboozling us with fucking.
Oh yeah, that shit's fake supposedly.
Fake wasabi?
Or maybe they have a little of the real shit in there, and then they fucking mix it with the horseradish.
It's all cut like fucking.
Yeah, I think they cut it or
Coke and baby legs.
You know when you're having real wasabi, it's not as hot and it kind of falls apart.
I ordered delicious sushi yesterday from there's a place on Grubhub. It's a iPad app,
right?
And it's fucking amazing because you can organize your restaurants in order that they are like highest rated, and and it's not that expensive. This place I order from fucking 3 days a week. It's very rare you can get out call. It's such a hooker expression.
Out call sushi.
Delivery sushi that you trust. But this place I eat at all the time, and I fucking settled down. And I was watching.
Was it Gary Sushi?
No, which I do love. I know you don't love it, but I love that
Not a fan of
place.
the Gary Sushi. I don't know why.
But I sat
The
down.
bald-headed guy serve you? Is that what it is?
And it's always wrong. And so I sit down and I'm watching The Scarlet Letter with Gary Oldman and Demi Moore, which was atrocious, and Robert Duvall. It was atrocious.
Really?
Yeah, the pussy Hollywood adaptation that they make the ending happy.
Oh,
just
God.
shit. Not that I want it to be, whatever. So I'm all settled in, and I really mix up the wasabi and the fucking soy sauce, and I'm like ready to do some fucking sushi dipping. And I have my Diet Kirk, and I have an Ottomans. Yeah, Diet Coke. I said to Kenny, give me a Diet Kirk. And sometimes I go, you want a Diet Coke? I'll be like, what? He'll go, Diet Kirk. I say that just to annoy the waitresses. Kind of Diet Kirk.
I bet it works.
They hate it. I hate it, and I do it. So I have my fucking Ottoman, and I have a square glass. What do you put your, thing for my glass?
A coaster.
But a big, thick, like you could murder somebody with this.
Right.
And I have a giant napkin which goes longer than the coaster. And I'm like, wow, the way I'm balancing the wasabi and the fucking soda, I should probably be careful with this.
Oh, no.
Let me just move it over a smidge. And as I did, I looked down and my full cup of fucking dark, delicious wasabi soy tipped over. And I'm watching it leak off onto my floor. And I'm like, that looks like it's spilling. Like I couldn't react to it.
Why?
I don't know. I just looked at it like I was watching a movie about an asshole who spilled his wasabi and soy sauce. I just panicked and I couldn't react, and then I'm like, you fucking dummy. Like I couldn't believe I had just done it in the middle of my fucking about to settle down for a meal.
Oh, how annoying is that?
It was enraging.
Well, that leads to the whole soy sauce thing at the restaurant yesterday, because a lot of people say that's American sushi, where we dunk it and fucking drown our sushi in soy sauce and wasabi. Real sushi, you're not supposed to do that.
No. I like it like that, even good sushi.
And at this place, we sat at the sushi bar, and I kept going to the guy. He's giving me fish I've never had before. And I'm like, soy sauce? He goes, no soy sauce.
Oh, see?
No soy sauce.
Never ask.
No, then it was just a stupid bit I was doing with the guy. I knew that I probably shouldn't ask. But every time he put a new fish in front of me, I'm like, soy sauce? He goes, no soy sauce. Wasabi? And then he shows me, he takes a smidge, like a little dot, and puts it on top. I'm like, do you know what I could do with wasabi?
Oh, man.
I fucking butter it. I butter my sushi with wasabi usually. And then have that fucking burning feeling and all that shit.
Yeah,
that's all
like
American
part of
sushi
it.
crap. And we think we're eating like they do in Japan.
No.
And he's like, no soy sauce. So then I was hoping that he would turn around to get more rice so I could do a quick dip. I was trying to get a quick dip.
You're trying to sneak one in?
A little bit.
I would dip it right in front of his fucking face.
Why?
Because when I eat something, I want to eat it the way I want to eat it. I don't want some fucking rules and regulations giving me shit.
Well, I guess I don't know. It was the experience, and I'm glad I didn't do the soy sauce because I got to enjoy the fish without all that crap. It was good.
I like.
But a little
soy
dip
sauce.
would have been nice. Just a little taste.
Little taste.
And this was a foodie joint. You know when you're in a foodie joint, everyone at the sushi bar. We were just fooling around having a good time with it. These people were serious.
They all fucking knew.
They were
knew
serious.
The deal.
They were talking about how beautiful the fish looks. They're staring at it. They're like, oh, the color's just divine. Oh, my God.
Oh, God.
Oh, look how fresh the eel looks today. Oh, my God.
How do they keep
They were like
fish at room
moaning.
temperature?
I don't know.
How do they do that and not have it rot?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I don't know. I don't know how it all works.
They must know how much they're going to serve, and then use that. Yeah, they guys, they just know. They just know how much they're going to use that day.
You want somebody to explain the rice thing?
Yeah.
We have a guy that was in Japan. Okay, this guy, Don in Texas. Don?
Yes. That was Harry Truman.
I know it's going to be one of those. Some asshole's going to call up in a minute and go, "You guys are fucking idiots."
Well, we fully expect that, sir, but give it a good try before that happens.
So what it is, it's not a matter of hierarchy as far as the rice. There's one certain rice they use for, making the rice balls and sushi and shit. What it is, it's an honor thing. You don't want to fuck it up. You don't want to get it too sticky or too dry. It's just what it is. You can go down to your local, I don't know, whatever stores you got there and buy the same shit. Now, with the wasabi, the difference is a lot of these places now, there's you've got the upper echelon restaurants there in New York, so it's a little bit different. But the real stuff is in like these metal tubes. It's like a squeeze tube, like toothpaste. That's the real shit. Most of these, like probably 99% of the restaurants use this powdered shit. And that's why you're talking about it so fucking hot, is because they don't know how to measure it out.
Right.
They just sit there and dump it in and turn the fucking spigot on and stir it up until it's a paste.
Well, I've also heard they cut it with horseradish.
Yeah, I mean, there's all that. I mean, it's whatever to save a little bit of money because the shit is expensive as fuck.
Yeah, I heard
but
that.
If you go down to like your local Asian market and you order it or you buy it.
Local Asian market.
Wow.
Yeah, who's a local Asian market?
Yeah, what are you
Asian
talking
market.
about?
It's right next door.
We got them in Texas because we got a big Asian population down here. But,
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Well,
yeah,
the fish is fresh in Texas.
Oh, yeah.
Aren't you scared of sushi in Texas? It always frightens
Not
me.
anymore.
Like Vegas, I got food poisoning once.
No, you did.
It's. I mean, you can find some decent, like Little Tokyos or something like that, and I mean, it's really, really good shit.
Hey.
And a lot of it's Americanized anyway, so it's like eating pizza or something.
I got to ask you one more question. The fake tuna thing. Do you know about it? Because I'm obsessed with it now.
The fake tuna.
A lot of sushi joints and a lot of like supermarkets and stuff. They say it's tuna, but it's another fish. I don't know the name of the fish
What is it,
because
like, pollock or something like that?
I don't know, but it
Kevin?
Ann hates sushi, so this is like
I'm not
means
a
nothing.
sushi
to you.
guy.
But
Really?
most of they said in New York alone, 65% of the places you get sushi they're not serving real tuna. They're serving this other fish that looks like tuna, and they save a shitload of money doing so. Albacore?
They can sell the,
That's
maybe
tuna.
albacore.
No, albacore's harder to get, I think.
Is it?
Nizala,
No. Albacore, you can catch. We caught that shit off of California coast. They got trips you can go out there.
Oh, you know, maybe up because Nozawa used to have it, but a lot of places didn't. Because I guess it's only in season, like the real shit. Maybe I'm.
As soon as I learned that it's because I would go to these places and I would look at the tuna's my thing, and I would look at the tuna and go, it looks terrific, but then you eat it and it's just not as tasty, and then I started getting suspicious, so I started doing some research myself.
A regular detective there, your research.
So now I know all the sushi joints in my area that serve the fake shit, and I don't go there anymore.
I just ask any mermaid you happen to see, what's the best tuna? Chicken of the sea.
Yeah, what would you recommend tuna-wise?
Some tuna.
And I guess they get away with it because technically it's in the tuna family, or it's not regulated or something, so they can say it's tuna when it's not the tuna that, you know, sushi people really enjoy.
Yeah, albacore is we used to catch it off the coast of California, go on these day trips. But albacore is like
trips?
Day trips.
Yeah, what were you looking at Beckett's guy? I'm teasing.
Good one.
But it's a little bit better than what you're going to get in, like, the can.
Right.
But it's not as good as the shit they catch off, like, Australia and stuff like that.
Is it good if I'm trying to eat better?
Yeah, what if, can I have it before the gym? Yeah, if I'm starting a show. Then I'll just doing things that the average Brit does.
All right, brother.
Or the average Irishman. Or whatever the fuck I am. I don't know what happens to my brain.
Whatever the fuck you were doing.
Exactly. I don't know who I am anymore. Falling apart.
Fran, what's up, Fran?
Oh, Fran.
Boy.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. That's a rough name, Fran.
Well, girl name?
Why didn't your parents give you the K? Why didn't they just give you the K?
Okay, Fran was better?
Fran.
Fran.
They couldn't afford a K for you, buddy?
What's the matter?
No, they gave it to my father, so my little bitchy Italian mother would know who we were yelling at.
Oh, wait, so there's a Frank and a Fran in the family?
Yeah, right.
So my God.
Is your name Francis?
It is.
Oh.
I know.
How did you grow up sucking cack?
What's that?
Are you gay?
No.
All right, just asking. Calm down.
There's nothing the matter with that, right?
We have Scott Thorson coming in later.
Yes.
Yeah, that's gonna get real.
Scott.
You guys want to see something really fucking scary? Get a black light and go into a sushi bar. A small one.
Why?
Run it over the sushi, and you will not believe the amount of parasites and worms in the sushi.
Worms.
I think it's healthy shit, though.
Man.
It is to a point. I worked for a grocery distribution center, and we had...
stop bragging.
A lot of people saying you got to do the black light over the sushi thing. I don't know.
What does that do?
What is it? It shows all the shit that's on the sushi?
How much cum is on it. It's usually the black light gag.
God, can you imagine?
I make a sprooge.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it depends on what kind of fish you're eating, but yeah, you roll it over the fish, and you'll just see the worms that are in it and the parasites that are in it.
I'm gonna jinx myself. I've never had food poisoning from sushi, and I've eaten a lot of it over the years.
Will that give you food poisoning?
No, it won't.
What do you mean, give you food poisoning?
The worms and stuff.
Oh, that's on the fish.
I like the worm thing. I don't mind a few,
in raw fish,
things that, are going to be on there, but worms.
I don't want to be wormy.
I don't want a wormy thing. Wormy? It's a little wormy.
Yeah, it's a little worm.
All right, I'm not blacklighting my sushi. Let's say hi to Graham in New Jersey.
How'd you convince everybody in the restaurant to not do anything while you were blacklighting their food? Right. You know how bummed they'd be?
Right?
I know how bummed they
You were doing a show and you had shirts on called Parasites and Worms. That was your show.
Can you imagine walking in with a black light?
Yeah.
Before I eat, I gotta blacklight your fish.
Every piece.
Holy fuck.
Oh, great.
You would be a fucking asshole.
Yeah.
Graham in Jersey.
Yes.
Those crackers.
Yes. Hey, who's your friend? Ounce, pound, kilo, and liter?
Nice.
Sucker.
What's up, Graham?
Hey, you want enough measure?
Right. What did I do?
Tell us s'mores.
Yeah, go ahead, Billy.
Jim Smith. Sorry, Jim.
Yeah, buddy.
I don't want to violate tradition because Francis kind of did. That first caller, Don, was an asshole.
Very good.
Not how it works.
All right, it was good, but let's go now.
Yeah, don't make a bit of it.
Oh shit! When you're in sushi school, obviously there's always
sushi school.
Yeah, I went there.
Oh,
but they told me my behavior was too fishy.
That's good.
I know.
Oh shit!
I stepped on Jim's pit again. Oh, God.
No, you didn't. I got it out, believe me.
You didn't step on anything.
That school stinks.
Yeah, exactly. Fishes are always in schools.
Oh, that's true. That's a good one.
My mother said that's why they're smart, Chipper. Oh. They go to schools.
Not that kind of school.
Yeah. So what happens in sushi school?
Yeah, what do you do?
Basically, the guys that really suck, they tell them that they have to cultivate rice for 10 years just to keep them off the streets. And whenever a Japanese emperor has some foreign dignitaries show up, they pull them up to the big leagues for a minute just so they could poison somebody that they really don't like. But basically, it's just a measure to get the incompetent assholes off the sushi line.
Really? Yeah, because I can't imagine you would have to work with rice for 10 years. I get rice in a bag. I love it. So, okay, you can make it a little better than that, but 10 years later, you're finally perfecting rice?
That sticky rice is pretty fucking good.
It's good, right?
Oh, goddamn.
All right, Graham. Thank you.
You're welcome.
One other thing, and certainly we can move on. They don't allow tips at this place, which I found extremely strange. It was a thing that went a little viral the other day. I forgot what website I saw it on, and they're announcing they're not accepting tips at this Yasuda sushi joint.
Wow.
Which is on 43rd and 3rd Avenue for the people in the area. And they said that's a Japanese tradition. So is it sushi joints in Japan that don't allow tipping, or all restaurants in Japan?
I don't know.
I felt bad for the sushi guy when I was at the sushi bar. Excuse me.
They don't care. Your satisfaction is enough tip for them. It's an honor thing.
He was great. I want to just throw him extra on top of the bill.
You leave a restaurant very pleased. That good enough a tip for me. Very good. Your smiley face is better than any amount of money.
They say they're well compensated.
Yeah?
And I'm looking at these guys. I'm like, they don't look like they're well compensated. They could use a little extra fucking tip money.
No?
Because lunch wasn't that expensive. We were all in, and it was only a little over $100.
Maybe they get a bigger...
I thought it'd be way more, considering it's one of the better places in all of New York.
There's no tipping anywhere in Japan.
Anywhere?
Cabs, movers, whatever.
It's just not a cultural thing.
No tipping. Very good to give people a good, very satisfying service, and we don't need a tip.
That's all well and good if you're living in Japan, but you're in New York City. I think these guys need some tip money.
Yes.
To pay a few bills.
Wait, I got one.
Oh,
yeah.
One.
Yeah, but what are you, the Karate Kid or something?
Anyway, enough about Yasuda.
Yeah, apparently enough.
Enough of... You're right. Enough about it. Gives a fuck. Gives a fuck about it.
Well, I may go there this weekend.
How about we go together?
Oh.
How about me and you go and check it out, Jim Norton?
I may not be able to. I may be preoccupied.
Oh! Whoa! Well, that's mysterious.
Yes, I'm writing about it in my new book called Do Tell.
Preoccupied with what?
Perhaps a lady friend.
I'd like to meet her, Rupert.
Well, we could double date then.
Ooh.
Oh. Are you ready for double dating yet? Are you at that stage?
No.
No.
She wants to double date. She wants to bring friends with her.
Oh, that's not good.
That's the worst. Boy, yeah. It's the worst when a girl wants to come see your show. I'll bring some of my friends. Will ya?
No.
That's good, because why would I want to get blown after?
Yay.
And then the worst thing, they bring, like, guy friends. Like, if she brings another chick and you're like, okay, just fucking cock blockers around. But if it's like, oh, and this is my friend fucking Pete or something, you're just like,
yeah.
Why? Get him out of here.
Yeah, exactly. Tell your friend Pete to fucking hit the bricks and drop his...
Fucking shove.
Yeah, beat it, Pete. Hit the streets, Pete.
So we had some window washers, or was that just a scaffold collapse? Were they washing windows when that happened?
I think they were.
That was close to here. That's a national story today.
It was very windy.
What were they, dangling 44 stories above ground?
Yeah, they were dangling in the wind, and I guess they had a little malfunction on that scaffolding, and they had to get the emergency workers up there, pull them through a window. They took out a couple window panes over there at the...
You got them?
Yeah, at the Hearst building. But I guess they weren't very scared or anything. When the news helicopter flew by, one of the guys in the scaffolding just kind of very calmly waved to the copter guy.
Those guys are lunatics.
Yeah.
They set up outside our building and they go on their merry way and go up that damn thing to clean the windows. I can't imagine.
Yeah.
I would love to take a ride in one of those things, but
no way.
And they seem to fuck
I
up
would be
quite
scared.
often.
I'd be scared.
You know?
Well,
it's always a little story. I'm sure with the amount of scaffolding and window washers in the city, the amount that have a malfunction is like very small. But you're always hearing about it.
They got that down to a science, though. The area they hang out in it looks pretty secure.
They're tied to something else. Like they're okay.
Right.
But when those things a lot of times come down unevenly.
Right.
And fucking man, when they collapse and the guy falls out.
The problem isn't really them falling anymore because, first of all, a lot of these window washer platforms, the scaffolding, is connected to the building. The new buildings have it built right into the building itself. Yeah, they're on tracks at the top of the roof line, and they just swing them over, and they're very high-tech and very stable, not like they're just kind of fucking hanging by some hooks that are on the side of the building like the old days. And they're clipped in also with safety harnesses. But the trouble is on windy days when it's smacking around like that, they could be crushed. They could be thrown against the building.
Jesus.
So it's not so much falling, but getting knocked around pretty bad.
Wouldn't you just keep the windows dirty at that point?
What are you going to do?
But it's a business for somebody.
It's a big business,
so
apparently.
Like, look, we don't give a fuck. It's windy today. You got to get up there and make money for the company.
Yeah.
Look at that. Oh, we see that, Sam. That's a good picture.
Damn.
That's crazy.
It looks like it failed in the middle and kind of like buckled in the middle of the support. And
That's
they're just
crazy.
They're just standing there waiting.
Oh, wow.
I think you just got to wait. Hey, help!
Right.
Help!
Oh, that'd be fucking awful.
I was looking at old school pictures of New York last night. It relates to this. And they showed pictures of that asshole, Philippe Petit.
Yeah.
And I was having anxiety attacks.
That's crazy.
Ever since I did that stupid Chrysler building thing, I have anxiety attacks when I see these fucking people doing these crazy fucking height things.
Crazy, right?
Dude, I'm looking, he's tight-roping across the Twin Towers. Like, it's no big deal. And there's pictures of it. I'm like, what are you...
Yeah. They have a historical site on Twitter. They have, like, historical pics.
Right.
And
I
follow that. It's great.
Yeah, I
and
love looking at old pictures, especially of New York City.
They show guys, like, working, construction workers, and we've talked about it before, just no safety harness,
just
nothing.
Hanging out.
Just walking on I-beams. Nuts.
Oh, it just gives me this anxiety thing. Like, I know Philippe Petit didn't fall, obviously, but as I'm looking at the pictures, I'm like, you're going to fall.
Oh, it's nerve-wracking.
It really is. Pretty amazing, though.
Yeah.
That whole story, it's too bad he's an asshole. We didn't really like him, right?
No, not really.
But his story and how he accomplished that is just amazing. How he shot an arrow from one tower to the next.
Yeah, to pull
with a line, and then they used that line to get a thicker line, and then finally getting the tightrope across. And they had to secure it somewhere. They just had to figure out where they could secure it. And
that's fucked up.
Imagine trying to get that done in this day and age.
Yeah, right. You climb up to a building with a bow and arrow, and some sniper that's somewhere in the city constantly will dispatch you.
I know it was a different time, but no one is questioning a guy coming into a building with a lot of equipment.
Yeah.
Because that's a lot of equipment in the end.
Back then, no.
They just walked in with,
Honestly,
they had to walk in with the tightrope.
Back then, no one gave a fucking shit.
I'm sure that was heavy.
Holy fuck.
That's what I was seeing, and it gave me anxiety, and it's happening right now.
Oh, my God.
You have to just step out and go, all right, here I go.
Yeah, that's a frightening... What scares me, as much as his feet being on that wire, is right behind him, the end of the building. It's almost like...
Oh, my God.
You're not meant to be that close to where, like, this corner is. There's a corner up there. You're not meant to be there.
And then it's the bell bottoms he's wearing.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that trip you?
Sporty bell bottoms.
I know they're kind of floody.
Maybe they act like parachutes
kind of
if he falls.
But
like in a cartoon.
But what bothers me about this picture is the bell bottoms. You can't see your fucking foot as you're placing it on the tightrope.
At that point, if you're going between what was the World Trade Center, if you're going between there, you're not at the point where you have to look at your feet anymore. I think it's like a guitar player looking at his fingers and where he's putting them on the fret.
Look at me.
I think at that point, he ain't looking at his feet anymore.
Good point.
You imagine,
Very good point. I'm sitting there like, well,
you can't see his face.
I would have to make sure I place my foot perfectly. Yeah, you're right.
Can you imagine fucking being there, like crawling across that wire, like hanging onto it?
You couldn't do. And then you couldn't even fucking get to the top there and peek over the edge, Jimmy.
And what sucks is they don't really have any real good video of this. They have some video from the ground,
right?
And at one point he lays down. I know we've done this break, but it's worth repeating.
E-Rock, have we?
He thumbs up from E-Rock. He lays down in between the towers. On his back. On his fucking back. How do you get up from that?
Why doesn't he have video? The camera broke or wasn't? This is 77.
Oh, it's 77, which, yeah. You know, you forget. We now all have cameras.
You pull out your big black Bell telephone.
Right.
And somebody's like, what are you doing with your phone? He goes, I don't know, but years from now, it's going to mean something.
No kidding.
If we see more pictures of that, this is a good color shot taken from, he's just starting out on the oh, right there, look at that one right there. That one scares me. Top right. No, Sam, you had, I'm sorry, right to the left there.
Uh-oh.
It's where he's sitting.
Where?
He's sitting, yeah. He is sitting.
Okay.
That one scares me.
Can you sit like that?
No, he's standing. I'm sorry, he's not sitting. He's standing. He's got his foot on the edge of the building, and he's on the very outside. There's no safety harnesses or anything, and he has hair like Alex in Clockwork Orange.
Yeah, he does.
Whoa. I can't look at any of those pictures now because I just think, oh my God, somebody did see that and had to fucking jump off. Yeah. You can't look at World Trade Center pictures anymore without thinking, holy fuck, someone had to see that.
Right.
They saw exactly that site and fucking jumped.
Right.
Yep.
Yikes.
And they were looking across at the other building like that and seeing that perspective on it. Yeah, I think that's true.
Yeah.
Look at them in between.
Oh, boy.
There are a lot of pictures, though. A lot of photos from up there.
What the fuck?
You know, looking down, how fucking crazy that would be. That's just nuts.
He's just not scared of heights. I mean,
that shit's just nuts.
He loved it. Seeing the plane above him too must have been pretty.
Right.
Look
at how tiny he is from the ground. He's just a dot in the middle of the towers.
That's odd. They showed an airplane in that picture too. See the jet flying over that?
Yeah,
it's kind of creepy.
Yeah.
Imagine if it fucking went right by him or something.
Yeah, Chip.
Was that a picture?
No.
Here.
Oh, it's old Bill Burr doing it. It's old Bill Burr.
I don't think that's a real photo. I think it's a painting.
No. How would he get that?
Yeah, I don't think he
got a GoPro on him.
They didn't exist back then.
Oh, look at this. Look at this. I'm just going to kind of...
He's standing 1 foot balanced on the edge of the building, on the very top corner, with 1 foot sticking out, and he's just frolicking, playing.
Yeah, no big deal for him.
It's crazy.
Wow. I could just look at photos of this all day.
What an asshole.
There it is. There's the one where he's laying down, Sam.
Oh.
To the right. Yeah.
Oh, Sam, he can't fucking...
That's not him.
Oh, it's not him?
No.
Oh, no.
We saw a picture of him laying down, didn't we?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Yeah, it's out there somewhere.
Yeah, I did something similar.
No, you didn't.
I just wasn't high up. But I didn't fall. It was in my yard. But I'm like, I could have done that. It was just be higher.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's very good, Chip.
I know. Somebody said on Twitter, Chip is a bombing cunt today.
Today?
Yeah, but he's really bombing.
Tweet. Fucking Twitter.
And then I walked around Bryant Park yesterday because I had to wait for my wife.
You should have went in.
Walked around Bryant Park? Oh, nice.
That would suck.
Should have walked through it. It's a lovely park.
Well, people always ask me for suggestions when they come to New York. There you go. Bryant Park is pretty cool to check out. Fuck. And it's really close to here. I had like an hour and a half to kill, so I was wandering around. Mm-hmm. Someone snapped me on Twitter wandering around from a distance. That's always creepy.
From a distance.
Come up and say hi. I don't fucking bite.
Yeah, he probably just was like, oh, there's Opie.
Right.
Click.
And then I went to the public library, which is kind of in front of Bryant Park on the other side, and I snapped Alec Baldwin with a tit monster. Oh, my God.
You snapped him?
Huh?
You say you snapped him?
You vined him.
I vined him.
Oh. So you did the same thing to Alec Baldwin that somebody did to you?
You should have went up and said hello. Oh no, it was pretty obvious he wasn't welcoming any visitors.
No?
but Jimmy, very funny. Oh no, it was very obvious you're not saying hi to Alec Baldwin. He had a security guard very close.
Yeah,
and I was just sitting out front of the library, just killing time, looking at people. One of my favorite things to do, just people watching. All of a sudden, he strolls up, and everyone's looking like, "What the fuck? That's Alec Baldwin."
Is he laying down on the stairs?
Yes.
Yeah, he's doing something.
Why is that?
Well, the girl's laying down. You see how he adjusted? I think his scrotum was stuck to the side of his fucking leg. He did a little adjustment in my 6-second
Baldwin
video.
ball bag. Yes.
And there they are walking.
Yeah, there's people kind of taking pictures.
Yeah, those were all people going, "Holy fuck, that's Alec Baldwin."
That's his wife.
I got to get it. Huh?
That's his wife.
Are you positive? Because some people aren't sure.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that he was cheating on his wife. It was they were obviously doing something there.
Yeah.
But I wasn't sure that was his wife or a model for something.
At the New York Public Library. Is that where he was?
Yeah.
What are they doing?
I don't know. They were just strolling around out front, and it was very low key. They had like 2 photographers and 1 security guard, and they walked around a little bit. A lot of us idiots were fucking trying to snap pictures of him, and then he wandered off. And then they just walked off into the city.
What goes on in public libraries these days? It's just got to be fucking.
I don't know.
Is it empty? Is it fucking?
I didn't even feel like going in.
The fuck is going?
Are you allowed
to
to even walk in these days?
I think you can during.
Do you have to have
regular
one of
business hours?
One of those library cards though to get through the security, or can you just walk in?
I think you could just walk right the fuck in.
I guess I should have walked in just to see what the fuck's going on in there.
Yeah, what is going on
in the great reading room?
I've not been in a library in decades.
Right.
And I don't see any reason to need to go into a library.
No, who hangs out in the library? What's that about?
Homeless people, I think.
Just people that are into old school shit? Certainly homeless and crazy people.
Yeah.
That's a given, but who else?
I guess historical libraries and stuff like that, where you could, actually read a genuine fucking classic old book or something, if you're into that.
Right.
But like your neighborhood library, what the fuck do they have that you can't access online?
I don't know. It's a great question.
Some people just like the book. I mean, there's still a whole generation of people that grew up reading books.
But the libraries are hanging in there way more than the actual bookstores, obviously.
Right. Yeah.
And
well, they got in there fucking old people then?
I don't know.
Old people and the homeless?
How are they able to stay in business?
I don't know.
There's still a lot of people that go there to use the internet, too.
How does anyone... Look, and I know, well, some people can't afford it.
Dude,
at this point, like a computer's $20.
Even when I had no money, I was able to afford a good TV and definitely some kind of internet.
Yup. Old people, though, I think, don't have computers. So if they're like, my son, he told me to go on the computer to get my life called pendant. And then they gotta, like, go to the fucking somewhere where there's a computer.
Right.
What is this Kinko's? I need to print something or something. I don't even know what it is.
I don't know.
Old people are fucking lost.
There's still people with dial-up, though, internet.
No, there's not. There's not one person left with dial-up. I assure
I
you.
assure you there is.
No, the last person moved over. That's it then. That was it.
Mom, did you just pick up the phone? It kicked me
Put
off.
the phone down. Like, goodbye. Why? That was the worst, that goodbye, when someone picked the extension up.
Yeah.
Who picked up the extension?
That was always the worst. Always the worst.
I have to find a new number in my area. This one sucks.
Oh, right, the new numbers.
It's busy.
You have to go to they would update all the numbers in different areas, and then you have to scroll through that list and click.
Well, I'm done with this. I don't want to use up all my minutes, so what I'm going to do is log off of AOL. Goodbye. Oh, AOL's updating for the next 3 hours. It's going to update over my dial-up connection.
You need to pay per hour that you used AOL.
Yeah. I don't remember that.
Yes. Yeah. You paid per hour.
How much was it?
There it is. Good sound.
God, sounds like we're launching a fucking rocket.
And then when it finally went quiet, you're like, oh, I'm connected.
Right.
I'm in. I want to play those games.
All right, let's go look at the new pictures now.
Travis looked it up. 3 million AOL users still have dial-up.
No.
3 million.
No, I don't believe that.
There are areas, people in rural areas might not have the fucking the physical capability.
Satellite, fucking
3 million people. Come on.
There, you could just put a dish on your fucking roof and you're swinging the internet. It's amazing.
People that don't have money.
What?
Yeah.
I don't understand that.
I know.
I can't conceive of that.
Well, for them, the internet's just a place to shop and or to go and talk to your friends. And they're not looking at it like, I wonder what Facebook's like on a dial-up.
Oh my god. Everything is so fucking like content oriented. There's so much information. How do they go over your phone line? Well, they still 56.
56.
Yeah, Travis said it's listed in the last AOL earnings report about how many people are still using their dial-up.
How many customers do they have, though?
That I'm not sure.
Can we check that? Because I'm wondering how many, what percent that is.
I haven't checked AOL, and it has to be 8 or 9 years. Has to be.
I still have an AOL account.
But do you check it?
I had to duke it out
once
to try
every
to
4
cancel
months.
it.
Huh?
I had to duke it out with the person to cancel it.
Why?
You call them on the phone and they just will not cancel your fucking AOL account.
Right.
And I'm telling them, cancel it. They're like, well, here's what we're going to do. We'll let you keep it for 3 more months for free. Right. And I'm like, no. Because then after 3 months, they'll just start charging you again and keep it. They didn't want to lose. And they just kept going. And then they got to the point where they told me they can't cancel it. Like, what? Get the fuck out of here. I think I wound up just canceling the credit card that I had it on and getting a new credit card so they could.
That was the only way you could do it, right?
Yeah. It's crazy.
Assholes.
You know where there's evidence of that AOL thing?
What?
This week's podcast. The Nugget.
Whoa.
It's the AOL
St.
customer
Roberts.
service call.
Wow, that is
where the guy couldn't cancel, right?
Yes.
Couldn't cancel.
We didn't even talk about this week's podcast that was uploaded yesterday. I'm trying to remember. We have the Jimmy Ozzy 18 pounds of books birthday present.
That's great.
Saga. We did the whole thing. And I'm trying to remember. We have Jim Brewer.
Jim Brewer versus Anthony.
There were a lot of...
oh, yeah. People like that one.
It was a bit intense, but there were a lot of fucking jokes in there as well.
Yes.
And I know. Doc Gooden and David Lee Roth.
Yeah.
And some people love that David Lee Roth was a part of that interview. And certainly there's a lot of people that hated it.
Right.
I'm in the camp of, I loved it.
Well, it was a very difficult time I went through. I missed a lot of magic moments in my career and life due to drug abuse. I was taking drugs when I should. We were taking drugs on the bus. It was back in '84.
Did you love it?
It was some of the greatest moments we ever had. What the fuck, Dave?
Did you love it or hate it?
I loved it.
You did, right?
Loved it.
In a weird way, I love it when the listeners get frustrated by stuff, too.
Especially Dave.
Right.
You know, the way he frustrates people is fantastic.
I don't know. I don't know what it is, but...
First of all...
It would have been nice to have Doc Gooden without David Lee Roth, but Doc Gooden was a last-second booking, because he was sort of scheduled, and he wasn't, and then all of a sudden Roland comes running in some days and goes, look, we got blah, blah, and he's coming down the hall, and you just take him, obviously. And we already had David Lee Roth booked, so what were we going to do, you know?
Here's another thing.
We made it work.
I don't care what year it is, what David Lee Roth has done or hasn't done of late, and his successes and failures throughout his career and stuff like that. That's fucking David Lee Roth, lead singer of Van Halen. And if I ever thought back in the day that I would be sitting here hanging out with the fucking guy as he's asking questions to Dwight Gooden.
I know.
I'm just like, I'm not going to... What, am I going to get mad because some guy on Twitter's like, he wouldn't shut up? Fuck you, it's David Lee Roth.
Yeah.
David Lee Roth and Doc Gooden.
They can do whatever the fuck they want. Dude, come on.
Holy fuck.
That was an insane moment.
I never grew up from Long Island.
Yeah.
Fast forward a couple decades, and David Lee Roth is hanging and now says, look, anytime you need me, I'm there for you guys. I'll even fucking come in if you guys are on vacation. I'll do your show for you.
I saw him as a speck under a spotlight at the Nassau Coliseum.
Back in the day.
And it was an amazing show, and fucking he was the fucking rock star.
I remember being in high school, Van Halen albums, drinking.
Yeah.
And then you fast forward and he's hanging.
Big dopey headphones plugged in with the big 1/4-inch jack into the record player. I used to love that shit.
Were you a Van Halen fan growing up at all?
I was not. I mean,
that first album was ridiculous.
Yeah, I know. I've teased them a lot, in all honesty, and more than was genuinely my feelings. I enjoyed them. But I was never a huge
believe me,
fan.
I love teasing fucking David Lee Roth, too, and making jokes and everything.
We've made fun of him over the years.
When you think about it, grew up listening to that fucking guy as a rock god, and then there he is, sitting right there, asking dumb questions to Dwight Gooden.
But you know what the funny? I think of it sometimes too, like how much fun this gig is. It's like, I ask people, and I raised the issue of Ben Kingsley to somebody, and I'm like, it amazes me that I'm sitting there and I'm talking to him, and in the real world, in entertainment, I have zero credibility with this guy. Right. Like, there's nothing for him to say to me other than yes, no, and walk away.
Right.
But in this moment, I ask questions, we ask questions, they answer you.
I know, it's
they
engage
you.
I know,
it's the weirdest thing.
To answer you.
Dude, they have to, like, we did that with fucking Harvey Weinstein when he was in, you weren't here that day, I think. Remember when Harvey Weinstein came in? He's the fucking head of Miramax. I don't get in the room with Harvey Weinstein alone.
No.
Never.
Ever. But in this situation, you see them in a weird way where they want you to be nice to them.
Yes.
And they're a little nervous. And they're like, yeah. Like they're happy you're having fun together. It's like
anywhere outside of this room, and you ask them even close to what you ask them here, security takes you away.
Yeah.
Or they just dominate you somehow.
Right.
They give you one quick answer.
And then blow you off.
Or they're in charge
completely. Away or whatever. What I find fascinating is, a lot of these guys, as soon as the mics go off, they're out of here. It's all business.
Yeah.
But when you get the guy that all of a sudden the mics are off and you're like, okay, that's it. The interview's over and the commercials start and they just hang out.
They hang out.
And ask like personal questions.
I know,
What? Like Ron Howard did that. Remember the day? Like they're like, he's got to go. So we wrap up the interview, and all of a sudden he hung out during the whole commercial break.
Yeah,
and he's interested in what we've been up to, and he's very aware of our show and satellite radio in general. And he was talking about the channels he likes here, and I'm sitting here going, he doesn't have to do this. He's a big A-lister,
I know.
And he's still hanging.
People get this weird impression that like we must know what we're doing if we're interviewing these people, and it's like, no, I find it as odd as anyone else with it. We're getting actual, having an audience with these people.
It's wild.
I said to Sharon, because Florentine came to the Sabbath Town Hall, and at the end of it, Sharon was so fucking nice, and I'm talking to her and Jim's brother, and we were just talking because Jim's brother had introduced Jim to Sabbath back in the 70s, so they were talking about that, and I remembered, I used to call England, and I said this to Sharon, I used to call Jet Records in England and tell them I wanted to meet Ozzy. This is 1981.
Oh, to meet Ozzy?
Yeah. We know who you are.
You call them?
But I would call this record label in England and go, like, what can I do to meet Ozzy? It was really, like this weird...
Wow.
Oh, wow. That is fucking...
Yeah, man. I was 13, living with my parents.
Aw.
And,
it's adorable.
And you needed to talk to Ozzy.
Yeah, I just wanted to meet him.
And now you talk to Ozzy.
But I mean, that's...
How weird is that?
But they answer you and they come in and they see... It's such a weird thing when you're set up to interview people and they have to answer you.
You have to answer me.
You think there's a bigger Ozzy fan than you out there somewhere?
There might be. I mean...
I don't know.
You're on the short list, though. There might be someone that might be bigger than you.
Yeah, there's guys with tattoos and stuff, but there's a lot of people that love him as much as I do, sure. But I'm just in a very lucky position where I've gotten to know them a little bit, and especially Sharon, and they know that you're going to be good to them, and they trust you. And that's where the very lucky part comes in.
They do like loyalty.
She wrote me a very nice email afterwards. The band was thrilled with it. They were very happy.
Please leave my husband alone.
Could you please? I'm confused when I hear you talk. Who's you and who's Ozzy? You sound just like him. Talk like yourself, will you little worm? You little sushi worm. So, yeah.
Shit.
Very cool. Why don't we take a break? So, Scott Thorson's coming in here.
Yeah, he's out with Dennis from Dennis from the Bunny Ranch knows how to fucking... He's a genius, man. He's one of those guys who just understands how to be fucking relevant and in the spotlight, and he's got Scott Thorson out doing interviews.
So he's taking him around?
Yeah.
Well, he dropped like $15,000 to get him out of jail.
Is that what he did?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Why was he in jail?
I don't remember. We'll have to get into that with him.
Yeah, I want to say...
So he needed someone to bail him out, and here comes Dennis Hoff.
Dennis Hoff
but he's like, I'll bail you out, but then we're going to fucking do some interviews.
I'm putting you on the road,
we're going to do some things.
Yep, he paid $15,000.
No kidding.
Got him out of jail, and now he's got him on the whole press tour, and he's walking around. He's also got one of his Bunny Ranch girls with him the whole time. So
I dress him in one of those, in that chauffeur outfit from the movie, and have him drive me around. Here's
Scott. Isn't he great?
And ladies and gentlemen, this is Scott, my friend Scott. Isn't he wonderful? Isn't he wonderful?
He's from a small town.
Yes.
And
do you like the car? Do you like the car?
Oh, God.
You need acceptance, douche.
Yeah, I have a long stole.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? It's just something I put on this morning. Isn't it wonderful, though? It's great, isn't it? Here's my penis pump. Isn't it wonderful?
Oh, my God, you got him down.
It's fucking great.
Oh, wow.
Oh, Liberace.
Yeah, hey, Liberace, why don't you go over there and jiggle a few piano keys or something? We know what you're doing.
So, Club Soda Kenny was on Inside Amy. Amy Schumer show for Comedy Central.
Inside Amy Schumer.
What?
Inside Amy Schumer. Saying,
Oh, yeah. And obviously the show's great, and a lot of the guys that we know and love, including people in this room, are on the show.
Everybody was on the one episode.
It was amazing.
Yeah.
They got rid of us all in one.
It was a star-studded episode with Bob Kelly and Jim Norton playing massage therapist, and you had Florentine in there, and Kurt Metzger, who's done our show, and Joe DeRosa.
You know what? Joe DeRosa was fucking really good. He played, and he's always angry in everything he does.
Right.
But he was playing an angry cop.
Right.
That was looking through like the mirror at somebody that was being interrogated. He does that so well because I think he's just pissed naturally, so it really comes across.
So he wasn't really acting.
Yeah.
He pulled it off, though. It was very funny.
Yeah.
And Club Soda Kenny had a big moment on Inside Amy Schumer. And it works as an audio bit, too, so we're going to play it here.
I haven't seen this.
Huh?
I haven't seen this.
Oh, it's great. Amy Schumer interviews Club Soda Kenny as we go to break.
So, Kenny, you are an ex-cop, and you're now a bodyguard.
Correct.
I know you because I used to open for Jim Norton, and you are right now his bodyguard.
Yeah.
How long were you in the force?
I was a cop for 25 years. I was a correctional officer before that in a state prison.
What prison?
The same prison where Stallone filmed Lock Up.
Why are you saying that? Like, it's so cool. Like, who cares? Do you have a gun right away?
Yeah. You go to the police academy, graduate, they give you a gun and a badge.
I mean, are there some just, like, straight-up retards in the academy that you can't even believe they have a gun?
There's an interesting group of people.
Okay. I'm going to name 3 races. You tell me who did it, okay?
All right.
If it's like a Jewish guy, he's half Jewish, half Latino. Then one guy's half Irish, half Puerto Rican. And then the other guy is black. Who did it?
The guilty person.
It was the Jewish guy.
I don't, I need to know the facts before I act.
I just gave you the facts.
Okay.
It was a Jew.
Okay.
If I were to want to become a cop, how long would it take me from today to when I got a gun?
What, you got to pass the background investigation.
Do you know my priors?
Shoplifting, right?
Yeah. Can I have a felony?
No crimes of moral turpitude.
Crime of moral turpitude?
Yeah.
What's something that people should know about cops that they don't?
Well, I don't know. It's a thankless job. A lot of people don't realize that. Everybody loves firemen. They hate cops.
What about you? Do you love firemen?
Yeah. I don't do fire. I'm scared of fire.
What are you scared of?
I don't like scary movies. I mean, I remember one time, you know that movie 7?
I do know that movie. That's not a scary movie. That's just like an action movie.
And I remember I watched it, on my night off by myself one night. And afterwards, I had to take my dog out for a walk. And I had to bring my gun and a flashlight. And then once I was out there walking my dog, I was mad at myself that I didn't bring my big gun.
So on your night off, do you usually just watch a Brad Pitt movie by yourself?
That was back in 1995.
He was hot then.
Yeah,
he was hot then. You know who would play a great fireman?
Who? Brad Pitt?
Brad Pitt. That's right. How many Asian guys have you ever arrested? You never kept track of the Asians?
No, I like their food.
How often do you say the N-word?
I've used it on occasion.
Oh my God, Kenny.
Denzel.
What about Denzel?
Got an Academy Award in Training Day for using that word.
Okay, but you were not in that movie, and you are not Denzel.
Exactly.
Kenny.
What?
If you were trapped on a desert island with one actor, who would it be?
You.
No, it has to be a guy. If you were a guy.
Why a guy?
That's the game.
I don't play games.
Oh my God. Have you ever seen Benjamin Button?
That movie with Brad Pitt.
Oh, I didn't remember Brad Pitt was in it, but you obviously did.
Yeah, isn't that when he's like goes from old to young?
Yeah. Did you at the end of the movie? Was that your favorite part?
But I've seen The Tree of Life.
What are your main jobs as a bodyguard?
Well, I got a couple main clients now. I work for the Opie and Anthony radio show every morning, and I travel with a comedian now, Jim Norton.
What happens if, as a bodyguard, you call in sick? Are you just like, sorry, good luck out there?
Luckily, I never get incapacitated, you know, and if I get the sniffles, I just deal with it. And
You get the sniffles?
yeah, and even when I was a cop, like, I had a very good attendance record. If you're not early, you're not on time.
You're so awful. All right. Thank you so much for coming in. It was an honor.
If you're on time, you're late.
Yeah, the Opie and Anthony Show. The Opie and Anthony Show on Sirius XM.
I know you say that we're some sick motherfuckers. Cause we're as cold as the ice road truckers. And when we come to your town, the shit goes down. We're sick, the sick fucking puppies. The sick fucking puppies. We're sick, the sick fucking puppies. The sick fucking puppies. We're sick, the sick fucking puppies. The sick fucking puppies. We're sick, the sick fucking puppies. The sick fucking puppies. Barking up your tree.
See, told you we had sponsors. And now back to the Opie and Anthony Show.
Wow. Just ran into our old pal Dennis Hoff in the hallway. He said this Scott Thorson's ready to go.
Well, yeah, is he here yet, Scott, or no? Is it just Dennis?
I don't know. Maybe they're waiting for him because I didn't see.
I just heard Dennis and a girl.
Roland say he's here.
He is, okay. So they'll be in a few minutes. And then a little later, Nick DePaulo.
Nick DePaulo
is on his way in. Probably trying to beat the storm. What is it, El Doracho or
El Chipo?
El Chipo is on its way.
Yeah.
Chipo.
Hey, trees.
How many millibars are we talking here?
Chad.
How many millibars is this storm?
Chad, just get to the... I'm trying.
If you would let me talk, Harold.
And then he just goes into this long-winded fucking bullshit.
Right.
About fucking millibars.
El Doracho.
I've been around for a while. I've never heard of El Doracho as far as a weather thing goes. And,
What is it, a bunch of cells getting together? Super cells.
I'll take the soup.
A lot of lightning, a lot of rain. What's going on?
Yeah, I don't know what an El Doracho is.
Here comes Dennis
El
Hoff.
Doracho. Crazy.
Oh, my God, this is going to get great.
How are you? Wow.
Well, look what we got here.
He just said, here comes Dennis Hoff. I'm like, Dennis, you look great.
Well, I really have figured out that operation, Dennis.
How you doing?
Hey, Dennis Hoff.
Take a seat right there.
Scott Thorson, how are you?
Scott,
wow,
how you doing?
Kind of look like Liberace. That's creepy.
Hello.
That's kind of creepy. What's up, Dennis? Where you want the young lady? You want her on the couch for now? What do you want?
Phone's off. Chrissy, come on.
Oh, yeah. Hey, how you doing?
She's the reason he got out of jail.
What do you mean?
Oh, yeah?
She saw the show and had some compassion.
Oh, yeah?
I had a little compassion.
Wait, I'm very confused. So Scott Thorson was in jail recently? For what?
For being a bad boy.
Oh,
basically drugs, messing around with some credit cards and stuff.
A few credit card things going on. What are you going to do?
You know, it happens, right, Scott?
Good, man.
It happens every day.
Yeah, having
She's
fun.
a University of Michigan cheerleader.
Yeah, huh?
Just joined us.
I graduated a year ago, and...
You graduated a year ago from University of Michigan?
And I
Hi, Scott.
We
got to get a mic on.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on, we need a mic on.
Get a mic on there.
That's the reason why you put parental controls on your TV.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, if you have a daughter and you don't want her working for Dennis, just block HBO.
Block HBO. Oh,
Block
so you saw the HBO show?
Yes.
At 15.
At 15?
15 years old. I you know what? It had a lot of sex in it, but I was a fan of the storyline.
Oh, yeah?
It had a good storyline.
I read the magazine. regime for the
It really
articles.
did have a good storyline. Like the Menage a Trois episode was a really good episode. I
It's a hell of a storyline.
Could,
right?
could someone get Scott's mic done here? It's like Liberace's dick. It needs a pump up.
Exactly.
It keeps going limp in front of your face there.
Now, Scott, this is uncensored, so you can say whatever you want. Finally, you can say what you want.
Feel
Finally,
free.
you can say.
Wait, I need to know. So Scott Thorson's in jail. And then you were the one that got to Dennis Hoff to get him to bail him out.
Yeah, Suzette and I saw the movie and
The Madam.
yeah,
Sweet.
we felt bad for him.
And the next
Let's
thing,
go rescue this guy.
and then so they came to me the next morning and said, we got to play Captain Save Liberace's lover.
Right, right.
And I'm like, no. And then the next thing you know, she's blowing me.
Oh,
and I'm saying,
Like, okay, I'll save him,
yes.
I'll save him,
That's
I'll
a
save
great
him.
way to
I'll look into
convince
it.
the guy.
I'll look into it.
That's
He
how the
said yes
Constitution
right
was
away.
actually
It
drafted.
wasn't too hard to convince.
So I hire David Houston, who keeps Joe Francis out of jail. He's not doing a good job right now.
No, not right now, huh?
But so we checked into it and it said, you know what? If it was anybody else, he probably wouldn't have been in jail. And the bottom line is, he's a guy that's been hooked up with Liberace, and Liberace and him were fucking for years and years, and he got into a lot of drugs, and I mean, like a pound of cocaine at a time. I mean, kind of stuff. And so we Skyped him, and we decided to take the risk, and it's a wise investment.
Oh,
Yeah.
I think you owe all
Now,
the
have you
Dennis.
guys seen the
He
movie?
had the money.
Yeah, we loved it.
The movie's amazing,
What
isn't
did,
it?
what did you think? Did you think of Matt Damon playing you? I thought he was
Excellent,
fantastic.
excellent,
Oh, you were
yeah.
happy?
Yeah.
Very happy. The movie's #1. It's the #1 movie since 2004. It's the
For HBO.
for HBO.
Oh, it did crazy numbers.
What do you think about Matt Damon pounding Mike Douglas?
Wow.
I'm a fan of both. I like them more now. I thought that was great.
Is that how you gave him a pounding, huh? Catherine's got to be jealous.
Was anything like what you did to Liberace?
Well, I didn't do it quite that hard. He was a little older, you know.
Yeah, at the time.
Was that true though? Was he really like? Because that might have saved your life. Like the fact that he wanted you wanted to fuck him and you didn't want him to fuck.
Yeah, he didn't fuck me and I didn't fuck him.
He just
Oh, you
blew
didn't fuck
you.
him.
No,
He blew you though, right?
he blew me.
Wait
Yeah.
a minute.
Wait, what?
Oh, man.
You weren't having anal sex with him? I thought you were. You were the giver.
No, I think just
He was
once.
never, not there.
Oh, they
but-
copped to once.
No,
Yeah.
just once, but it was always protective sex, and I think
Yeah.
that's the reason why I was alive. But he blew me. I never blew him though.
You never blew him? Oh, man.
You never blew Liberace?
No.
Come on. What kind of a
No.
friend are you?
He had an ugly cock. it was full of what do you call it? Silicone.
Was it? He
Yeah.
siliconed his dick up?
Yeah.
Now how
And it was all lumpy, and he was uncut, and it was ugly.
he had
Wow.
an uncut lumpy silicone cock.
And he couldn't get it hard
Oh,
because
damn.
of all the silicone.
How?
Wow.
Wait a minute.
How big was it lengthwise?
Oh my god.
About that long.
No, was he really that long?
Yeah, he
Are
was
you
big.
serious? But he was
You know
Italian.
what they
that's
used to do, and in fact they did this to Bobbit, I think, when Ron put
But he
him in
wasn't
that
bigger
movie.
than me, though.
They cut that muscle. They cut the muscle so it just kind of hangs
Under the
It, it gets a lot longer.
Well, don't they pull it out a little bit more too?
Yeah,
you
it
got a
makes
little
it
extra
makes
in
it
there.
longer, then they
you
shoot
cut
it
the
up with
tendon,
a
and then you can
silicone.
pull it actually out to make it longer.
Yeah, like John Bobbit, when they shot him up with all this stuff, it looked like a lumpy Red Bull can.
Man,
Really?
that's
Now
fuck-
it's easier. You can use the cock pumps. They work great.
Right, yeah,
And they do work.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Dick pump works?
But his dick was long and silicone and lumpy, which meant that it wasn't silicone properly.
And uncut. Ugh.
Oh, you don't like uncut?
His was ugly.
Ugly, Lee's ugly dick.
When you can't pull the skin away from the head, ugh.
Oh, God. What?
TMI, Scott.
No, that's phenomenal
No,
information.
Gosh.
Just enough information.
That's
It's
JEI,
perfect.
yeah, just enough information.
I hope
Perfect.
Weintraub isn't listening to this.
So you and Christy can compare cock stories.
I hope Weintraub's eating breakfast right now while listening to this.
So he would suck your dick, and what would you do while he was sucking your dick? Just think of somebody else, or would you
just close and fantasize?
Would you really not? You never fucked him? Come on, never once? Just once?
I think once I started to, and I didn't like it.
What didn't you like about it?
I was only 16 years old. Come on.
Oh, you were
Jeez.
that young?
Yeah,
Okay.
I was young.
How did he get off then? Like, what was in it for him?
I guess he just jerked. He had
Yeah.
one of those bags that he would use. One day I caught him using it, when he came in.
What's the bag we got?
And he quick pulled it up and threw it in the drawer. I don't know, it was a pump bag, and he was sitting there pumping it. And I was watching. He didn't know I came in. I was watching him. That's when he had his wig off, and he threw it over the shower.
Imagine getting picked up by Liberace when you're 16.
I got to tell you a funny story.
Yeah, please.
He flushed an ounce of my cocaine, right? And I got so fucking pissed off that I chased him down. Now, this house is 17,000 square feet. Jesus. Anyway, he was running for, and I really didn't mean to, but I grabbed him by the back of the hair and I pulled the wig off. And he said, "Oh, Scott, you're such a bad boy."
There he is. You got this wig in your hand, and he's just bald.
But why did he flush your cocaine?
Because he didn't want me to have it. He said he created a monster.
And there's a great story in the film too, where you guys did. Would he really go into like buddy booths and stuff like that in these peep shows when he had all this fame?
Yeah, he would. And you would think he wouldn't do that, into these gay things, because he was always. One day we were sitting in the dressing room. He goes, "Scott, you really think I'm gay? Or do you think the people think I'm gay?" And I says, "How many guys walk on stage with 115 pounds of pink ostrich feathers?"
He was just too busy to find the right girl.
Yeah, that was it. It was always odd when he went on like the talk shows and stuff, and they're just like, "Well, Lee, you find the right lady yet?" "No, I'm still looking." And it's like anybody in their right mind would be, all right,
I used to be able to.
The women of America believed it. Like my mom believed it.
Yeah,
really?
A lot of ladies did.
A lot of ladies did, yeah.
Yeah, they believed that.
I busted their bubble, didn't I?
Yeah, you certainly did.
Yeah, with a fucking hammer.
Hammer, pound them.
What did you say you used to what? You were going to say you used to do something with him? An impression?
Oh, what was I going to say? I lost.
You used to sound like
some impression thing.
Yeah, when he cut me off and threw me out.
Which was after how long? 4 years?
No, it was longer than that.
Oh, yeah.
It was longer than that. I don't know where they get that 5 years from. I don't understand that.
Well, how many years was it?
Well, we lived together for about 8, and then there was a relationship on and off for 17 years.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Oh, yeah. But anyway, he cut me off of the credit cards, so, he took all the credit cards away. They stopped everything, my checks, the whole works. So the only thing I could do was I could imitate his voice perfectly. And I knew all the stores where he had accounts, and I'd say, "Hi, this is Lee. Would you please send Scott something?" I'd load up with furniture and plants, liquor stores, you name it. And it worked.
Why did he cut you off after 17 years?
Well, because, let's face it, okay, I was 16 years old.
You were getting too old for him.
No, I think what happened was he ordered the doctor to put me on the drugs, and the doctor did.
Pharmaceutical cocaine.
Right. And then when it got out of control, he said that he created a monster. So he just threw all my things that he had his manager, Seymour Heller, the Hatchet Man, I called him. Dan Aykroyd plays him to a perfect.
Yeah, that was good.
Throws my stuff off the balcony and discards me like I was some piece of trick. He didn't even offer me rehab.
Wow. Yeah.
Wow.
So then the film was fairly accurate?
Yeah. Then I sued him for palimony. I'm the granddaddy of palimony.
Yeah, that's right.
This guy's, think of this. He's a master. He grabs a 16-year-old kid, and to clean up his homosexuality, he has him go get an operation on his face to look like Liberace, and he adopted him.
Yeah. That is a weird fucking storyline there.
To throw the press off.
So he wanted then to assume that perhaps you were his son in some way, shape, or form?
Well, yeah. That's the whole idea, was to throw, this is my son. Here I'm wearing, $2 million worth of jewelry. And have 32 cars and all these furs. So what he did was he threw the press off, and he says, "This is my son, Scott."
Jesus.
And were you sleeping with other people at the time, and was he, or were you?
No, just Michael Jackson.
Now, did you really sleep with Michael Jackson?
Yeah.
How did that happen?
Well, I met Michael in the mid-'70s, and I was introduced to him by Liberace, and we just had a great relationship. Lee and I broke up in '82. So Michael asked if I would come and work for him. So this is when he was breaking up with the Jacksons, his brothers, and he went solo. And this is when Thriller came in, and then we went to Europe and we did Say with Paul McCartney, big hit and all that. And we just hit it off. Michael fell in love with me. I was a pretty boy back then.
Were you the giver or the getter there?
No, he was the giver.
Michael was?
Michael was, yeah.
He was the giver?
Yeah.
No, wait,
I was very, something, and I'm glad that I was that way because of the AIDS epidemic back then. I mean, it was bad. Rock Hudson, and, I saw Rock a week before he died. Wow. Lee and I went over to see him because Rock and him used to fool around years ago.
Oh, boy.
And then they'd have all the sex parties over there. Boys.
How long did you know Michael before it became sexual or became apparent that he wanted to be sexual with you?
Well, it wasn't until 82, and then we were together until about 85, and then when he started getting really big, he decided that, we better cool this, and then I went my way.
Did you guys do a family road trip with plastic surgery or something?
Oh, yeah. I got to tell you the funny story. Liberace had a full facelift. I had my cheek implants and the chin. And Michael wants to get his nose done. No, wait, excuse me, I'll back up. I had gotten my nose done, and Michael loved it. And he hated his nose because it was wide and looked like Joseph. He reminded him of his father. And Michael didn't have a good relationship with Joseph. So all three of us are bandaged up in the back seat of the limo Rolls Royce that Lee drives on stage, going to Palm Springs, and then that crazy doctor, which Rob Lowe plays.
Right, that was great.
Was shooting us up full of Demerol and pharmaceutical cocaine and biphetamines, and this is how Michael starts his plastic surgery and starts the drug addiction by pharmaceutical drugs.
So, wait, can I ask about the Michael Jackson thing? Did the family ever try to sue you or anything? Because obviously...
Let me tell you, when I released this article in 2004, Alan Butterfield, the editor of the National Enquirer, flew in two experts and FBI agents and did polygraph tests on me. I passed two polygraph tests. One was offered to Michael because they were protesting on it. Michael refused to do it. The Jacksons have never come after me. Now, of course, they say, oh, no, it's not true. But, I mean, I've never been sued. I did hear from the attorneys in the beginning, and then they backed off once the lie detectors came in. And then when Michael refused, they told Michael not to do it. Obviously, because Michael... It was true.
Right. And what do you...
And this goes way back. Liberace called me a fucking liar, a disgruntled employee. I was a hustler. I was a porn star. I walked the streets of Hollywood. And I had, I was nothing but a liar. They even paid my brother, Wayne, who passed away, my half-brother, over $20,000 to testify and make up stories about me. And they were just a piece of shit back then.
Right. I got one more question. What do you think of Michael and the kid thing? Your opinion?
Yeah, it's not. Those aren't Michael's kids.
No. Michael with the allegations.
No. Michael didn't do that. No.
See, a lot of people say that it was just that he never really grew up and just felt more comfortable hanging out with younger people.
Michael would never do that. He was acquitted for
Interesting.
And it was this kid. The kid, I forget the kid's name, but the uncle is the one that got the $20 million from Michael, and so Michael decided, and this came right from Michael. He was afraid, so he paid this guy $20 million because he was going to expose him.
Expose him as
a child molester. So Michael paid him off.
But if Michael wasn't a molester, what was he scared of?
Well, he didn't want the bad publicity. That's just like Liberace didn't want the bad publicity about me being 16 years old. We settled out of court and all that.
Oh, you did settle?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm surprised he didn't. Today you go to prison. I mean,
now
cocaine, banging a 16-year-old. How about you go to jail for a while?
Yeah. Well, here's the funny thing about I go to trial or I go to sentencing July 3rd, and David Houston, my attorney. Thankful to Mr. Huff here, the best criminal attorney there is, had a 2.5-hour meeting with the prosecutors. And that was the time when I had Entertainment Tonight come into the jail, and they interviewed me, and we talked about, and then I broke up. I got very emotional about it. But they feel that I'm a victim too, and they said to Mr. Houston that Scott doesn't deserve to go to prison.
What was it that scared you or got you emotional? Like what?
Well, I think part of I don't think anybody sets out to be an addict in life. And then you normally do things that you would not do. And again, I apologize for what happened in Reno, and I apologize to the courts and the prosecutors, and whatever the expenses are, the court fees I will pay, and make my apology to Judge.
You know what? I'm having a hard time getting my head around Michael being a giver.
That really did sound a little.
Give me this again. Michael was the giver.
Yeah, he was, seriously.
He wasn't. He was the more of a top than a bottom. That's an odd thing. That struck me as odd too.
I figured he'd be a wimpy little.
Yeah, I know. I have to change everything I think of now when I jerk off.
But I mean, he got into oral sex and all that. But he had a crush on me. I mean, I was young, and then I got all the pictures to back it up when Michael and I were at Lord Montague's, and at Buckingham Palace. And I'll tell you a funny thing that Michael and I did. Outside the Queen's, castle, these guards stand straight. They're not supposed to move.
Yeah.
So what we did was we kept putting we put about $5,000 on the bayonets, and we kept loading it up with money and pounds and all that. And we said, now you can keep this, but we need a picture. And sure enough, he moved and he grabbed the money. And they're not supposed to do that. And I sold it to the National Enquirer for $10,000 too. So I got back the money.
When you guys was Liberace were you guys like gay swingers? Were you partying with other people?
Yeah, Siegfried and Roy, big sex parties. Rock Hudson.
Yeah.
Larry Gatlin. Loretta Lynn.
Larry Gatlin.
I had a fling with Loretta Lynn too.
Really?
She loved to smoke pot back then.
Yeah.
And she got me so fucked up in she was playing the Riviera. I think it was 79 or 80. I forget what year it was. But I like Loretta, the queen of country.
Well, was she good?
Yeah, I liked
Was Michael good?
Michael, no, he had a small dick.
Did he really?
For
So
a black guy,
Liberace and Michael were both bad in bed. Liberace and Michael were both bad
I wasn't
in
really into it then. I was,
Which one was more of a kisser, Liberace or Michael?
Well, I wouldn't let him kiss me.
You guys had a pretty good makeout scene in the movie, though. You guys had a pretty good makeout scene in the movie.
Oh, there was.
Yeah.
Come on, did you never made out with Liberace? You had to have in 17.
And if so, was he a good kisser?
No, I wouldn't. No, I didn't. He didn't tongue me.
Not even pecs every now and then?
I was more straight laced. I just figure out. He can blow me, and then all these Rolls Royces and all that. God, I've got a $10 million cock.
It's been in a lot of places.
Hey, listen, it's made me a good living.
Apparently so. Yeah. That's so no kissing. When you guys would go out, would he take you out and would you be like a couple in public?
Yeah.
How was that explained?
Well, he dressed me. I mean, he was really weird.
The sun thing again.
The guy before me, Vince Cardell.
Right.
Same costumes he designed. Piano ring, candelabra ring. The same thing. I mean, and then the same thing with me. With
what about cock rings?
The furs. Oh, yeah, rhinestone cock rings. Can you imagine swallowing one of those? Boy.
So he took you out as a son or as a couple?
No, it was he wanted me strictly for a lover, but again, the reason why he said son, well, he did say, he says, well, you're always the son that I've always wanted. But there were good times, there were bad times. For the most part, he was so fucked up because he grew up in the age where, homosexuality would have ruined his career. Let's face it, from 50 to 59, he had the #1 show. He beat I Love Lucy was the #1. She had the best ratings, and he beat her.
Wow.
So you're talking, he came up in the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. Big star over 40 years, being this huge legend, Mr. Showmanship. It would have ruined his career. The same thing, look what Rock went through. That was a very well kept secret in Hollywood.
Oh, yeah.
Now, that would have, can you imagine?
They just didn't talk back then.
No, they didn't. No.
That's the answer to your question. The media, they had to have known, but they...
Well, they did.
It was
and
a different
Liberace,
time.
don't forget, sued the press in London and won a big judgment. And now, here's the funny thing. I think it was the Daily Mirror or something.
Right.
I forget what it was. They want to sue the estate now because they found out that he was gay and AIDS and all that, and he lied.
Yeah.
These guys were poster boys for NAMBLA. Imagine. Think about it, right?
Yeah, that is a little bit. Now, if you fucked a 16-year-old,
oh God,
you're gone.
You're finished.
Right.
You're gone.
It's amazing how.
And that's what the district attorney. She says, Mr. Thorson doesn't deserve prison. She really was upset when she saw and what I went through and all that. Because Liberace is very well respected in Nevada. Everybody loved him, and now
a lot of money.
Now, he brought in all the high rollers.
Sure.
And now, it's funny how I'm a strong believer in karma, how everything is coming around, because back then I was this liar, this disgruntled employee, and now the whole world has taken my side on this. The movie is number one.
Yeah,
my book is the number 5 on the New York Times bestseller list. Every European country has picked it up now, including Hong Kong and Japan. They predict it to win the best foreign film, which is equivalent to the Oscar here, and they expect it to win the Emmy here, and then Douglas, and then the makeup. Look at Debbie Reynolds; you never recognized her playing Frances Liberace.
Right.
This
is the highest rated movie HBO's done since 2004.
It was very anticipated. People,
here's
when it came out, people wanted to see it.
The movie theaters in America didn't have the balls to do this. They all said, "We're not buying this," and now it comes out, and now it's going to be in the movie theaters around the world.
Oh, it will.
Yeah.
So is that going to change the mentality in America?
Sure.
About a gift.
Hey, Scott,
you got us a gift? What did you bring us? Well, you have a gift, Opie.
Ooh, Scott, about your book. As you open that up, did you write about Michael Jackson in the book?
No, I'm saving it for. We're having the next book is going to be called Beyond the Candelabra. It'll be out in about 6 to 8 weeks.
And it'll be all the stuff that happened to you.
You can tell whether Larry Gatlin was the top or a bottom.
I want to know that.
It is amazing how that I really wanted to know about Michael Jackson's penis. Oh, thanks, man. Thank you.
Looks like he'd be small though.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks,
Take
buddy.
one and pass it down.
Wow.
I think I only bought 3 guys, so you guys got to fight over it.
So the book is called. Sorry, Dennis. The book is called Behind the Candelabra: My Life with Liberace.
Sure.
And it's by Scott. And there's a new afterword written by Scott. Wow, this is great, man.
Man, they really did.
Well, here's stuff that's not in there though. That's going to make the new book. Scott was involved in the Wonderland murders.
Right, yeah.
With John Holmes.
That's the John Holmes thing.
Yeah, and then I got gunned down and shot. The contract place. I was shot 5 times.
So let's go with Wonderland. You knew John Holmes, or who you were there with John?
I knew them all. I knew. Here's what happened. In '81, I took some of my money and I invested it in with Nash because he owned a bunch of nightclubs.
Eddie Nash.
Yeah, so he owned like 15 Kit Kat clubs, where the girls would come down in the cage, the strippers. And then the Club Hollywood, Starwood, 7 Seas Club Hollywood, the Odyssey. Anyway, to make a long story short, is that Holmes, we would party with Holmes up there at Nash's place. Nash hooks Holmes on crack cocaine. The plastic surgeon, my plastic surgeon, or Liberace's plastic surgeon, shoots himself in the head. So I needed.
Wait, the Rob Lowe character shot himself?
Yeah.
Oh.
So I needed a new drug supplier. Well, Nash brought in all the heroin, cocaine, plus he had Mayor Tom Bradley, on his payroll, a couple DEA agents. Anyway, Holmes sets up the robbery, leaves the back door open. They come in there and they stick a gun down Eddie Nash's throat and make him beg. And they took over $1 million worth of drugs, cash, and jewelry. Well, I'm in Tahoe. We're performing at the Sahara Tahoe. I take a Learjet back to pick up a pound of cocaine and some cash because I was collecting from the clubs. Well, in walks, he just had the robbery, maybe a couple hours before I got there. Well, when I come there, Gregory Dials, his black bodyguard, brings in Holmes, and they find out that Holmes set up the robbery, and they beat the shit out of Holmes, and they ordered, and I was there when Nash gave the orders to have these people killed, and they used Liberace's Bill Blass Lincoln to drive Holmes up there, and he participated in some of the killings up there. John did.
Now, what was the killing? There was the robbery, and then what happened? And can you walk us through that? Because there was Eddie Nash's house was robbed.
Yeah, it was robbed. And then, so what they did was they found out who was responsible.
Oh, the actual burglar.
And then they were called the Wonderland Gang. Okay, up in Laurel Canyon, there's a street called the Wonderland Avenue. So that's why it's called the Wonderland Killings, Laurel Canyon. And so they ordered, Nash ordered these people executed, and they actually killed the wrong people. One guy was there, but they killed all the girlfriends. So they killed 4 girls and one guy, or was it 3 girls and one guy? And then there was a count of attempted murder. So there was 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of attempted murder. Well, the famous homicide detective that handled this case, that handled O.J., that fucked up O.J.'s case, Tom Lang.
Oh, wow, that was him?
Yeah. And so anyway, to make a long story, I testified. Nash puts a contract on me because he starts smoking that crack and gets all paranoid. And the next thing you know, I have a contract placed on me. I go to Florida, and I get gunned down and shot. So I testified. Nash gets a hold of one of the members of the jury. 11 of them came back with guilty plea, found them guilty. 1 was not guilty. Then back in 99, the feds then decided we're going to go after him for money laundering, racketeering. So they brought the murders back because normally you can't, double jeopardy, you can't do that. But anyway, he testified, or they did a deal with him. He pled guilty to conspiracy to commit murder on the Laurel Canyon, and also for jury tampering. The one lady that I told Dale Davidson and all the other district attorney and the U.S. attorneys that he got to me, and so there was a jury fraud. And then $250,000 fine. He only spent 33 months in prison.
That's it, huh?
Can I ask where you were when you got shot? You said you were in Florida. Like, what was happening? What was that moment like? What were you doing?
Well, what happened was I went on the Federal Witness Protection Program, and I was so fucking bored. I mean, these guys, they take you to the loony bin. I mean, way out in the sticks. I mean, come on, with my life. So what I started doing was running cocaine, and the perfect thing I could do was running it with the federal marshals in their car and going through the airport. They never checked me. And then I became a preacher. I did the Billy Graham. I did the Pat Robertson. I said, the horrible sins of Hollywood, and they ate it up, and they loved it. And then
were you being sincere?
Huh?
Were you being sincere?
For a while. Then after I found out how the politics in those fucking churches, I mean, they were horrible, especially some of
this. Now, he goes to the witness protection program, right? So nobody can find you and kill you. Well, he gets 5 bullets in him, right? And then he decides, I kind of like the celebrity thing of Liberace, so I'll just be a minister.
Yeah, but I want to know about the day you got shot.
Yeah, what were you doing in that moment?
What were you doing where you were surprised, like, oh, fuck, they found me?
I was in a hotel in Jacksonville, Florida, and they come in, they shoot me in the head, the hand here, because I put my hand up. It went through here and came out there.
Yeah, there you go. Wow.
And then right above the left nipple, they shot me, penetrated the heart, and then I took 3 bullets through the abdomen.
Wow.
With a .38, up close, right from where Dennis. But, I kept getting up. I was pretty big back then. And I managed to break one of them. They're, kept fighting. And then finally I says, I better lay down. I was running out of blood then.
Oh, fuck.
So you got shot in the head, the heart, and 3 times in the stomach.
Yeah.
And what kind of abdomen damage did it do? Because the stomach seems like a,
motherfucker. Well, the big thing was I was paralyzed. It went into my spine. And then I became paralyzed. And then the doctors only gave me about 2% chance to live that day. And then I became, I died, and they brought me back after like almost 15 minutes. I was pronounced dead.
Wow. What did you see? Anything?
And
you see the light?
No. I saw the devil. I saw Liberace big cock tormenting me.
The big lumpy.
No, but anyway, but I had to learn how to talk and walk and eat again because I went into a coma. And then they couldn't, when they were cutting me open, they only paralyzed me so I wouldn't move because my blood pressure was so low. So I felt all that cutting through the bones and pulling and ripping. So, I mean, this is what, makes movies and books.
So did Liberace blow John Holmes? Come on.
I don't know, but I mean, God, how the fuck could you fit 12 inches down your throat? Could you do that? Could you do that, Chrissy? Can you fit 12 inches?
I don't know. I've never had 12 inches inside my mouth. That's really big.
I know.
Don't make me sound inadequate, okay?
You are far from inadequate. 12 inches is just too big, though, and that's scary looking.
Is that how big it is? Liberace would think too much of a good thing. It's wonderful.
Anything over 9 is too big, I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
9's good.
A 9's a good length,
I'm 9
Dennis.
inches,
Isn't
at
it,
least.
Dennis? Dennis, 9's a great length, isn't it?
Thumbs
Anything
up
over
from
9
Dennis.
is just, it's just too big.
Hey, Scott, we noticed that you're wearing a lot of jewelry. Whose is that?
That's some of the gifts that Liberace gave me.
That's why I was wondering. It looks like it was.
These are some of the ones that I didn't pawn.
Yeah.
And they threw me out.
So you were worth a lot of money at one point after Liberace, right?
Oh, yeah.
And
but you see, the Nash got it all. Well, no, the federal government got it all because when Nash, the killings, they cracked down. They closed every fucking club. They took the property for income tax, IRS.
Yeah, there was no way you were getting your money from them.
No.
And you went through,
that.
and you obviously went through a lot of your money.
Oh. Well, yeah.
Did you behave fiscally irresponsibly?
I was irresponsibly. Well, come on. You got to realize. You got to realize. All those years with Lee, and Lee, I mean, he'd spend $1 million a week on me. I mean, buying me homes and furniture. And we were in Buffalo, New York, and Lee comes out. Yeah, the manager that owns the theater there, he had a beautiful 1962 Silver Cloud Rolls Royce, all gold and with black tinted. I said, I love that. Well, my 21st birthday was the following week. Well, Liberace brought Baron Hilton had designed he took the garage out and made a big casino out of there. But anyway, before he took the doors off, he had that car in there with a big box and ribbon on there, and then a little box that had the gold Rolls Royce key in there. And I mean, he was a very generous man.
Oh man!
Can I ask you
he was loaded, man. How much money did Liberace have?
$250 million estate, counting cash and real estate.
Wow. Was it true that Hilton put a casino in your house to try to get some of his money back?
Huh? Well, they brought the casino. Well, the main reason why Baron supplied it with the slot machines and the roulette tables was because of Frances Liberace. She had a horrible habit of hitting people with a cane. And they were afraid of lawsuits. So what they did was Baron loaded the casino, all the slots and the roulette tables and all that. So we had a private casino. It was a beautiful home. Actually, he built that house for me. It was 5-track. He bought the whole block. And it was a 17,000 square foot palace. That's nothing but glass and mirror. It was absolutely gorgeous. Where they filmed all this was at Zsa Zsa Gabor's house.
Wow. At Zsa Zsa's house?
That was
pretty impressive too.
Did you get to see her? She's what, down to her head?
Yeah, they cut her leg off.
Yeah. They're taking a body part every other year.
I think her husband's just waiting for that day to go.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God, he's going to load up on everything. Yeah.
He's amazed that she's lasted this long.
I don't doubt it.
She's 93, 94 years old.
Yeah.
But, she and Jaja was the bitch. You know who was the nicest one was Ava. Ava was so nice. She'd come in with Merv Griffin. What another queen that guy was. Merv was? Oh, my God. He loved Ava Kabor, and that was his front. She made all the public appearances. While he was, at home sucking cock, and But I mean, Merv.
Did you guys ever party with him?
Merv was one. Oh yeah, he'd bring his little boy in and do their thing.
Do swappies and all that.
But that's
Did
why
Merv ever suck your penis?
Ava Kabor.
Did Merv ever suck your penis?
No, but he could have. I mean, he was low. He was more loaded than Liberace.
Was he? What happened to Liberace's house? Is it still there?
Yeah, they have it up for sale. They're trying to sell it for $375,000 now. He put over $2 million in that.
That's it?
$375,000.
Yeah, but he built it in the $50,000 neighborhood.
Oh shit! Okay.
It's like a ghetto
And now it's a drug-ridden area.
Wow! With
the museum. Now here's a great idea.
Wait! Liberace's house is in a bad. I never knew that. It was always in a bad neighborhood.
Yeah, 4982 Shirley Street. It's right off of Tropicana, across the street from the university there. All bad area now. It's drug. And then the museum is on Tropicana, right below Maryland Parkway. I'm the one that put that museum together in '78. I took everything out of the houses and put it together. We bought the shopping center. Of course, when we broke up, he took all the pictures of me out of the museum.
What? Can I ask you an odd question about what?
But now, excuse me. But now the museum is bankrupt. See, karma goes around. Now it's bankrupt. Now they were hoping that this movie would be successful. So what I would like to do is, Dennis and I talking about this is, boy, what a great idea that would be. Dennis has got 22 acres out there, horse stables. He's got a gym, $2 million gym out there. He's got this beautiful bunny ranch. Put the Liberace. Now that he's got a history with me, put the museum out there. I could tell the stories. Then we can get a reality show. Scott Thorson at the Bunny Ranch with I'll put on a pink outfit.
I want to see you in your pool boy outfit.
I'm going to make you a bunny boy.
I want to make
I'll
him
be
the
the bunny boy. Or either he can start pimping me out. I mean, hey, come to the Bunny Ranch and spend the night with Chrissy and a couple of the other girls, and maybe he can get $100,000, and I'll give him 50% of it. I mean, come on.
Scott Thorson is available. If it's good enough for Liberace, it's good enough for you.
All you people out there, if you want me, I'm available at the Bunny Ranch.
He's hot and ready.
Where are you living right now? You living out there with
I'm
Dennis?
living with Dennis. Yeah.
Yeah, we're keeping kind of a short leash on him because I got him out without any restrictions, which is unheard of.
Right.
And no travel restrictions, no drug testing, anything. So we're doing it all ourselves.
Right.
That's drug testing.
How long has he been out?
He's been out 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
And what a difference! I mean, everybody now. I go out to when I get to the hotel, there's paparazzi, people with pictures, autograph. Everybody knows me. We've been, we did the Today Show, we did the Barbara Walters Show, we did E! Entertainment,
everything. Showbiz Tonight,
Showbiz Tonight, special or Inside Edition, and I mean, it's just been going.
You want to have some fun tomorrow?
Going,
set your TiVo for The View. Seeing Barbara Walters dealing with Scott Thorson, the homosexual issue.
Yeah,
it was a trip. Again, an 88,000-year-old chick trying to deal with homosexuality.
She called Dennis his benevolent.
Yeah.
Did she believe you? Was Barbara Walters confrontational?
No. She felt that I was the victim. So
she
did Whoopi Goldberg. They were both. They both pulled me aside and they says, "Look, we really hope you stay clean this time, and congratulations." And especially Whoopi, she was wonderful.
Yeah, she's really nice.
Yeah,
what would you say the nicest thing Liberace did for you was? Because you said he was generous. There was good times.
Well, I mean, giving me this life. I mean, I've made a good living, and now, I own a percentage of that film. And pretty soon, once we count all these boxed, that's if they don't pad the bills.
Well, they will.
Yeah.
You know they will.
Well,
Yeah, distribution fees.
They really can't do.
Their
The movie
hidden
was
fees.
20. The movie was 20. The cost of the movie was $23 million. Okay, now it's in every foreign country. Originally, it was only going to be in England and France. Now it's in every foreign country, including Hong Kong and Japan, and they expect. I mean, Italy, they love it because Liberace his father was Salvador Liberace, and he was from Sicily. So I mean, Italy is going. I just did a big spread with Vanity Fair Italy, and they must have spent $20,000 on this photo spread. I mean, they did it at Jack Studios. It was wonderful, and they catered. They sent limousines, and they really spent a lot of money on this.
What do you think? What do you think? I was watching the movie. What do you think Liberace would think if he saw, if he knew that all this information was now out there?
Well, I think he's probably smiling right now. I mean, because
I kind of hope there's an afterlife, so I can video, say TMZ video the two of them hooking up again.
Yeah, or just getting together and explaining yourself. Like, well, I was broken. Talking about.
Well, I'm supposed to. When I die, I'm supposed to be buried in the tomb with him. He's out at Forest Lawn there in Burbank. Big, beautiful. I guess they call it
mausoleum.
Yeah, mausoleum.
Wow.
You still got that deal where that's where you'll be buried? You think, or?
I don't think so.
No, I know.
What was it? Oh, not so fast, Scott.
How long were you in jail?
I was in jail 99 days.
Okay.
And here's the thing that really pissed me off the most about this is my business manager Oliver contacted Weintraub, and he says find me all the bail information, do this and do that. And then he called my manager up and says, well, we really not going to do this because we don't want to get involved with Scott and let everybody know that he's a part of this film. I said, what a dumb fuck. I says, how can he say that when I wrote the book? I own a percentage of the film. It's my life. It isn't his fucking life story. Yeah, he bought the motion picture rights. But I mean, it pissed me off a little bit. Well, and Hollywood turned their back on me. Damon and Doug, all of them did. And if it wasn't for me, they wouldn't have this fantastic movie and probably going to be winning Oscars and all this. And then on top of it, being paid all these millions because Damon and Douglas, they're not cheap. But I owe all my gratitude goes to Dennis, and everybody says, well, why did you do this? Dennis is a businessman. I says, I'll scratch your back, you scratch mine. We do the PR. He got me out.
Hey, wait, did you never met Matt Damon?
Hey, listen, come on. Look I got him trained already. He's dressing like pink.
You got the pink shirt on today, Dennis.
Yeah.
Did you meet Matt or no?
I haven't met any of them.
Guys, why wouldn't Matt Damon want to talk to you?
They didn't even let me on the set. They wouldn't let me.
I would think he would want to talk to you.
Spend some time with you, so he's got it right.
Weintraub told me when I called. He says no. He says, I says, can you hire me as an advisor? Because you would think if you're playing someone's life, you would want to meet them.
Of course.
Weintraub says, I don't want you near the set. And he says, you cannot meet Michael Douglas or Matt Damon. So what I did was I called Alan Butterfield and I blasted him. Well, about a month later, who calls? Jerry Weintraub. He says, no more bad publicity. He says, I'm going to fly you into Hollywood and you're going to at HBO and see a private screening of this.
Was Michael Douglas and Matt Damon a little too comfortable in those roles for you?
Yeah, it's I have
to question these guys.
I think they did good because they made it look very believable. So I think
they certainly did.
They're either really good actors or might have a touch.
It only took them one shot to do that.
Well, what a daring role when you stop and think about it. The nude scenes, and then pounding Michael Douglas. I bet you Catherine says. I wonder what she's thinking, you know?
I bet she's saying, I wish
guess
Michael Douglas would pound me that hard.
Next time I see Catherine Zeta-Jones, I'm going to ask her if I can pound Michael that hard. I bet she'd let me, because since he came out and saying that, you know, she gave him, I guess, because he got cancer from oral sex.
Oral sex.
HPV, boy, I'd divorce that son of a bitch, wouldn't you?
Right.
He backed off that whole thing immediately.
I wonder
Because
why.
I'm sure she gave him a talking to.
Well,
I got to ask you about Liberace. There's rumors that he tried to have you killed after you left.
Well, let me just say this. I was beat up pretty bad in the penthouse. This was done by Seymour Heller. I was also threatened that if I went to the press, that I would disappear in Las Vegas.
Oh.
But, you know, I had balls back then. I mean, here's a big, powerful man.
Around Michael's chin.
And, you know, Baron Hilton of the Hilton hotels and all that.
Right.
You know, they told me to stay out of Vegas. And that's one of the reasons why he even took my house back that he got me out there. He says, well, I'll give you $75,000 for it.
Wow.
He says, but you're not coming out here. I went out there anyway. I terrorized. I used to throw eggs at his house.
Wait. But you got beat up in the penthouse.
Yeah.
Whose penthouse?
Well, on Beverly Boulevard, you know, right down. It's right before Fairfax. It used to be Red Skelton's building. It's a big office building, and then on the 5th floor is the penthouse, and that's where we lived after we sold. He gave me the Harold Way mansion that used to belong to Rudy Valley, 50-room mansion up there.
He just gave to you.
Yeah, and I had my grandfather sell it for $1 million back in '81. What a fucking fool I was, because it's probably worth $5 million. But it was gorgeous. It's on the top of it's right above Sunset.
Right.
And the view on it, and the bar just wrapped around, and you can see downtown LA. You can see Catalina. Gorgeous house. Dennis would love that. It's take two, Dennis.
When he got out of jail, we spoke by Skype.
Right.
That's the only thing we did. We got out of jail. He got out with a bunch of the girls there because he's friends, and he gave me a big hug. And he says, "Thank you so much. Oh, you don't need to thank me. I'm going to have plastic surgery done. You're going to look like me now."
But I want to know about the beating in the penthouse. Who beat you up? And that was after.
Well, what they did was I wouldn't leave. And what they did was Heller.
That was the lawyer, right?
No, the manager.
Oh, okay.
Liberace's longtime manager. It was a funny thing. It was Seymour Heller, Lux, and Gabby, and they had Lawrence Welk, and then Seymour. They split up, and so the other guys took Lawrence Welk, and Seymour Heller kept Liberace. So he was his hatchet man. He hired the private detectives. And this is really funny too. We're in the deposition, right? And his attorney says, "Oh my, what is this? Oh, it's a scale, and it's got traces of cocaine, and we have your fingerprints." I says, "Have you ever thought of whoever put me on that fucking drug?" I says, "You moron." Well, he stuck his foot in his. I mean, we won.
Oh man! How long after you got together did you go in for the plastic surgery?
Well, I was pretty young. I was about 17, 18.
So you were together maybe a year or so, Now, what? Obviously,
plastic
that's a pretty
surgery
big
at 17.
step. What were you thinking?
Well, you got to realize.
Why did you agree?
You got to realize. You know, I came from a broken home. I was in a lot of foster homes. A poor family, and then all of a sudden thrown into this wealth, and this man is showing you all the attention, the glamour, the wealth. You know, I mean, the homes. I did everything possible to please this guy.
Wow.
Because I didn't want to be thrown out. So, I mean, if it was, you know, letting him suck my cock or you know, getting plastic surgery, I did it.
It seems to be pretty extreme. That's even more than like a, you know, tat.
Right.
You know, that's pretty extreme. I was just, you know, it seems like something, especially after only a year of being with, being with him.
Were you insulted?
No.
When he asked you?
No. Mm-mm.
If he said you want plastic,
he took, you know, like what Rob Lowe did. I mean, what he did, he took that portrait off the wall, and he said, "Now I want you to create him like me."
Yeah, but you didn't feel like, what, am I too ugly for you?
No. I was flattered, actually, because he wanted it. I go up to the good, bad, and ugly.
Before they're saying they have to go, but before they do, we got to plug properly.
Oh my God, what an amazing
fascinating
45
interview.
minutes.
And
Holy
also,
fuck.
thanks, Dennis, man.
Really,
you
Scott.
fucking really came
Dennis.
through.
I'm just like
I want to go to the
That's
Bunny
what
Ranch.
makes this a bestseller.
Norton, you need to come to the Bunny Ranch. As sick as you are.
I've never been out there.
Sick as you are.
You know why? Because Dennis is my friend, and he's offered me so many times, and it's like I just don't like to. It's like I'm weird with friends. Like,
I heard him say that on Penn's show, and I emailed Penn and said, "Fuck him. He needs to get out. You got no reason to not come now.
I know I'm single too.
What about
At
you
least
guys?
come out
you
and
guys
have
need
a
permission
drink.
slip or anything?
come out and have a drink.
married.
Exactly.
Dennis, I'm good.
Drink.
I'm good.
Do you think you'd get in trouble if you went out there for the live event?
For a live event or
You
something.
make that final decision. Just go to bunnyranch.com, and it's finest online shopping in the world.
Right.
BunnyRanch.com.
Are you married?
All the girls
Yeah.
up there and
You want
everything.
a
You can
divorce?
just-
No, I'm good.
500
I'd go out there and broadcast
500.
and all that shit, though.
why don't we
Fuck
do
yeah, in a
something?
second.
500 girls.
Visit Christy
Why don't we do
Summers.
some type of a contest
Yeah.
and bring some listeners out? And
I would love that so much.
Remember the one guy?
Yes.
Oh,
Remember
yeah.
the guy back in the day?
Yeah.
He was in a miserable marriage, and oh my God, we got into some shit with Dennis.
Yeah.
And he ended up staying out there for a while. And he,
how much fun was that?
it was awesome.
Party
And his
every
wife, we
day.
got the wife on the phone, and she's like, I don't give a fuck what he does. She
You know
was
what we don't want to do? I'm going to get Scott back on with you guys before the sentence or after the sentencing.
sure.
Because it's going to get pretty
Well, I hope
heated
the
up.
judges aren't listening to this. Scott.
Well, they
I
are.
want them to. You know, look at if I got drug tests that you're clean, then guess what? You're going to skate on this thing. If you fuck up,
Yeah, where you at with the drugs these days?
I
I mean, you were in jail, so it made it tougher, obviously.
Well, yeah. 6 months clean on the drugs.
Good. What was your poison recently?
Pardon me?
What was your main poison recently?
It was. Well, let me tell you. In August 2012, I was diagnosed with anal cancer.
Ow.
That killed Farrah Fawcett. So I nearly lost my life. They put me on heavy doses of chemo and radiations, and I had second and third degree burns all over my ass and balls. And it was one of the most painful things.
Fuck.
You've lived a life, sir.
And so what happened
10
was
lives.
because of the chemo, it made me so sick that I almost died because your white count goes down and your you get every kind of disease in there because your white blood cells are destroyed, and you don't have it, and that's what fights your infections off. So I had these sores in my mouth, sores all over my head, and so it triggered. They were giving me OxyContin 80 milligrams. They were giving me synthetic heroin, which was the morphine. So it triggered my drug addiction. And then all the money the upfront money that I got on the movie, all went for my radiation because I only had partial insurance. So I had $97,000 bill for radiation. So I mean, I was very depressed. I did some stupid things. Like I said earlier, when you're under the influence. What
a buzzkill this story is. Tell us one good story to go out on here. Fuck you. Just,
Wait, where you at?
I want to cry now.
Well, there's a couple. It
are you
leads
okay?
to more
Are you
questions.
healthy?
Yeah. How's the ass cancer? You're beating it?
Well, right. Well, in jail they weren't treating me, so Dennis is in the process of right now.
Okay.
No, Dennis doesn't check my ass. He's got a doctor that.
Dennis, you got to check for the sores. You know that. You're responsible now,
Yeah,
sir.
be a friend.
Be a friend. What are you doing?
Give you latex
You want
gloves.
to see my ass,
We'll give you
Dennis?
latex gloves,
If
Dennis.
you tell me about Larry Gatlin, because I don't get that one.
Oh yeah, good Larry.
And still, after all this, he's got a great head of hair on him. Look at
You
him.
really do.
Yeah.
But you're okay healthy wise?
Well, we don't know yet. I'm in the process. When we get back, I gotta have. It's time now that I have a PET scan, and they check it every 3 to 6 months. And then once I get a PET scan, and then it'll. Well, right now they found it's either a cyst or possible mask. It's very small, so I just hope to God that it hasn't gone to my liver, because then I might as well.
We gotta get you laid.
Oh my God.
I haven't been laid in 6 months.
Oh man.
Oh my.
That's going to change soon, though.
This has been crazy.
Let's promote the book because this is a fascinating dude, man. Behind the Candelabra. It's the same title as the film, but it's My Life with Liberace, and you're a really, really very forthcoming person. It's nice when you interview somebody,
Mm-hmm.
and there's not one time that you said, "Well, I don't want to," or "Gee,
Right.
we shouldn't." It's
Exactly.
nice to have somebody who just talks about everything.
Well, you know how I got that idea was that, I was sitting there
doing Liberace with a candelabra.
Well, he always had a candelabra on that piano, and I says, "Hey, that's gonna be my title, Behind the Candelabra." Because he was a very private man, and nobody dared to go against him.
Right. I want to get Chrissy on sometime. She's starting to do a thing. She's getting lots of letters from penitentiaries. I want her to come on and read some of the letters. So we'll do a call in or something.
That'd be cool.
They're just funny letters. We thought we want to.
I guess they like you, huh?
They love her. What's not to love?
Yeah.
She had and I went to prison too. I forgot to tell you guys.
Wow.
That, too.
With a preacher.
The prison story.
Yeah.
I went to work for the Mexican mafia cartel. I got caught with 5 pounds of meth, and I ended up in Corcoran State Prison. But that was right at the time when I signed the deal with Weintraub. So I went to prison with $50,000 on my trust account, inmate trust account. And I had a ball in prison. The best looking guys and talk about crooked is the Department of Corrections, because I bought all the drugs that I wanted.
So you had no problem getting drugs and
no, and they kept me. I kept Charlie Manson company. I can tell you stories about Charlie.
I heard he's crazy.
What do you mean?
He's got to go.
He's got a Charlie Manson story.
We're going to have him call in because there's a ton of stories.
Fox,
John
you doing
Stossels
Fox
waiting
News?
for us in the studio.
Okay, man.
Roll over there.
Yeah, hey, thanks so much for coming in.
When I come back for book 2, we'll share Manson.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to get some pictures. We're going to take a quick break.
Gatlin.
Dennis Hoff, you're the fucking man. You already know that.
Good to see you.
He made this happen.
Good
Scott
to see you.
Thorson.
Fantastic. Thanks.
The book Behind the Candelabra. My Life with Liberace. Holy fuck, what an hour. We'll be back with Nick DePaulo. Stay there.
The Opie and Anthony Show on Sirius XM. The Opie and Anthony Show continues.
That was amazing. Fucking amazing. Scott Thorson, as Jimmy said right after the mics went off, that fucking guy delivered.
Yes, he did.
Scott Thorson delivered. Liberace's ex in studio.
And
holy fuck. Did you see the movie, Nick DePaulo?
Oh, did I ever?
Did I ever?
It was. It's funny. I'm watching it. At some parts, I'm like, this is a good movie, and then other parts, it felt like an SNL sketch. Michael Douglas and Matt Damon making fun of Liberace.
Right.
I mean, Michael Douglas is my favorite actor of all time.
Is he really?
Oh, from Streets of San Francisco, fucking Gordon Gekko, and. But it was kind of creepy.
That hour was amazing.
Yeah, he should be the new Dos Equis guy that's got the most interesting man in the world.
Right. You think there were some exaggerations there? That's what we were trying to figure out afterwards.
Hard to say, because some of it might have been with the time frames or whatever, but
pumped it up a little bit.
There's so much that you know is true. Like,
yeah, you can document it.
Yeah,
right?
like, I mean, once Liberace has been sucking your cock and buying you Rolls Royces.
Yeah, how do you not? I'm sure there's some receipts, cum-stained receipts lying around.
Right.
Yeah, it's almost like he doesn't really need to exaggerate. Like, and it's all Rock Hudson, Merv Griffin. Yeah, it's all believable stuff.
I'm trying to tweet a picture as you talk. But what I was going to say, you think he's addicted to adrenaline? Is he an adrenaline junkie? Because he seems like he gets involved with some crazy stuff over and over again.
I'd say 80-20.
80-20?
Truth to maybe exaggeration. Look, if you'll suck Liberace's cock for money and fame, I'm sure you wouldn't think twice about making up a few stories to keep it going.
And then he has throwaway...
You know what I mean? There's kind of a soullessness there that
But then he has throwaway stories like, me and Michael Jackson. You know.
Yeah.
Michael Jackson pounded him.
They kept that quiet.
Yeah, because there was an article that came out. That's why I asked him if the Jackson family ever came after him, because they seem to really come after people that make those accusations. They never came after Scott Thorson. After that article came out.
Can we look up pictures of Michael Jackson and Scott Thorson? I want to see if there's any photos of them together. And the Merv Griffin.
And I want to know more about, there's strong rumors that Liberace was trying to get Scott Thorson killed after that whole thing fucking fell apart. But then he had 4 other stories that we had to get into.
I know, near the end he goes, by the way, I did 5 years in a Mexican prison. Did I mention it?
But then he goes, yeah, and I hung out with Charlie Manson, and then Dennis Hoff, who we love and we can't fucking, kill here, and says, he's got to go. I'm like, what do you mean he's got to go? He's got Charlie Manson stories now. It's not every day you have someone in studio that has Charlie Manson stories. Jesus.
Where was he going?
Fox.
What, Fox and Friends?
I guess. They'll have the same interview, right?
There they are right there. There's
There is pictures.
And he's behind Michael.
Right.
They might not have pants on in that picture.
When Scott Thorson came in, me and Ant kind of like saw the same thing. He put his stuff down and he looked right at us, and it was creepy because you felt like you were looking at Liberace. That is the creepiest part of the whole story, to have the fucking plastic surgery to look like Liberace. And I was telling, me and you kind of looked at the same time, then looked at each other like, how creepy is this?
So freaky.
It was. If you put a Liberace wig on him,
is that right?
Holy, dude, it was fucked up.
I stayed in the. I was afraid to shake it. I was gonna have to touch his hand. I swear to God. I stayed in the.
And he had the voice and everything, and he looked like his mouth looked exactly like fucking Liberace.
Good
He's just like,
and then he had the chin and, and the eyes, and then when he smiled like Liberace used to.
How funny is he did his voice perfectly, and he goes, I would call and call the stores and where he had accounts and go, hey, it's Lee, send Scott, and he would have like furniture and shit.
Send Scott some gifts. Holy fuck, man.
What was the name of the girl? Christy?
Chrissy.
Huh?
Who gives
Chrissy,
a shit?
probably?
The girl with the tits.
All right, because
was she from the ranch, you mean?
Of course.
Yeah.
You could go down there, pay money, and fuck her, apparently.
Well,
I guess that's the gimmick he's got going down there. You pay some money, you get to fuck these girls.
That flies in America.
She watched The Bunny Ranch on HBO. And
when she was 15,
and that's why she's now with Dennis Hoff.
And she's like, "Oh, I gotta do that." She couldn't have been watching the fucking like Smithsonian channel,
exactly? Fucking river dance.
Right. She saw that and said, "I gotta be a part of that."
It's good the media doesn't influence behavior in kids, right?
No.
There you go.
Okay.
You get some fucking
break.
Sent her right to the Bunny Ranch, and he's all proud of the fact that she was with one guy before she came to the Bunny Ranch.
Dennis?
Yeah, Dennis. She was only with one guy before the Bunny Ranch. Like, well, I guess you made up for that. I guess that.
Hey, you're on the clock, sweetheart. Gotta make up the lost time.
And then just like taking pictures with the fucking guy here, and Dennis is just going, "Hey, get behind him! Show your tits!" How does a guy?
He's just the best.
I'm not going to judge anybody in this life, but wow.
I'd like to know his childhood.
Yeah. What the fuck where you could just be a guy that's like, yeah, take your clothes off. Yeah, suck his dick. Go ahead.
Yeah, and nobody thinks badly. I think about it like that. I treat women like that, and you're an asshole.
Yeah, you're an asshole.
This guy's a genius because he's making money on it.
It was,
it's fucked up, man.
What a country.
And then country. It's nice to see, though, that he's doing something good and nice and taking care of Scott like this. No self-serving fucking, self-promoting fucking, he's
a marketing whiz, man.
He really is smart, man.
Well,
it's his elephant man.
The hottest story in the
That's what it is. It's his elephant man. He's bringing him down the fucking Bunny Ranch. Yeah. I will suck your cock.
But Scott's grateful though. Scott doesn't feel it. Scott's like, this guy got me out of jail. I fucking paid for my lawyer. Like he's actually doing something.
The rear end justifies the means.
Yeah, he seems to have a pattern where guys take care of him. Scott.
Yeah.
Bail him out of tough situations.
Right. Yes. He definitely needs a sugar daddy.
A male figure in his life.
Right.
We could have easily done another hour.
Oh, my God.
I wonder what other names he's got.
Yeah, I want to hear more about Liberace's fucking silicone-injected, lumpy, uncut cock.
Who doesn't want to hear that, though? That he had fucking...
I threw away my egg sandwich in the fucking drain. I was like, oh, what the fuck?
I'm eating lumpy fucking oatmeal right now.
Jesus.
I know. I love the Liberace has a big fucking dick that's all lumpy. That makes me happy.
Oh, lumpy.
Why is it lumpy? What's in it?
Because he had silicone injected into his dick.
Didn't affect me like that.
Jesus.
How about in Liberace, that scene, the first First time Scott sees him with his wig off.
Oh, that's
I was
great.
fucking laughing. I paused it. It was like Larry from the Stooges. Jesus Christ, was I laughing?
Hey, I'm going to play the piano. Oh, boy, look at this tune. Hey, Scott, come here and suck my cock. Oh, boy.
He did look like Larry Fine.
He did. I paused it. I called my wife downstairs. I go, look at this. Liberace fuck Larry Fine.
Hey, Mo, look, a Mo.
Oh, shit. He's doing some gardening.
Hey, where'd you get that hoe, Mo?
Oh, yeah, see, because I see what he's done there. What a fucking pisser. He looked like Larry Fine. I think that movie enters the realm of like Mommy Dearest. It's kind of a goofy, you laugh at it more than you're like, oh my goodness, what's happening here? I mean, there's a scene, it cuts from something, just some inane little scene to Liberace, Michael Douglas, with his head over the headboard of the bed, just getting pounded in the ass by Matt Damon. And I'm just like, holy fuck.
Well, that's what I said to Jimmy. I'm watching it. Some parts, I'm like, this is a good movie. And then other parts, I felt like it was an SNL sketch.
Yeah,
with Matt Damon
yes.
making fun of Liberace.
Right. And then me watching with my cock in my hand going, what happened? Why am I pulling this thing so rigorously?
Fuck.
What a fucking story. Yeah. I like, Opie has something that was pretty interesting in that, it's like, what would he think Liberace would think? With all of his dirty laundry, just fucking.
Jimmy said that one.
That was you. Someone else credit for my question.
I didn't hear it I didn't hear it in an English accent, so I thought that was Opie.
You might say, what would Lee be saying?
What would Lee say? You know, did you work out a lot at the gym? Were you eating better? Oh, fucking fantastic.
I think Liberace wouldn't mind it. Because he'd be about 106, right?
Well, that's true.
And he'd be in a wheelchair with a bag on his hip and just fucking...
a mink fur colostomy.
Yeah.
Filled with half shit and cum.
But Scott said he never fucked him, though. And he didn't kiss him. That I didn't believe.
And he never kissed him?
Yeah, I didn't believe that and all
bullshit.
that. I did believe that Lee would probably just suck his dick, and that was the main thing. But I don't believe that he never fucked him or whatever.
You won't admit to sucking his dick, but you wear that chauffeur's outfit?
Yeah, that chauffeur's outfit was great.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
Oh, yes. Oh, look at that. Liberace and Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
Right there.
I remember Lee on the Merv Griffin show. You do too, right?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Right.
And the
Lee. I just called him
I know,
Lee.
just say Lee.
What does that mean, Lee?
I don't know.
Where are they getting that?
Liberace. I guess. Short for Liberace. It was
fucking
fucked up.
lib.
Yeah. It was so fucked up because they would talk to him like he was a hetero guy. Lee, did you got a guy, you got a girl in your life? What's happening? Lee, any women? Well, I'm still looking, Merv. You know, it's...
Can we look at Liberace on Merv Griffin? Is there any clips of that? There has to be.
I hope
How
so.
about the fact, but it's Merv Griffin asking that question?
Yeah.
Mr. fucking... Mr., you know.
Well, yeah, he was...
Another one everybody thought was married to. You know, he thought he was banging one of the Gabor sisters.
Yep.
Scott alluded to that. He said, oh, Merv, oh, that queen.
Yeah, he alluded to...
Alluded.
Two guys pretending they like pussy on the couch.
Yeah. It's like us in the studio. Jesus. Just want to get out of here and tug each other's puds until the cows come home.
Oh, E-Rock, come home. Shit.
Liberace.
Nick, you're at, what are you doing? Carolina?
It doesn't matter. Let's talk about Liberace.
Come on.
I'm coming out tonight dressed like Liberace's chauffeur.
You should do that. Oh, my God. The chauffeur outfit.
I'm going to have two like bodybuilders carry me out on their shoulders.
Hold on.
Do you like this? Isn't this wonderful? I was always trying for that approval.
The word wonderful to me is a tip-off.
What do you think of this?
Fabulous.
I've never used one. I know fabulous is the
go-to.
Wonderful's the one.
Wonderful's right there. Let's say hi to brother Joe. Anthony's brother.
All good. I was all good with that movie. I was looking forward to that movie, and I was all good with it. Even like the serious gay scenes, and when when he said, "Oh, look who else is up this morning."
Oh yeah.
I was fine with all that. I was fine with all of that. Until the funeral scene at the end when Liberace fucking flies away. That was the gayest.
How funny was that?
That was the gayest.
You were fine with all the ass play and the fucking making out. But the second Liberace took off.
That really was a metaphor, though, him floating up to the sun.
It was really like, he was... lighten his loafers, I guess.
That's when I needed a shower. That's when I felt like I needed
Yeah,
to.
it is the best place to jerk off.
Pause it when he's halfway to the ceiling.
Fucking dick.
Yeah.
All right, boys.
All right,
Joe.
Thank
Later,
you,
man.
Joe.
That is true, though. It's like at the end, it was very, very odd. He was having this vision of Lee on stage and flying,
floating up to the ceiling.
Floating.
It was fucking hilarious.
And he had this big dumb smile on his face, imagining it.
And how do they make a movie without Matt Damon talking to Scott Thorson?
Yeah,
is
I
that
guess they
about?
really didn't want to involve him. They're like,
Matt
here,
pulled it
there's
off,
your
too.
story. Take a hike. Go take a fucking hike.
But usually those guys, they hang with the real person. So
Yeah, you
get
follow
the
him
whole vibe.
around.
You follow him around for a while.
I think it's Damon a method actor.
But I mean, he played him so well, like the voice and the like.
Yeah.
I mean, although Matt just kind of played himself, but he did a great job, and
He's a good
Scott was
actor,
happy.
man.
Yeah, he's fucking great.
Both of them. I thought they
Oh,
were really
yeah,
good.
yeah. It's like I said, though, it's kind of has that Mommy Dearest thing. I think in years to come, it will only be a comedy.
I agree. It would have been more believable with two less known people, don't you think?
Yeah, that's true, too.
You know
Yeah,
what I
because
mean?
you're just like...
it
was
Michael
good because
Douglas.
you're saying, like, wow, Michael Douglas is doing a great job as Liberace. But if it was just some unknown guy, you'd be like, all right, that guy's doing a good Liberace, but... Yeah, I'm not distracted by the fact that it's
I kept
Michael
having
Douglas
to remind myself, this is not Gordon Gekko.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Streets of San Francisco. I mean, he's like my favorite fucking actor.
Tear their fucking assholes out,
yeah.
Ollie. Get him, Ollie.
Yeah, I thought I was watching The Born Sodomy.
Time to wake up, Bud Fox.
Tell me something I don't know, pal.
It's probably Gecko at night, right?
Yeah.
Fuck, after all the deals are made.
It was...
Nick DePaulo, Carolines. Let's do
Yeah.
this, people.
8 o'clock tonight. So I'm sure there's going to be torrential floods, I heard.
Yeah, it's supposed to be
that type of year for me.
nasty. Why would? Why
What is it,
wouldn't
El
be, right?
Doracho or something?
I don't
What are they
get
calling
it.
this one?
El Doracho is the weather system.
What the fuck is that? A new snack?
I know.
You have an El Doracho.
Cool Ranch Doracho.
I love those.
Yeah, it comes in a vagina-shaped bag.
I heard it. They're throwing it around today. Like everyone's heard this now. You know, like El Nino and stuff, the weather system out west and shit like that.
Yeah.
And now they're throwing around like, well, El Doracho's moving in with thunderstorms and stuff. It's like, don't fucking bring that up like I've heard this.
Right, how about
I've been
you
around for a
explain
few
it?
years. I watch the Weather Channel every so often. I would have heard El Doracho before.
No, exactly
They pulled
right.
this one out of their fucking ass.
How bad is it, you think? I mean, they got to
I
tell
don't
us.
know what it is.
They got to tell us if it's going to take our house or not.
Well, there was flood warnings last night. I'm coming home from Caroline's, and
Yeah.
they're warning about floods in the morning.
Floods today from El Doracho.
I go, numbers will be great.
You know what, though? When they say, Nick, when it rains, it pours.
Oh,
You
good
run
one.
with that.
Run with it.
Nick, how about your Bruins, brother?
Dude.
How about your Bruins? You're a hockey
Boston
fan.
guys are all
I know
into
you're
it
a
right
hockey
now.
fan.
Hockey, absolutely. I don't know how basketball is as popular as it is. I mean, if you're a sports fan and you watched 1 minute of playoff hockey, you're like, if just a sports fan, not a hockey fan, you'd be like, this is
I love
unfucking-believable.
hockey. And I love playoff hockey, but I couldn't stay up.
I get home.
It's 3 overtimes.
I know.
Triple
I
overtime.
get home and I sit in the kitchen and chat with the wife for an hour before I get downstairs. Now it's about 11:30. I literally say to her, "I got to get up to do Opie and Anthony. I hope this isn't an overtime game."
Oh, crap,
Cut
yeah.
to me. It's 1:45. The guy goes, "It's the 6th longest game in the history of the NHL." 10 minutes later, he goes, "It's the 4th longest game." I'm fucking sitting there holding my eyes.
Yeah.
Went to bed at 2:30. The alarm went off at 6.
Shit.
So,
And,
did you watch the game from the beginning?
I watched the whole fucking thing.
So
I
you-
recorded it.
You
while I was
recorded it and
gone.
no one fucked it up for you, telling you what the score was at
That's
that point.
that's the beauty of New York. Everybody's a basketball fan. Nobody really gives a shit.
Yep.
Who won the game?
The Blackhawks.
Blackhawks
They
finally
got 2
won it.
fluky goals, but
It was a soft goal in the end.
Yeah.
But what a game. How
Unbelievable.
late in the third
Just-
overtime did they score?
Probably, I don't know. 6, 7 minutes in.
Is this the finals that they're playing?
Yeah, for the Cup.
This is it.
And it's a big deal, the NHL, because it's 2 original 6 teams, you know.
Yeah, it's a great
Chicago and the Bruins, and they haven't played each other forever.
And what's the game score?
That was it. First game.
It's first game.
Oh, just one.
First game goes 3 overtimes. Wow. That's pretty sick.
And they said it was going to be a classic. It's already building up to be fucking legendary.
Were you bummed out they lost, or you like, it's one game, they'll be okay?
It didn't really bother me because the Bruins, to me, had the edge in play the whole game. You know, I still think they're going to win the series. It was such good fucking hockey that, honest to God, I was a little disappointed. You know, I'm not a fucking 12-year-old kid that Bobby Orr's picture on. I took that down about a month ago. Yeah. But you know what I mean? But that was a little bummed, but it was such a goddamn good hockey game.
Do you hate the fights in hockey?
It's not that many, Jimmy, anymore.
Yeah, they really
not going it up like they used to.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
They've taken it out, and they basically say, okay, each team gets one guy.
Yeah, but they play rough, though, man. I mean,
they do. The hits are ridiculous.
Bodies were flying all
really
night.
is.
They were fucking brutal.
I don't think you can really understand it. If you really think about it, this guy's fucking flying into another guy on ice skates.
You got to go
at about 25 miles an hour.
Yeah, they're moving.
And they're big now.
And pinning them against the boards. It's how they just keep skating. It amazes me.
No, people take it for granted.
Yeah,
you know? If
yeah.
you've ever played, have been on skates, you know, it's amazing.
Imagine being able to just wail into any baseball player out on the field like you can in hockey, and then he's got to get up and put the ball into play. Fucking guy would be crying.
When they show like old hockey, not even that old, like 80s, even early 90s, there seems to be so much fucking room out there. It is crowded now because they're so much faster and they're a bit bigger.
Yeah,
absolutely.
But you see some of those old highlights, you're like, man, they had a lot of room to fucking try to figure some shit out.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
No,
man.
they're huge.
It's all split second shit.
And
you got to get the right bounce and
every time they put the camera on anybody on the bench during the playoff, everybody has at least 11 stitches that were put in like 4 minutes ago.
No one looks relaxed.
No,
they're all like chomping at the bit, looking when are they going to get out there.
No, exactly.
Yeah, it really is an amazing sport.
Nobody
playoff
shaves.
No. And then you get fucking basketball where a guy like gets near another guy and he'll fling himself on the floor and I can't imagine. I believe that basketball playoffs are still going up.
Yeah, they're what is it? 2-1 at this point, I think.
Yeah.
It's not playoff. It's like this is it.
No, this is it for basketball.
I can't watch it after hockey. I can't watch it. I can't watch. There's a whistle every 3 seconds.
Yeah.
It can be a 2-point game with a minute left, and it takes 45 minutes.
45
Each
minutes.
team gets 11 timeouts.
And you didn't need to watch the whole game.
I don't like
at
it as
that
much
point.
as I used to. I used to be a big basketball fan, but I just want to see LeBron lose. I'm just like hoping.
You don't like LeBron? I like LeBron.
No.
I've never heard him be really cocky.
No.
I mean, people just hate him because he's successful.
I like seeing him lose. I'm all about the Spurs. Taking the Spurs and your Bruins. Got to go Bruins.
Take the Spurs because they're underdogs, aren't they?
Well, they kicked their ass last game. They destroyed them. But anyway, we got a news guy that kind of fucked up. Did you hear this yet? I don't even want to explain. Just play it.
Man, no one gets a break anymore.
Please tell me it's Brian Williams.
Yeah, Brian Williams. What a comedian.
It goes with today's
guy.
It goes with today's theme. I'll say that much. Yeah.
All right.
I pledge allegiance to the flag. That meant the start of the school day for most of us growing up. Tonight, one city debates whether they should end the practice at their council meetings. And here in the Twin Cities, many people celebrate the Twin Cities Pride Festival.
That's gay parade.
Yeah.
And he said, I pledge allegiance to the flag.
Yeah, that's not an accident. Now, we're talking about him, right? Everybody's probably talking about him. This is the new...
It's plausible deniability, too.
Yeah.
That's like, hey, I fucking made a mistake.
Exactly.
Is he the one that came out by accident?
What?
There's another clip, supposedly, a news guy comes out by accident.
And he's not a weatherman?
How do you do Yeah, those weathermen.
What the hell's that little fraternity?
Wow.
That was what I was thinking of.
My boyfriend, El Doracho. Hey, nice.
500 don't get you no El Dorado. Do you ever see Vice Squad with Season Hubley and Wings Hauser?
Jimmy loves that movie.
Vice Squad.
I don't think so.
It's so quotable. But
Doesn't
there's
he beat up Nina Blackwood?
He kills her in one of the opening scenes.
Yeah,
he beats her
yeah.
with a pimp stick.
Nina Black was in a movie.
She played, it was done like 82, and she plays a fucking hooker. Ramrod, you ain't gonna hit me. I promise, Ginger. I'm just gonna make you feel so good. And she opens the door, and then she held out on him, he grabs her hair, and he goes, I cannot believe how stupid you are. And then he fucking beats her to death. And so the rest of the movie, her hooker friend, Season Hubley, goes after, Ramrod, like the Texas white pimp. And he gets reruns in it from what's happening. He plays a sugar.
I can't believe I haven't seen it.
I know,
He plays
right?
a sugar pimp named Dorsey, and Ramrod. He goes, you know what the problem with you sugar pimps is? You ain't got no balls, boy. And he sticks a fucking switchblade into the guy's. And he stabs Rerun in the dick.
Is that the one Rerun won the Academy Award for?
No, he won. He was nominated for a daytime Emmy, but he wouldn't do the dance.
What's happening?
The lockers?
Yeah.
There's the scene. Hold on, there's that one scene where he goes. He's handcuffed. And he, I think, escapes from the cop car.
You're quoting this like it's Goodfellas.
It's a good movie. But he goes to this fucking this black guy, Roscoe. Roscoe's gonna cut the fucking handcuffs off him in like this garage.
Yeah.
And he goes,
That's great.
He goes, come on, Roscoe, move your black ass. And then Roscoe holds a fucking like a saw blade, a sawzall against his neck and threatens him. And then he goes, gets the cuffs off and he goes, how much do I goes, I want an El Dorado. And he goes, 500 don't get you no El Dorado. That's my favorite movie quote ever.
Ever.
That's great.
Better than go home and get your fucking shine box?
No, it's not that good.
All right.
This is really, it's a cheesy movie.
Yeah, of course it
the quotes
is.
rule. It's like Q&A. The quotes in that, you never saw Q&A.
No, where do I find it? I can't even find it on Netflix.
Dude, the fucking quotes in Q&A are
I gotta go on the
Nick
internet.
Nolte? That's Nick Nolte?
and Timothy
yeah.
Hutton and Armand Asante and fucking Lamette directed it.
I gotta see
Jimmy's
that one
been telling me
too.
that.
Dude,
I know for years.
Colin too. We want him to see the quotes.
I get uncomfortable with that racial talk. You know me.
Oh, of course.
No, I know.
The few lines you told me were pretty racist.
Oh my
look
God.
out.
Yeah.
Look out.
Trying to fucking watch myself.
I had a great little racial discussion with Keith Robinson yesterday about the
come on,
Trayvon.
you bugged me, man.
About
Keith
the
called
Trayvon thing. It was pretty fun.
Oh, Jesus. We're going to have to go through that now?
Well, I let you guess who was on whose side there.
You actually won't believe it. You will not believe who took what side.
It's amazing.
It was great.
Oh, so it's a reversal of roles?
No, Keith was fully entrenched on the Trayvon side no matter
Don't be
what.
crazy.
George Zimmerman was an asshole, and my side is let's look at the facts and see what the jury is going to have to digest.
Why do that?
Yeah, why not just throw
Emotional
rampant
reaction.
racial emotion into it, and we'll decide that way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Reflexive political correctness is the way to handle those.
Keith is a good common sense guy. Like,
it's funny.
Until it comes to that shit.
But he has a good street common sense, like for human behavior. And a lot of what he said made sense about, like, if you behave this way, this is how someone's going to react. And Keith, he's a very fucking hair trigger temper guy.
The thing is, a lot of people have such misconceptions about that case. With,
I know.
He was following him. He was chasing him. He was,
Well, you had NBC Nightly News editing their fucking bits for the first half. You think that might have fucking swayed some people?
Of course.
Guys using Final Cut for fucking 2 hours to put a 3-minute story up.
So I was on Twitter after we had Robert Zimmerman was in, and we talked to him for a while. And then I was on Twitter for hours after the show, just going at people, fucking debating. And then yesterday, I get home, I look, and the first fucking tweet I see is someone, stand your ground law, and this, that. I took a picture where I was. It was like my knee in my shorts on my lounge chair with the pool in the background, beautiful blue sky. I just snapped the picture and put "not today." That was it.
Good for you.
Fuck that. I'm not falling
Good for
into
you.
your little trap today.
You'll be back at it.
It's a chore.
But you're going to be back at it today because the weather's going to be shitty.
Yeah. Shitty weather means I got nothing to do.
It's a guarantee that you'll be back at it.
Weather's going to be good around Caroline's tonight, folks.
That's
Apparently
true.
There's
I sure
a
hope so.
There's a high right over that building.
Right.
Oh,
A high
God,
pressure
Nick.
system. Not
I
many.
feel bad for you.
I got to drive home and then drive back
I feel
into the
bad
city.
for you. And you live in that area where all the fucking roads flood.
Sawmill. A homeless guy pisses in Yonkers and it backs up to my house.
There's rivers that just overflow onto the highways.
We only pay $25,000 in property tax and state and county taxes.
Every time it rains, you guys are shut off from the city.
It's unfucking
You're just shut off from the city.
They
can't figure it out still, huh?
What the fuck, man?
Hilarious, Chip. The mayor's enacting this new thing about climate change, and
blah, blah.
apparently he can't just say, look, we got hit with some shit with these storms, and the city really took a beating. The tunnels, some of the coastline and whatnot. We got to fix these things. He had to put in this thing where now it's costing billions and billions of dollars because he wants to prepare New York for climate change, for like global warming.
He has to
politicize it, make it a thing, instead of saying, having some fucking public works job where it's like, well, water comes in here, all right, we'll fix it. Exactly. It's got to be this philosophical, lib, fucking hoity-toity, the global warming. So along with making barriers so the water doesn't come up, we need cleaner energy and this and that. You shut the fuck up. China's belching out factories with goddamn coal that we were using in the 1800s.
Yeah, you mind fucking... I'm not going to be alive in 50 years when all your plans kick in.
Right.
How about me tonight driving a Caroline, you cocksucker? How about fucking 8 hours from now? Can you get a plan for that? Dinkweed.
When your plans kick in, and it's going to take that long.
Mayor Liberace.
Exactly.
I thought we ran out of money in this city. What the fuck is he talking about?
Spending it on bike racks.
I hate those fucking things.
Why wouldn't you? Why the fuck? What are we, Beijing?
It stinks. And you know what? It's another fuck you to drivers. It's another place you can't park your car.
I took a lot of cabs yesterday. I didn't realize how many they had.
Dude,
I thought it was just
they're all over the place.
They're all over the place.
And nobody's riding them. I see 3 people on bikes delivering pizzas.
You see 3 empty racks. There's 50 bikes and 3 empties.
And he could put them on the sidewalk, but this cocksucker middle finger at average people driving cars.
That's right.
He's a fucking pussy boy. I really hate him.
Yes, I think bicycles are great in the city.
Yeah.
Don't you think it's fabulous?
Yeah.
Isn't this wonderful?
Do you like the bikes a lot?
Do you like the bikes?
Do
They're
I make
blue.
you happy, Scott, as mayor?
They're blue. God. I blew Scott. It's just all ties in.
Citibank bikes. What the fuck?
Yeah. But look at that, half of them don't work, right?
Don't have seats on them.
Exactly.
You see the garbage guys? The pictures in the paper, the sanitation guys?
What are they doing?
Throwing trash right on top of the bike. They can't reach the fucking garbage.
Oh, my God.
I mean, what the fuck is going on in this world, man?
It's crazy.
It's just
that's right.
beyond
Leftist
me.
douchebags are running it.
Yes.
Yeah, it really is a very silly thing that he's doing.
They just had a picture of lightning hitting Willis Tower in Chicago. That was pretty impressive.
And
why do they?
I know, right?
We don't know that lightning hits buildings at this point.
They love pictures of lightning hitting buildings, things we see all the time. But it's not.
Well, this is a little interesting. It came from a drone.
It's another thing they're doing in the city, I guess. Good old Attorney General Holder is talking about overseeing the NYPD over this stop and frisk stuff. Because you know how into preserving constitutional rights they are. So they're saying, this infringes on people's rights, illegal search, I guess. They're against that.
Yeah, and there's no history of it working, right, Anthony? I mean, it's not like murder has gone down 3,000%.
That's what, if you look at big cities, New York is really an anomaly. It's an amazing thing that's being done, and I think it's a direct result of how the NYPD deals with criminals in this city. A lot of people don't like it. A lot of people say they're racist. And it does touch on you as somebody that really kind of likes the Constitution, that there is this kind of, we can stop you and frisk you. It does kind of stop, and it's
a weird area. It's a dicey area. Very dicey.
Mm. But boy, they sure know who the fuck they're stopping.
Well, they've been trained.
Stopping and frisking.
And you have people of color defending it. That's all I need to hear is one person of color defending it.
Right.
And I know I'm on the fucking right side.
You're on the right side.
That's all
right
I need to hear. So.
Right.
But it's true. A lot of people are defending it. It has cut down on a lot of crime. I mean, these are... this is it's not legal gun owners that are fucking going out there shooting up, trying to shoot their target and hitting grandma and fucking 3 kids in strollers.
Exactly.
It's fucking
Larry the Cable Guy's on Lenox Avenue. With
look out. So I mean, just more and more, this administration just poking their fucking face in everything.
It seems like they're taking the Constitution and dancing all over it.
Exactly, Jim. Sorry, it's not like you're Magna Carta over there in England.
I don't really know what you're talking about.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Ann. You want to hear it.
What?
Just going to the gym. Just going to the gym and eating better.
That's Jimmy.
That's
Who
Jimmy.
are you talking to when you say
Ozzy.
I panic a little
He
bit.
instantly came up with an English fucking accent. We
You're
were
like
stunned.
fucking Madonna.
He's like, Ozzy's like, you lost a lot of weight, Jim. How'd you lose the weight? And he goes, Jim.
Just go to the gym. Just going to the gym and eating better.
Eating better.
Dude, he fucking...
Just going to the gym. Just going to the gym and eating better.
Just go to the gym.
But then,
just go to the gym and eating
but
better.
then it went away.
Immediately.
Thank God.
It's
it
creepy.
went away immediately.
Go to the fucking gym, you wanker.
What part of Shasta are you from?
I just I don't know what happened.
Shasta, whatever the fuck.
I got it.
I love it.
It's hilarious, but it's a little creepy, too. A little
It's kind
creepy.
of cool, though.
Hey.
There's something
You guys
else.
do good fucking...
Oh, he's fucking...
Both of you do great fucking Aussies.
Oh, yeah. He's spot on, Jimmy. Jimmy's spot on with his accent.
Well, he's been listening to him since he was 4.
Everything he
Yeah,
says, I'm
yeah.
interested in. It
And
doesn't
you
matter
wanted
what
to
it is.
talk like him. Like, you'd think Ozzy would be like, oh, look, it's a
No.
bloke from my hometown.
No, it was
Liverpool.
It's weird. It was like I don't know why it was. It wasn't like I wanted to sound like him, because I try to sound like me no matter who I talk. I never do that when I'm talking to black guys or anything. Yo,
Yeah.
never.
Sam does a little with black guys.
Yes, because he's got the
He
DNA.
was interviewing like some rappers and stuff on his show, and he's like, "Oh yeah." I was like, "Ew, what's Sam doing?"
I don't do that.
I want to hear evidence of that.
Oh, it's out there. I heard it on the way home.
I laugh like a black guy.
I heard it.
When I'm talking to black guys, I laugh different.
Really?
Like, say something like, if you're a black guy, say something funny.
All right. I just punched that white motherfucker right in the face. You see him go down, motherfucker.
We got more Black Sabbath, by the way.
Oh.
We've been holding back on this.
Oh, good.
I guess someone around here noticed that Jimmy might have said a word a lot.
I think I did quite a bit.
Oh.
You
What
might
word
have.
is that?
Jimmy gets nervous during interviews
Well,
with
this was not
people
an
that he
interview.
really
This was
loves.
hosting the town hall.
Right.
Which, by the way,
I know.
has to be said, he
Big
did a
deal.
great job with.
Yeah.
Talented
You
kid.
did,
that
you did a great
Yeah.
job, but he did say one word a lot.
It was in front of a live audience for anyone that didn't see it. We had Tony Iommi on a thing
I'm
called...
doing one of those, for a band.
Who you on?
Men Without Hats.
There you go. So safety dance.
There's 2 guys left, and I'm gonna.
Let's.
It was corralling. It's all those years of doing stand up where you learn how to just fucking keep the audience, keep everybody engaged. It's all
crowd
fucking,
control. And,
and they were great. They were having fun. But if with Ozzy and Geezer, you get Tony and Brad, everyone's trying to talk. It's hard to.
Yeah,
But being in
yeah.
this fucking place, you just get used to all of these voices and
And
just,
jumping in, no one
Yeah.
can pick your spot.
Sharon was happy. That's all I care about.
Well, you said one word a lot.
I know I did a word that fit the occasion.
Sharon Stone.
Here we go. Here's the word.
Thank you guys so much for being here. We have an amazing fucking night in store for you. It's going to be a fucking amazing night. We have an amazing night because all of you people are here and the band wanted to do this in front of you guys. We're going to show you the God is Dead video, which some of you have seen. It's amazing. The system kind of pushed against Black Sabbath, and now the system is going, wow, we were wrong. You guys are fucking amazing. What an amazing job by Peter Joseph, right? Brad, I want to ask you, because you did such an amazing job, did you do anything to avoid rehashing stuff? Because you did an amazing job of not falling into that trap. Because you were determined, and now here you are, all these years later, with the #1 album in fucking 50 countries. An amazing thing for a Black Sabbath fan.
We just finished the Australian tour, and we did 4
That's
live
Jim
songs.
talking now.
It was fantastic doing them.
Yeah, I was watching them, and the people were reacting to them so amazingly well. We are really, really happy for your success and for how fucking amazing this album is. Fuck, I keep saying it, but you did an amazing job. You stayed true to the Sabbath sound. Thank you. Amazing fucking job.
Jesus.
That was, by the way, that was a 10-minute interview.
Amazing.
Yeah, I said that a lot. That was a 90-minute span, though.
I was going to defend you, as funny as that is, of course.
Yeah, when
That's
you're-
in 90 minutes. You string them together, though.
Yeah,
It makes for a fun little fucking minute.
And when you're in front of when the band has asked you to be a part of this, it's the biggest thing they've done in years, and they trusted me not to fuck it up.
Oh yeah,
and it's just amazing.
Imagine if you were saying fabulous instead.
Oh my God, fabulous! Ozzy Jim's amazed by you.
Scrumptious. The album is scrumptious.
Oh, that would have been great.
Any other word, you would have been fucking.
It's scrumptious would have been bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
This is-
Wonderful.
it's a
Never said that in my life.
No.
Not once have I used the word wonderful ever to describe it.
Good for you.
No,
Nick
what do you-
DePaulo.
Wonderful.
It's a you-know-what life.
I like that you were like, amazing. You really put it over the top.
I'll defend myself in one point. In the intros, I did it. The original intro I did was directly into camera, and I thought I really fucked it up because I was kind of off script, but I actually did pretty well with it. Considering I was nervous for like the first couple seconds,
Yeah.
and I just relaxed and got into it, and then went. So I had to do the same opening kind of for the YouTube live stream hangout, and then I had to go up and do it in front of the audience, which is when it went out on. Like I had to do it in 3 different intros.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
you know, I
No,
said
it's
amazing
great.
a lot.
It was fun. We should take a break. Nick DePaulo's at Caroline's.
He's amazing.
He's amazing.
Bring your
Caroline's
fucking
amazing.
umbrellas.
Come on out.
The rain's
It's
going to be
amazing show.
amazing.
It's going to be great. I'm going to be in a
Amazing.
fucking wet fucking t-shirt.
Nick's wonderful. He's going to have an amazing show.
That's a fucking.
Do you do that? Yeah, you tell the fucking MC, hey, when you bring me up, tell him I'm wonderful.
I hate that fucking
Wonderful, Nick.
Continues in moments. The Opie and Anthony Show presents Primetime Sam Roberts and one question with a guest we couldn't get. Big time music star, pop and country music sensation, Taylor Swift.
Primetime Sam Roberts here with Taylor Swift. Taylor, do you like grapes?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for your time.
This has been Primetime Sam Roberts and one question with a guest we couldn't get on the Opie and Anthony Show. Who's that old guy over there? Uncle Paul, with the creepy old guy stare. Uncle Paul, now he's coming over here, slowly limping down the hall. It's too late now, 'cause here comes Uncle Paul.
Show you how to make a big boy love you.
In today's episode, Uncle Paul remembers playing Lost in Space.
I used to call you Will Robinson. I'd go, danger, danger, and we'd hide under the covers together. Because he had like really pale buttocks, and I'd pinch him so hard that my fingerprints would be in them, like little hunks of dough. Let me get in there and make the fudge soft. We put some Earl where the fudge comes out, make it come out smoother.
Who's that old guy over there? Uncle Paul, with the creepy old guy stare. Uncle Paul, now he's coming over here, slowly limping down the hall. It's too late now, 'cause here comes Uncle Paul. The Opie and Anthony Show continues.
Nick DePaulo in studio playing Caroline's this weekend right here in the Times Square area.
Right on Broadway, next to
God.
Nathan Lane.
On Broadway, yeah. Nick is a fucking great stand-up comic.
You
Holy
working
fuck.
on an album? Is that what you're doing?
No, that's what I am. Put another hour together. That's what we do, right, Jimmy?
That's great.
Hour
but I
after
can't-
hour.
I got a few new minutes. It's all dirty though.
So is mine.
Filthy. Ooh, look at you.
What are we listening to there?
That was, Kevin Bacon's band.
Oh, it's good.
Oh, Kevin Bacon.
Yeah, it's hard, man, because I'm working on new material now, but I just keep starting with the same 15. I like 15, 20 minutes, but it's not
already.
Yeah, I mean, but a lot of it's fuck jokes and.
Yeah.
I mean, that counts, but
mine's definitely. This is a lot dirtier than I work.
Yeah.
Not intentionally, and it's
Right,
still
right.
smart, but I mean, Jesus Christ! Between the Michael Douglas throat cancer, pussy eating shit, and
yeah.
vaginal rejuvenation. I'm reading about that online. And,
Oh, that's going.
I
Yeah.
don't know. It's all dark.
Do you want to see the singing vaginas?
What's that about?
You want to see the singing
story of the
vaginas?
Ronettes? Was it the Beach Boys?
It was one of my last. I retweeted somebody. They fucking. You got to see the singing vaginas, man. What the fuck's wrong with you people? This is what the internet was made for.
Says the guy with an 8-month-old baby.
Where's the retweet?
Oh. Well, Sam's at the helm at the computer. This should take hours.
yes, Sam, you really are an incompetent.
Sam. What are you looking for?
You should see me on the computer.
Yeah.
Useless.
Are you really?
Oh.
Do you got like a phone and stuff?
All that shit.
Yeah.
I'm iCloud. Fucking
Right,
wife's son explained that to me. I'm like a 2-year-old retarded. So the computer's the boss of the phone, and they talk to each other.
The boss of the phone.
It's fucking horrendous.
Like a child. Yeah.
Think this. Steve Jobs. Good fucking riddance.
It was a retweet from Keith from Philly.
It all gives you cancer, by the way.
Yeah.
Nothing?
My friends go, that's bullshit. I go, really? How'd Steve Jobs die? Get hit by a beer truck? I'm like an apple a day, my ass.
What the fuck?
Jesus!
Let me see,
What is that?
Sammy.
It looks like an ad for a deli.
What is
It's the Singing Vaginas.
What is it?
Thanks to Keith from Philly. He won the internet last night.
What the? That looks like Ed Asner's ear.
Yeah.
Ooh, child, things will get brighter.
Someone's got a bunch of strings hooked up to
Vagina.
6 points of vagina lips, and they're pulling them. And
That's disgusting.
Ooh, child,
What do you mean it's
things will get
disgusting?
You don't like that, Sam?
Did you show Scott, what's his name?
I don't like this.
Look, they're harmonizing.
together and we'll get it all done.
Someday
when the world
And they're
is
hairy.
much brighter.
It's obviously a fetish sound.
Someday
The pussy's not really singing.
we'll walk together and we'll get it all done.
You know what's sad? This is done.
Someday when the world is much lighter.
This is recorded in that basement in Cleveland.
You know what's amazing? You know what's really amazing?
That's very funny, man.
That we spend 99% of our time trying to get that.
I was just thinking. that.
Well, that's some
look at
ugly
it.
vagina right there.
It looks like a fucking Ultimate Fighter's earlobe.
That just goes to show how good
That's
that
a
shit
nice
feels.
one.
Yeah.
Because it could just look like that, and all we want is that.
I thought it was Chuck Wett in his eye.
So this is what you get if you follow me on Twitter. There you go, singing vaginas.
If you opened up a clamshell and saw that, you'd throw it away. Holy fuck.
It's a little dry, that one.
Yeah,
it's a little dry.
Hey, this one doesn't open.
No amount of Tabasco and lemon's going to help that. That's fucking gone.
Why all the hair on the side?
A lot of hair on these girls.
And it's on Vimeo.
Yeah, is this the Supreme?
Vimeo takes themselves very seriously, and they allowed this.
Jesus.
There you go.
What girls agreed to this, and who's pulling the strings?
Yeah. Well, Obama. He's pulling all the strings, people.
Very good.
Wow, that's something.
That is.
Thank you. And Ant's got a great video we got to talk about.
Well, it's a little video documentation of something that happened at my party last Saturday.
Which you brought up on Monday. The
Yeah.
Steve from Bayshore thing. You got to tell Nick. We saved this for Nick.
Yeah, I had a big party Saturday. A lot of people came over, and of course, booze is flowing.
I didn't hear about it. Go ahead.
Oh, shit. Next time. Jesus Christ, Nick.
Please.
So music was a little loud.
As I pointed out.
Yes, as Jim pointed out to the DJ, and told him to turn it down like a fuddy-duddy, like a curmudgeon.
I was trying to talk to my friends, and I could feel it bouncing off my eardrums.
So Jimmy told the DJ to turn it down a little bit, and he did, but I guess not enough, and he turned it back up. So about close to 1 a.m., 2 Nassau County cop cars pull up to the house.
Huh? Good party.
And yeah. They called me first.
Now this isn't Shirley.
Odd.
And that wasn't your name.
Yeah, Shirley. Yeah. Well, they called me. They called me on my phone, which was odd.
Yeah.
I guess he had been to my house before. And I came outside. I told them the music was off. It's cool. So me and the 2 officers and another guy, NYPD guy, Mike, are talking. There's 2 cars. One's in the driveway right there with his lights on. The other one is off to the right of the screen. You can't really see it. It's kind of in front of that car that you see there.
Plus, it's a small screen.
Yes, very small.
We see it bigger.
Yeah. So,
We're not watching it yet.
But I mean, when we do.
Yeah.
I promise when we do, you will.
So we're on the lawn talking. 2 cops and me and another guy. And Steve from Bayshore comes staggering down the driveway.
He's a stumble bum.
Now, who is this? Is it a regular caller?
Friend of mine.
Yeah, friend
Friend of mine.
All right.
Staggering. He had been drinking whiskey all night. He stops. You could see in the video, he stops and just bumbling, but he's trying to get his keys out. Let me continue, and then I'll tell you. Watch the video, and then I'll tell you what happened after, out of frame. I have another camera that covers that angle. But here comes Steve. Now you can. He's doing that goose step. He's doing the goose step, and that's a cop car. He's walking right toward.
That's a cop car right there. Whoa! He stumbles to the left.
He is.
Wow.
Now you know what he's doing right here? Getting his car keys out. He just took his car keys out of his
and that's
pocket.
what made him go to the left. That movement
So now
made him
he's
go to the left.
going.
That's right.
Yeah, now he's going, and now we noticed him, and we're like, Steve, if you think you're going to drive, you probably picked the worst fucking time to think you're going to drive. So more staggering, he goes to this car, which, by the way, isn't his car.
God.
Tries to get into that one. Then he goes to the next car up in line and tries to put the key in that door, but that was the Nassau County cop car.
You're fucking kidding me.
No. The cops are fucking laughing hilariously. And we're just like, Steve. He finally goes to his car, the passenger side, gets in the passenger side, just sits there. So after a few minutes more talking to the cops, we with the cops went over, they put the flashlight in his face and opened the door, and there's just a puddle of puke outside the car door. And we're like, Steve, get over, come on, you're not going anywhere.
What's he, in high school?
It was a hell of a party. Let's just say.
Jesus.
I guess he was doing
nice
shots.
party.
But I guess, when you're that hammered, staggering, and you start seeing police cars, probably go back to the house. Turn around.
Exactly. Oh, I forgot my
Back to your
keys.
house. Yeah. Yeah. The staggering's great, though. You can really see he's doing that leaning back too far, goose step thing. Yeah, here he goes. And then what?
Yeah, he
There
looks
it
like
is. Whoa!
It's like a football player that gets dinged.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
He fucking.
That's a great video.
Yeah, that's a fun one.
Security cam.
Steve.
You tweeted that shit yesterday?
Then I realized, holy fuck, I got security cam at everything. The backyard, the pool.
You're like Tony Montana.
Roland, I know. Scanners.
10% of our adjusted gross. That ain't fucking peanuts, okay?
I got, scanners.
You probably unintentionally got shit on everybody now.
Probably do.
Yeah. Because of your cameras.
I know the backyard cam there with the pool. I probably got Roland in there in the pool getting harassed because he can't swim. He didn't want to go in the deep end.
Did you get complaints from your neighbors about the music or anything?
Yeah, that's why the cops show up. It's one neighbor. One fucking
the only one with ears.
This is true. Okay, in high school, some guy moves in next to us, right? And he's a complete dick. He's complaining about the guy across the street's like a 78-year-old Italian roofer, still works like 80 hours a week. This guy's complaining about his trucks being in the driveway. Just a fucking dick. So my parents are having a cookout. We're listening to like Neil Diamond. He comes over into our yard at the cookout and tells my father to turn on the music. And I see my father being real nice, and I go, uh-oh. My mom's like being over nice. I go, this ain't gonna fucking.
Oh no.
So that was on a Saturday. A Sunday morning, I'm sleeping. I wake up, all of a sudden I hear fucking yelling and swearing. I lift my shades. My father is in that guy's yard. They're both on the ground. My dad has them in a headlock. Fucking
wow.
They were jarring at each other, and I'm trying to put my fucking pants on and shit, and I was just stunned. My old man's got him in a headlock. The guy's on top of my father. My father's choking him.
I guess they had some words.
Yeah, just
that escalated.
And then I'm walking to like CCD class on a Tuesday night. This is like 2 weeks after it happened, and the guy's it was raining. He slows up and asks me if we want to ride. I go, "Fuck you, you jerk off." He was in the neighborhood about a year.
Yeah.
My dad's been there his whole life. Comes into on our property, tells us to turn down the fucking.
But why did he wait till the next?
Neil Diamond.
But why did he wait till the next day to put him in the headlock?
Because he's entertaining friends and shit. You know?
Oh, I see.
We're not animal.
Did you turn the music down?
Yeah, he turned it down for about 4 minutes.
He felt insulted, obviously, and
I'm
he's
sure.
like, I'll take care of this tomorrow. Is what he was thinking.
No, exactly.
That's
Italian
great.
way.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, the slow Sicilian revenge.
You know that rowdy,
Good for him.
that rowdy Hot August Night music was really fucking.
That's what it is. I got one neighbor that just doesn't like parties, doesn't like music.
No. You got one neighbor that's not scared of you. That's what it comes down to. I would assume the other ones aren't digging the music either.
Well,
Because you don't invite them over. He doesn't. He doesn't give the fake invite.
They're old.
Like I'm
Jewish
having a party.
people.
If you want to come over, and
they're old Jewish people in my neighborhood.
Maybe they don't hear the music.
Get some fucking deli meat, some
Get
brisket.
some, yeah, I'll get some fucking kugel and fucking matzah.
You should send it over the next day. Like, sorry, it's a little loud. Here's a little something.
Yeah, exactly.
Something.
No.
That's a picture of you.
You got to do a
dick out.
Google search.
I don't know.
Echoes, no. Why?
I don't have time for that.
No. You got people for that.
I don't have time for that.
People for that.
And then when I wanted to see what the neighbor looked like, because the bushes are a little too high for me to peek over the fence, I sent my fucking little hexicopter over with the camera over their house during a party, and had the camera fucking.
You got drones now?
Oh yeah. Oh boy, do I ever.
Does your...
Yes, he does.
That's on.
And a dinosaur.
That's on the site there.
Where do you get this shit?
Which
Anthony.
one?
Sharper Image?
Yeah, go to the one.
He started at Sharper Image.
Did he really?
That's what got him hooked.
No, the next one over.
Like a good drug. He started with the little pod, and now he's.
It's a gateway.
Oh, he's got heroin now, man.
You don't need the music. Really.
Oh no, we do need the music.
Oh, it's
and
very
enjoys.
This was my driveway. This is popping up in the air.
I want one of these.
They're great. That's
A
it.
driveway?
That's what it
You
looks
have
like.
one.
What the fuck?
I fucking pull up the landing gear.
That's a
and
drone.
It's hilarious.
Look how high up this is. Nice snowy day.
It's got a camera gimbal that stabilizes the shot. It's fucking amazing.
All right, how much?
Thousands.
How much?
It's a lot. You're talking bottom of the line thing. You could probably fuck around a couple of thousand, but if you want like
that's it.
But if you want the autopilot and fucking all the bells and whistles, it's gonna get up there. Yeah.
10?
You could hit 10. Yeah, definitely.
I'm making 75 tonight at the cellar.
Yeah,
I mean, 25.
But 10,000 to do what? See the tops of the trees in the neighborhood. You can't do anything with it.
Oh yes, I can. I see my neighbor over her fucking trees.
This is fucking fabulous.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, he's only.
That's my
Can I say
neighborhood.
fabulous?
He's only gonna post a safe video.
That's my neighborhood after
it's amazing.
Snowstorm. Nice.
After a snowstorm, yeah, you can see the parkway over there, and
you motherfucker.
yeah, there's Northern State Parkway, and then some neighbors and whatnot.
Do you use this for traffic in the morning?
Yeah, I do a little traffic report. It's a lot of fun. I had it go down on me. I had it crash on me once though, and it landed like in between the expressway and Parkway, and I had to find it. Oh, it was horrifying.
It almost hit traffic.
Look at this. This is
What's
sick.
the range?
It could go pretty fucking far if I send it out autonomously. I don't even need to control it.
I'm fascinated.
I could
by
program waypoints on my computer. It'll just fly there and come back. If it has any difficulties with the radio signal, it automatically comes back and lands from where it took off from.
There it is.
There it is up in the.
this. Why don't you just get a job at the fucking CIA?
It's fucking go. Who says I don't? That's the camera angle. That's the view I see from the ground, so I could see where it's going. I could fly it without having to look at it. You just fly first person right out the camera view.
This is a toy. This is an adult toy.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It's better than a dildo.
It's great. That's like. This is what I do. I figured I'll buy some toys and have a little fun. Isn't it amazing?
You should tape a couple of your guns to it.
Yeah.
You won't get any more complaints about the music.
Exactly. Imagine that. You lob a few shots into the neighbor's house on this thing.
There it is coming back in.
And then just come back in for your little
amazing,
for a nice, easy, gentle landing.
Look,
I had to get the
Bobby
retractable.
Collins' house.
I had to get the retractable landing gear because it got in the way of the camera. So I had to upgrade.
All right, this is something I want.
It's
I have to.
You want it, right?
This or a pizza oven? I can't.
It's so there it is. Now the gear come down, and
that's kind of creepy.
Comes in for a land. It is.
Yeah.
People don't know what the fuck
I had those
it
in
is.
my pubic hair when I was a teenager.
That's exactly what it looks like.
There you go.
And a little soft landing in the driveway, and everything's fine.
How big is that? What's the wingspan?
It's about this big around. It's like about 3 feet.
Yeah. Anthony put his arms out like he was hugging E-Rock.
Yeah. Well, no.
Sorry,
is there assembly
that's why I had a jumbo
required,
jet at home. Yeah. You
battery's not included.
You kind of learn a few things along the way.
Is it more complicated than My Pillow?
A little more. It's adjustable too, but it's a little more complicated. I've flown that thing all over the fucking neighborhood. People
I
look.
want that.
I got a clip of.
We got to go to other
pizza
locations,
delivery.
though.
Yeah. Oh, it's been too windy.
Take it to
for
other
months.
locations.
It's been
right?
too windy for months to
I
do
want
anything.
to see that in the city.
Well, I'm going to fly it with a banner saying Nick at Caroline's.
Please do.
That'll work. That's fantastic.
Competing against the biggest rainstorm in the last 10 years. Jesus, Nick. Horrible luck.
Yeah.
I think you'll do all right, though.
I'm hoping hoping that Sawmill is closed and I can't get there.
But it's not going to be the whole weekend, though.
No, just from 8 to fucking 9:30
tonight,
in
right?
Times Square.
Tomorrow should be much
It'll
better.
clear up right around 9:45.
Yeah.
It's about to hit Washington, they're saying on the news.
Is it?
El Doritos?
I don't see any. I'm not seeing any
I don't
footage.
see anything either. I think
know what
they're
I mean?
fucking fibbing us.
Yeah, what the heck is this? That's just much to do about nothing. I got to go back to work.
They're
What the hell do I
fibbing.
know?
Much ado.
Much to do about
What's that, Sam?
Much ado about nothing.
Really?
Yeah.
That's right.
See, but he's
No, it's much to do about nothing.
he's regular Joe.
You're wrong.
Much ado.
No.
Oh, wait a minute.
No, it's not much ado. You fucking boob. Much ado.
Now that you say it, I think
Yeah,
you're right.
much a douche. It's not. Look it up.
If there was the only way we could figure that out.
Yeah. If you say it with an English accent, like
much to
Jimmy.
do about
I
nothing.
bet you it's
Then
both.
Yeah, it might be both. But much to do about nothing.
In
Much
West
ado
Orange,
about
they say
nothing.
much to
What's
do.
that?
In East Orange,
Much
they-
ado
Right.
about nothing.
Yeah, but no one says that. Everyone says much to do about
The
nothing.
play that
much-
it's all based on. And
it's based on a play. Much ado about nothing.
Shakespeare's,
Much
you know,
adieu.
That's right.
much ado about nothing.
Yeah, into the breach, you motherfuckers.
Much adieu.
Much to do about nothing.
Yeah.
All right, with these fucking Dr. Oz tweets.
What is that about? I didn't want to bring it up
It's
on the
just
air. 'cause
spam.
It
No,
makes it.
that's nothing
I'm
to do with
getting
us.
that too.
No, everyone's
Diets-
getting
here's
it.
what it
They're
is.
fucking up Twitter with that
Whatever
shit.
this product is, diet.com/ like dash extract
Yeah, that
dash
one.
article.net. Whatever that product is, people should fucking really let their website and Facebook know how sick and tired you are of fucking
They don't
dealing.
care. You just helped them out.
Not,
That'll
They don't
stop
care.
spam.
You just put the website out there.
it doesn't matter.
They don't give a fuck.
If everyone there
They
is-
will get sales.
I
now
tried
because
the
of that.
product and I got very sick on it.
That's right. It will give
Allegedly.
you rectal cancer. That's
my
that's
opinion.
where Scott got it from.
No, but you know, it's seriously, it's if they have nothing but
It's my opinion.
hate stuff on their thing, they believe me, companies pay attention to that. They may get some traffic, but if everyone's tweeting them going, "You suck, fuck you, stop with Twitter, your product," believe me, they're not going to be happy with
Their
that.
whole fucking sales gimmick is made up of spamming places.
Right.
You're going to make them stop doing that?
Yeah, no.
It would never work.
You're playing into their hands.
They love it.
Unfortunately.
And if you go and voice your complaint on their site, you're probably going to get cookies on your computer.
Right.
They're just going to ravage
Well, those
it
will
with
be
more.
delicious.
Cookies on your computer. What the fuck
Cookies.
is...
I
You
know.
don't know what
Cookies.
cookies are yet.
It's a small
You
little
don't want
fucking.
cookies on your
They
computer.
can listen to your shit. Cookies
Well,
are dangerous. I know that from The Sopranos.
Yeah.
Hey, what's these fucking cookies?
Speaking of listening to our
It's a very difficult situation with these fucking cookies. Hey, Sil.
Cookies.
How you doing, hon? Whatever you want to do. D, whatever I do.
You could stop fucking off.
I love when he
When the
does that.
fuck did he turn into fucking... I
I love that.
was trying to think of the
Believe me,
black
it's just-
impressionist.
It's just thievery.
George Kirby. I know that guy on the internet that,
That
does
guy
them.
is fantastic. What's his name? I
Isn't
want to give him a
amazing?
plug again.
He fucking plugged us. He made a video for us.
He is so good. When he was doing fucking...
We got to get him in here. I don't know where he's from.
Christopher, too. Hey, T, what's the matter, T? It was so fucking good. He nailed all of
Vince
them.
Vaughn wasn't down there.
Yeah.
Hey, but we're going to whack you or something.
Oh, Chip.
We got someone that wants to explain a do.
Okay.
What's his name again? I'm sorry.
Mark in Ohio. Mark.
Oh, Max
Hey guys,
Koch.
awesome show. It's been an awesome week. Yeah, I read an article about that shit. I can't I can't remember what it's called or how to pronounce it. El Dolce or whatever
call.
the fuck it is. Anyway, the article I read explained it as basically.
Oh, E-Rock's yelling in my ear because there's a problem here.
Basically, a hurricane.
But hold on, Mark. There's something else going on here because the guys behind the scenes are yelling and screaming in my ear right now because it said that you called because you wanted to explain the whole much ado about nothing, and now you're talking about the
El douchebag.
the El Dorito store.
Yeah, he wasn't saying El Duce or
Duce.
whatever it is. He was saying ado.
Oh, they must have. I don't know, man.
No, you don't.
I heard you guys been talking about it.
Oh, boy.
Enjoy Cincinnati.
Another stellar call.
Another amazing.
Holy shit.
I love it.
Got to defend the guys in that one.
I know where I'm going to get my bike in. That's his name, the guy that does Max?
Yeah.
Yeah, Max Koch, I guess.
Isn't it pronounced something weird, though?
K-O-C.
Coke?
Like Coke or
Coke,
something?
maybe.
Coke?
Or
Max Coke?
Or
I think he does say Cook.
Cook. Yeah, whatever the fuck.
You got one we can play?
Whatever the fuck.
The original ones.
Hey, look.
Deadly, man.
Do you remember which one was the really good one over the top there? Not the Opie and Anthony.
Oh, you think I'm going to be nice?
We could
And
play
he
the
does
Opie and
that.
Anthony one.
Think
Fuck
I'm going to be
it.
fucking calm?
We never
Nice.
played this. He was happy
It's a
we gave
dangerous
him.
combination. Hand your fucking ass to you.
Get up!
Right. He looks like him, too.
Get the fuck up! Tony, why you in my bedroom? Don't you fucking Tony me. Come on, get up! Why are you in my bedroom? You never mind that. You was on the Opus and Anthony show this morning. They talked about your sorry stinking ass for 20 fucking minutes. They played a lot of clips. So what the fuck are you gonna do about it?
It's not I think.
Opus
played a lot of.
Anthony? You gotta make a response video, son. You gotta let them know you appreciate it. Al, where'd you come from? You better do something on the Twitter thing too, you know? Tweet. Do you hear what I said? Tweet. Bob? But Twitter? No. I don't Twitter. You don't do Twitter? Why not? Easy, Phil Spector. Okay, I don't have to explain myself to you. Would you three get out of here? I'm exhausted. I was on a bender last night. I'm hungover. Please, get out! All you fucking do is sleep and drink. He's right. You hear me? That is true. And yank on your dog! My God, man. Get a hold of yourself. Fucking waste of space. Just like AJ. You remind me more of him every fucking day. It's not true.
It's so dead on. That's
I may not make YouTube videos much anymore, but I work on cartoons now. That means something. Oh, Max, you got any peanuts? Suddenly I'm in the mood for peanuts. Ooh, Bob wants peanuts. Okay, so according to YouTube, Max, you haven't made a video since November 2012. You in a cowboy hat, dancing in your panties. 1,258 views. Terrible. Exactly. It's not my fault. My YouTube videos went to shit. I don't get respect on YouTube anymore. I really never did. He's no Brock Barker, this kid, I'll tell you that much. Well, now you're finally getting a boost from Ogre and Anthony. Opie! Oh, whatever, you stupid shithead. Somebody shoot me in the throat, please. Whoa, Max. You've been doing this YouTube bullshit since 2008. Opportunity is knocking on your fat fucking head. What are you doing about it?
It's good.
Nothing.
I love it.
He's right on me, Betty.
He's fucking perfect, Tony, man.
You're gonna make a response video? Or I'll fucking kill you. Tony! Don't put me to the test. I'm leaving on vacation with my wife. I need a break. I'm burnt out. I'm leaving on vacation with my wife. Jesus Christ, you're a fucking pussy. He's right. You hear me? That is true.
Dead on, Tony Soprano.
I can't believe this is happening. Well, you better stop believing. Don't stop believing. All right, fuck Twitter. Just make the fucking video. Do you tweet, Anthony? You should. Oh, you want me to tweet now? Oh, tweet this. He got me. Oh, by the way, Max. Opie and Anthony hated your fucking Polly Walnuts. I thought it sucked. Frankly, I couldn't agree more. Work on that one.
Holy fuck. Great writing, man.
It's good. It's funny.
Thank you, Opie and Anthony. Someone please tweet this video to them.
That's fucking great.
So put that on our Facebook page. His videos are great.
Is he getting work?
I guess he does cartoon.
We don't know much about
some
him.
shit, which is, for a voice guy, is pretty fucking good.
So let's get the word out. He should call the show at least.
Yeah.
I don't know where he lives or any of that shit.
His sill is great too. He does a good sill.
I was going to say.
Great Christopher.
I'd like
yeah,
to
and
see
his Christopher
Polly.
is good.
Can we see him do Sill for a
All
second,
of them.
Sam, instead of fucks around over there?
Yeah.
Sam was right, by the way. It's Much Ado About Nothing. I was wrong. Much to do is said, but it's an incorrect thing, I'm
It's
sure.
said by dumb Americans.
Yes, like myself.
What's that, a brand new one he put up 6 days ago?
Yeah.
It's Nicholson.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Let's see. Let's see. It's either going to be good or awful.
All right.
I do a good Jack, but...
Hey. Hi, Jaws. A little slow tonight, isn't it? I'm glad you asked me that, Jaws, because I just so happen to have 3 5s and 4 singles right here in my wallet.
He's doing
I
the
thought they
new
were going to
Jack.
be here till next October. So here's what. You're going to slip me a nice, tall, frosty fruit shake in a glass with some milk and a lot of ice, blended berries. Now, you think you can handle that, Jaws? Huh? You're not too busy, are you?
Why is he the guy, Jaws character from 40 years ago? Yeah, from 40 years ago.
Hey, Jaws, it seems I'm temporarily light. How's my credit in this joint, anyway? No charge? Orders from the house. I'm the kind of man who likes to know who's buying their fruit shakes for him, Jaws. Oh, anything you say, Jaws. Anything you say. Or don't say.
Jesus.
Who's that?
He's supposed to be Jaws from James Bond 40 years ago. What, did a fire truck just drive by in the back and he had to improv?
He had to work it in?
Yeah. All right. We get it.
We get it.
Goes on for a while.
It's a long video.
Where's the,
It's a good Nicholson.
where's the one with fucking,
Sill and Christopher.
He doesn't do walnuts?
Not well, no.
I think he does. This is the one with, let's see, part 2. The Christopher. Good one. He does a good Christopher.
So what the fuck's this now, T? Another fucking fever dream? Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, Christopher. Give me a fucking break, you camel-nosed prick. I practically lost my whole fucking crew. You didn't lose me, Tone. Not by a long shot. You pinched my so-called fucking camel nose and put me to permanent sleep after that accident.
He does a great
You're a
job.
fucking menace to yourself, Christopher. To your wife, to your daughter, and especially to fucking me. Fucking menace to society, right? I'm the fucking problem?
Doing this.
All right, take it easy. Jesus fucking Christ, Christopher, what the fuck? I mean, what if it wasn't me in the passenger seat when you was driving on 8 or whatever the fuck?
We can't watch
What if
all
it was
these
your-
full length.
Fuck.
He could do fucking loping.
It's fucking great. Really?
Or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, if somebody was sick or...
Holy
Right?
fuck, that's dead on.
That Christopher is as good as his Tony.
That's unbelievable.
No,
Holy shit.
No.
Jim, you're doing your show today?
Yeah.
Oh, you are? You're doing
My
the
advice
advice
show.
show.
I had to, yeah.
That's the one with Melfi, which is kind of funny, but...
All right. We got to step aside for Jimmy's show.
Should we? Yeah,
Well, I
Jimmy's
don't wanna
show.
find
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, do a little Sill.
Sylvia.
Yeah, let's see here, go over my list. Fuck. Girls need new thongs. Toilets need cleaning. Fuck else was it? Fuck. Motherfucker, futuristic fuckbox.
It's fucking good.
Still, what the fuck are you doing over there? It's his fucking computer. What about it? Ever since the coma, my brain's been a little foggy. So I got the computer so maybe it would help me with the books. Alas, the motherfucker's out to fuck me. Better not be anything incriminating on there, my friend.
It's funny. All right. Thanks.
All right, take it easy.
That's good.
Jesus.
Wow. You think you watched the show much?
Right. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
His mannerisms are dead on,
Yeah,
too.
you turn into the
Holy
fucking bird.
fuck.
He looks like Tony when he makes the face. Although when he does that, like, this makes his eyes, this small looks to the side, does that thing. Yeah, that's fucking great.
We'll put that on the Facebook page there, E-Rock. Opie and Anthony on Facebook. It'll be up there for you. Max Cook, it looks like, right?
Cook.
Coke, a cock.
Cock.
Cook.
I think he says Cook, though.
He calls that Cook?
What is his YouTube?
Bowler hat.
Doesn't Jim Cook spell it like that?
Bowler hat.
Sammy Adams?
Bowler hat on YouTube.
Yeah.
All right. Nick DePaulo's at Caroline's, man.
8 o'clock tonight. Bring your raincoats. Fucking canoes and
Yeah.
whatever the fuck.
Inclement weather.
Your heavy pads.
It's good seeing you, buddy.
Thank you for having me,
Absolutely,
and kids.
Nick. Always
and,
a pleasure.
Fucking laughing. You guys are
so
And stay tuned for Jim Norton.
Yes, I'm saving lives here, people.
He does. I listen on the way home. It's fucking
It's
amazing.
very intense.
It's amazing.
It gets very intense with Jim Norton.
Amazing.
All right. Later.
Opie and Anthony have left the building. But Jim Norton is not going anywhere. If you have problems and a phone, it's your lucky day. The Jim Norton Show is next. Jim Norton is a moderately successful comedian, an average author, and a terrible actor. And your chance to speak directly with him has arrived. Call 866-969-1969. The phone lines are open. And the Jim Norton Show starts now.
Bop, 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 bop. Is there anything better than this theme song? The answer is no. There's not. Hi, everybody. Yeah, I was not able to do it yesterday. I was shooting promotions for my Epic special, which airs at the end of August. And they're a very good company to work for. They take really good care of comedians. And they really give me a lot of creative leeway. Like, they did virtually no interference with the material or suggestions of the special. And for the promotion, they paid for the promotions, and they pretty much let me do what I want to do. So that's why I did not do this yesterday, because I was there till about 7 o'clock at night filming. So we have some callers already. Now, I'm just going to go to this guy, Ken in Fairfax, really quick. Now, what are you saying? Why Apathy wasn't considered for the Sabbath album?
Yeah, because Vinny Appice was with Heavy.
Oh, Apathy. I'm sorry. It says Apathy here. You didn't understand. It's Vinny Appice?
Yeah.
To be honest with you, what the guys have said, and I've asked them about that, was it was totally a Rick Rubin call. I think, Ozzy works with Tommy Clufotos. I think I always say his name wrong. But I think Rick wanted, because Tommy, I'm guessing, is more of a metal drummer. And I think Rick Rubin wanted the old school sound, which is like a blues jazz influence, much heavier blues. And I think that's why he wanted to go with someone like, Brad Wilk from Rage. Yeah. Now, are you a big Sabbath fan?
Love them, dude. I have, the Black Sabbath, demon logo. I have that tattooed on my back.
Okay, good enough. Now, we had Ozzy and Geezer the other day, and Best Buy, I think this is from Best Buy, and I didn't do, that's why I'm mentioning it now, had this great box set with the DVD and the shirt. There's a shirt in here. It's like a limited edition thing. And so I'm going to give it to a fan, and I actually got Ozzy and Geezer to sign it. So if you just stay on the line and give Sal or somebody your address, I'll make sure this gets sent out to you, okay?
Oh, man. Thanks so much, Jim.
All right, brother. Enjoy it. It's a great CD.
All right, man.
Take care.
All hail Black Sabbath.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay, let's see. Wow, Tim in New Jersey. Let's just say your father was sober. I don't like to mention program names, but your father was sober in a 12-step program and started drinking again.
Yeah, he was sober for 3 years, and he just quit cold turkey. He just decided. They told him he had a fatty liver. He was going to basically die if he didn't stop drinking, and he stopped. And recently, he's retired within the last 2 weeks from work. He's raising my sister's kid, who's now a teenager, and they just sold her house and are moving, and they went to Italy with some friends. And he said when he went to Italy, he was going to drink wine and just be okay with drinking wine. And I told him, I said, I don't think that's a good idea. And since he came back, it was just wine, and then now he started drinking booze again.
Of course.
He told me, you know.
Let me ask you, what was? Let's just say, was he going to a 12-step program, or was he doing a totally cold turkey?
He did a cold turkey, and then he was going to Alcoholics Anonymous meetings.
Okay.
I told him once he started drinking again, I said, "Did you tell your sponsor?" And he said, "No." And then he said he's starting to have health issues again because it's been for, I don't know, the past 8 months, I would say he started doing it. And you know, he says, "Well, I can stop anytime I want," kind of thing, and he's not. I know he's not.
He's in denial, obviously. Now, do you go to do you go to any programs that are like Al-Anon is a program for people who are closely related or deal with alcoholics? There are programs you can go to that are for people who are living with the addicted people or love the addicted people and their addiction is affecting your life.
Yeah.
You can go to one of those Anon programs, whether it's Nar-Anon, Al-Anon. There's a whole bunch of them because you're not going to stop him from doing what he wants to do. But it will teach you how to not be a part of the cycle that you're a part of. Not that it's your fault, but, you know.
Oh, no, I don't live at home anymore. You know, I've been moved out for years. I got my own kid. I just, you know, I could see it happening, and I try and approach him, and then he'll shut down and he won't talk to me. And I understand what's going on, and I try and rationalize with him.
Yeah.
You know, but I just don't know. He's got a month where he just retired, like I said, and he's trying to get his stuff together, and he said, "I'm going to have fun for a month, and then I'm going to quit." So, but I don't know if that's just, you know,
it's bullshit. It's obviously I'm going to have fun. He's got a fatty liver, and he considers dumping more of that stuff into his system and disappointing his family is fun. Like, that's the insanity of it. So my only suggestion would be you've already spoken to him. You're not going to be able to make him do anything. Either do an intervention with somebody if there's enough people in your family or his friends that feel it's a major problem, and really try a 12-step program. That's something Anon, maybe Al-Anon, even though you don't live there. I will help you more than you know.
Yeah.
Okay, buddy?
All right, cool, man. Thanks.
All right, I hope your dad turns out okay. Now, this do we get off this guy that works with his dad's afraid to go to ask for help?
No.
Is he still there?
Yeah, he's there.
Where's his name? Hello, sir.
Mike.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi, Mike. What's going on?
First off, big fan, Jimmy.
Thank you.
Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks, bro.
I'm a closet addict, pretty much high functioning.
Okay.
And I've been using heroin for, like 3 years now.
Okay.
And I had a hard time finding a job out of college, and I ended up going to work with my dad. And he's an executive at a pretty big auto lending company. And the problem is right now, I want to get help. I'm so sick of this lifestyle. I'm so sick of spending all my money and just living horribly. And I just am so afraid that because I'm going to use the insurance for work, I'm just so afraid that word will get out and it's just going to like ruin my dad's reputation. And just, I don't know what it would do, but it wouldn't be good. And I just want to know what you think about that.
Jimmy Carter's wife, Jimmy Carter, who is the president of our country, his wife has a place called the Betty Ford Clinic. It's, embarrassing your father by eventually overdosing or by getting arrested for heroin possession. One of these things will happen. You've been lucky. You're a high-functioning guy, so you haven't had those immediate effects, so you've been able to keep it a secret. Something devastating is going to happen. Better your father is embarrassed, or what you think he'd be embarrassed, by his son going for help, realizing you have a problem and going for help, than by something else happening, because something else will happen. When it comes to this, if you had cancer, you wouldn't be embarrassed to go for chemo. You would do it. So this is a sickness that you can arrest if you do the right thing. You can do something about it, and you don't need to worry about your father, because he's not the one ultimately who you have to worry about. You're an adult. You're going to use his insurance. Use his insurance. If he's mad at you and he disowns you as his son, which of course I don't think that will happen, well then, fuck him. How much does he love you anyway if he's going to do that? Mm-hmm. But the important thing is that you get help. That's just something your sick part of you is telling yourself, here's why I can't. The crazy part of you thinks it's less of a risk to do heroin than it is to tell your dad and use his insurance. Think of how crazy that is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's good advice, Jimmy.
Yeah, fuck the embarrassment. That's my advice. Fuck the embarrassment. Go and get help and get sober. And anybody that judges you or judges him, fuck them too.
Yeah.
Fuck
All right,
them.
Cool.
Okay?
Thanks,
Do the right
Jimmy.
thing for yourself.
Appreciate it.
You know, you're not going to, what are you going to be, proud and dead? Silly. Humble yourself and go get some help.
Yep. All right. Thanks, Jimmy.
Okay, buddy. Okay, let's see. How about Joey in Georgia? What do I think about breaking traditions in, let's just say, the 12-step program that I go to?
Yeah, Jim, I've been sober for about 5 years, and I have the opportunity to listen to the radio a lot, and I hear a lot of these celebrities, you know, breaking the traditions and breaking the anonymity. How do you, sounds like to me you do a very good job at trying to stay away from that, and how do you sit there and listen to some of these guys when they do that?
Well, it's their prerogative to do so. When you go to programs or anything you do, some places love you to talk about them, and other places request that you maintain personal anonymity, and I respect that request. Now, it's not breaking tradition to say I'm sober or I go to a 12-step program. That's perfectly acceptable. I just choose not to name certain ones, and maybe some people know what it is, and maybe you don't. But I honor the tradition because the tradition is for a reason. So these fucking asshole celebrities that run around breaking the tradition are just, or regular people that do publicly, need to read the traditions and realize, hey, motherfucker, you're not special. The anonymity is requested for a reason, you egomaniac douche. So respect it. And stop using the fucking name of the program when it asks that you don't. So they're just, what do I think? I don't hate them for it. I just think they're fucking shitheads. And, they're pompous assholes and they think that they know. So personally, I respect the question. All right?
Well,
I mean the request for anonymity. I respect that.
Yeah, thank you so much, man, because I get a little resentful, and I sound like you've got a strong opinion about the program, too,
Sure.
and you care about it, and you made me feel a little bit better by showing your ass. Appreciate it.
Okay, buddy. Thank you very much.
All right, man. Bye.
A lot of the same call, a lot of this theme coming in today. Matt from Boston, having a tough time in life, recovering alcoholic. A lot of recovery questions today. Yes, Matt.
Hey, Jimmy. It's really good to talk to you.
Hi, buddy.
I've been having a tough time. The last couple of weeks, I've been kind of unraveling, emotionally, and, my loneliness is really high.
How long you sober?
I've been sober 3 years.
Okay.
And, I got sober at 19. Kind of like you were a young guy when it happened. That's why I come to you with this question.
18, yeah.
And, I kind of feel like, I'm a pussy nowadays, that, I'm not as, tough, and, I can't deal with life. This last couple of weeks, I've been, pretty, beside myself. And so yesterday was kind of the icing on the cake. I got fired from my job that I started maybe a month ago.
Okay.
My life's totally unmanageable sober. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm still active in my fellowship. I still hang out with my sober friends.
Okay.
And the thought of the drink just comes back, and
sure, it's crazy.
It's kind of insane. You know what I mean?
Do you work? Let me ask you. Do you work any suggested steps? Let's just say.
To some extent, I recently, I had a guy I was working with, and that didn't work out so well.
That happens.
I've been trying with that. We got our own little private, blue book group that we go to, and. We do that, and it's kind of cool.
Well, let me jump in for a second. Because they say that a lot of times you'll notice that, there comes a point where, and I was told this earlier when I started getting sober, you're going to hit a wall, and you're going to think, is this all there is? Is this it? And what that means is it's time to do something else, meaning there's some kind of thing to grow that I need to do. It's like when you work out, your body adjusts to the workouts. If you just do the elliptical every day, that works for a while, and then all of a sudden you hit a wall and your body just stops losing weight, so you have to switch up the workout. Well, that's kind of how it is with being sober. You get to a point where, all right, maybe sometimes you need to help somebody else. Maybe do something for somebody else. And getting fired sucks. First time I ever got fired, dude, I was 5 years sober. Or no, 2 years sober. Or 2 years sober. I was working in a lamp company, and I'd never been fired drinking or drugging. But I started doing stand-up, and I wasn't coming into work, and I got fired sober. It happens. You're 22. You got a lot of years ahead of you. It's one of those things that, like we talk about life on life's terms. Sometimes you just have like a little rough patch or a shitty patch. It's okay. But you know, the thought of a drink is crazy because the insanity is this will turn around, of course, and then when things are going great, you're going to realize, oh fuck, the thought of a drink just hit me. Like that's how it works. Circumstances don't matter. It hits us when we're weak. And we're weak when we're not doing the right thing sober, which might be going to certain meetings or helping people or talking to people. And whatever it is, dude, it will pass. Just don't give up and give into that silly thought because it really is crazy. You've got 3 years. Just, you know, sometimes they say just put one foot in front of the other and act as if. And, you know, bring the body and the mind will follow. Just do the right thing, even if it's just the next right thing. You know what the next right thing is? Maybe go out and look for the job. Just go out. Yeah. Whatever is going to happen, you'll find, dude. It ain't going to be like this forever.
Right.
Okay? But just don't give up.
Yeah, thanks, man. I love you.
All right. Thank you, buddy. Good luck to you. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Sorry, marital problems. Mike in Colorado. I just want to get away from recovery just for a second, just to talk about something else. Hi, Mike.
Hey, Jim. I love you.
Thank you, buddy.
Hey, I had a Oxycontin and a Percocet addiction. I got through that, and then had a marital affair on my wife.
You had an affair on your wife?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
And she doesn't know about it. And since then, you know, I've been clean for over 4 months now. But I every day I get the what ifs. What if you're doing this? What if you're doing that? What if you're taking it and I don't know? What if you're seeing somebody? You know, just go with her. You know, and it's really dragging me down.
Well, are you obsessed over her cheating because you did?
No, she didn't cheat. I cheated.
No, but aren't you saying what if? Are you saying that about her or is she saying it to you?
No, she's saying it to me.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I misunderstood you. She keeps questioning you.
Yeah, she questions me and just what if you're taking it and
Sure.
fighting it.
So you're sober 4 months. How long ago did you cheat?
That was 3 years ago.
And how long ago did she find out and how did she find out?
She found out 3 years ago.
Okay, and how'd she find out?
She saw the picture of the girl on my phone.
Okay, so it wasn't like you just came and confessed. She's peeked around or poked around and found something.
Right.
So, you know, don't forget you've only got 4 months clean. So it might take you a while. Now that you're clean and sober, you will probably regain her trust, but give it some time. It's a lot easier to trust somebody who's totally sober and coming clean about things. But don't it's annoying for a while, but realize, you know, sometimes they say the shit hits the fan when we're drinking and we got to clean it up when we're sober. So maybe the shit hit the fan and now the shit's laying all over and you got to just keep scooping it up and cleaning it. And they say clean up the wreckage of the past. And we do a lot of damage to people when we're being deceitful and deceptive. So sometimes, I mean, there will come a point where it's being ridiculous for her to do that. But I would say give her a break if you're just getting sober and she is stuck with you through all this. And, you know, give it some time. And then if it doesn't change at all in time, maybe you address it. But you're still newly sober.
Yeah, I mean, I've been sober for 3 years now.
Oh, I thought you just said 4 months.
Well, that's how long it's been going on. She's just been going on and on about it. It seems like it's getting worse.
Oh, wait, so you're sober 3 years. You have not regained her trust, and for the last 4 months, she's going on about you cheating?
Cheating and doing drugs and...
Do you think she's doing anything deceptive?
No, I don't.
Huh. Well, have you sat down and talked to her? Maybe she never worked out the resentment.
Oh, yeah, I kind of think that's the issue, and I've been telling her about it, and she's, you know, well, we constantly have arguments and hang up on each other, and then she says she's sorry, she won't do it again, and then the next time we talk, she does it again.
Do you think that she's not comfortable that things are going good? Sometimes people don't know how to handle things when it's good. People sometimes need conflict and need controversy. That's why they hook up with us to begin with. People who need that emotional roller coaster a lot of times seek out, you know, subconsciously, alcoholics, drug addicts, because they need this fucking craziness. And a lot of times we get sober and we stop doing the fucked up things and they don't know how to handle it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I was a quiet guy when we got married, and now ever since that affair happened, I'm a little bit more outspoken because I get sick and tired of the comments. And she says I've changed ever since then,
it's just because of the comments. I get sick of the comments, sick of the just go back to her, or it's really dragging me down.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to keep myself lifted up and doing the right thing. And she has stuck with me, but I'm just kind of wondering. I mean, how long do I put up with this? Where it's we've been married almost 25 years now.
Have you tried going again? I suggest therapy a lot because sometimes getting both people in the same room when you're married, and I've never had that experience, but maybe there are things you could both talk out in front of somebody where maybe whatever is bothering her or that secret resentment, maybe she doesn't know she still really resents you, and maybe she never totally forgave you for it. So if you try couples therapy, that could help, or maybe you'll decide not to be together. But it beats going at it the way you are. Like if you're both just kind of going at it alone and bouncing off each other angrily, maybe you go to a therapist and you talk it out together. And sometimes a therapist, what they do is they just help me or you or whoever it is raise the right questions for ourselves. Sometimes they just say, well, what do you think it is? And they really force you just to think about things and to talk things through properly without shouting at each other and without being accusing and slamming the bedroom door. Possibly that would help. That would be my suggestion, because maybe it's just going to keep getting worse. So I would suggest trying therapy together and seeing if that works for you.
I will do that because, we did go to therapy right at the beginning, but then we stopped.
Yeah, maybe you should try it again.
And it has gotten worse, so I think maybe we need to go back and try that.
All right, buddy. Give it another shot, my friend.
Thanks, Jimmy. I love you.
Thank you so much. Ryan in the Bronx has a daughter, has not talked to his father in 15 years. Ryan, I'm a little not clear here.
Jimmy, what's up, buddy?
Hello, sir.
Yeah, I have a 2-year-old daughter, and I haven't talked to my dad in going on like 17 years, and he's just a bad dude, like not really abusive, just like he's a drunk and a pain in the ass, you know what I mean?
Okay.
And so he kind of, he just was like, we used to be afraid of him when we were kids, just like, the harassment, but as we got older, I was just kind of like I just forced him to the background, and I'm happy with like not having him involved in my life, but
Sure.
I still, I keep in contact with his side of the family, my aunt and uncles and stuff, because they're great people. And so I had my daughter up there at my aunt's house, and she was like, kind of hinting to me about like, your father's been asking about you and stuff. And I kind of like told her like, I prefer that you don't mention anything about me. Just say that I'm fine. I don't want you to even tell him that I have a daughter or anything, just because it's like whatever. But then I started to think like, if he passed away, I don't know. Like, I mean, am I doing a disservice to my daughter? Like, does she deserve to meet her grandfather? But like on the flip side of that, I feel like I don't know. Like,
well, let me ask you. Now, is he still drinking and doing what he was doing?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, it's been a while. I mean, I think he still, drinks a few beers and gets on the phone and call. He lives out of state, so he'll call in the middle of the night and. But people he's getting old now and he's not as scary as he used to be, so people just kind of ignore him now, but,
well, have you thought of, again, and that this is, again, sometimes it's better to not be in touch with people that you don't want to. If maybe your resentment is totally justified and your lack of interest in him is totally justified, or maybe, now that he's older and changed a bit, because if you're thinking already what would happen if he died, maybe a little resolution would help, and maybe you don't have to involve your daughter in it. Maybe if he has a number, maybe you can just give him a cell phone instead of your home phone so he can't wake you. And maybe you could meet with him and have lunch or have dinner and just see what his personality is like. And if it's the same old shit, then you can go, you know what? I can close the book on this now. I gave him a chance, and he's the same guy. And now if he passed away, I won't have to wonder what if. I mean, if you're questioning that, you might want to meet with him by yourself.
Yeah, because like me and him we were buds. Like it wasn't. We never really had like a father-son relationship, but for a long stretch there, from like 14 till when I was about 20 or something like that. Like we would hang a lot. You know what I mean? And we'd go, have a couple of beers and smoke a joint, and it was more of a friends relationship thing. But
what finally pushed you away from him?
My grandmother had passed away, my mother's mother, and it was the night of the funeral. and he didn't know, but he was just doing his regular. You know, he would not talk to us for a few weeks or whatever, but then he would call, and he called and like we had just got back from the funeral, and everybody was settling down. We had some family in, and he called, and my mother was like, you know, making kind of the gesture like it's your father. So this is when years ago, like I said, I was still living at home. So I got on the phone. I just kind of respectfully told him, like, listen, you know, this is what happened, and you know, it's not really the best time to do this. You know what I mean? And he was just like, oh, you know, am I supposed to cry for your fucking family? Nobody cares about me. And
yeah, he's a self-centered ass. Yeah, he's a narcissist or self-centered ass.
Yeah,
Sure.
and I was just like, you know what? Like, I didn't even get angry. It was just like, I've just had enough of this dude, you know, at this point. So.
Well, maybe, you know, again, dude, it's not like he was punching you in the face. And I'm not saying that you should get back with him, but maybe if you're questioning yourself and it's been this many years, maybe you just, you know, have lunch with him and see how it is and make the decision there and don't commit to anything.
Right, yeah, because my sister, I have an older sister that has 2 kids, and I know for a fact, like, she would never, ever give him the opportunity, you know, because she just didn't, I think she was old enough to remember when he was living home and how bad he was.
Right.
So, you know, I don't know. I guess I always had like a little soft spot for him because he was like kind of like a stray dog, you know. So, but yeah, I guess you're right, man. I guess I would definitely feel it out with him before I even involve my kids. You know?
You don't have to have him over to the house for a weekend. Just go meet him somewhere and then have lunch or dinner, and you don't have to tell him anything you don't want to tell him.
Yeah, the thing is that he's out of state. You know what I mean? He's in the Midwest, so
oh, okay.
It'd be kind of like I would consciously have to make like a trip like on the weekend and be like, I'm just gonna either get an open-ended ticket. It can either go 3 hours or 3 days, and
or maybe you just talk on the phone once or twice and see how it feels. And if it feels bad, then you don't do it again.
Yeah, right on. Hey, Jimmy, you do a great job at this, man. This is really like you found your niche here, man. I mean, you're a funny dude, and there's this real sincerity when you talk to people and shit like that. So I think you help a lot more people than you realize, you know?
Thank you, brother. Good luck to you.
Take care.
All right. Whatever with that guy. Thanks, dude. And what a perfect time to do this read. And Father's Day is here. Perfect segue. Guys, don't get Dad another pair of those glasses that help you find golf balls in the weeds. Get him something exciting he's actually going to use. A DollarShaveClub.com gift card. DollarShave.com ships amazing razors right to Dad for a couple of bucks a month. It saves him from schlepping to the store to buy stupid overpriced razors. He'd rather be calling and annoying his family when they don't want to talk to him. Dad hates wasting time, and you know how Dad hates wasting money. How many times has Dad told you that? I hate wasting time and money. I heard you, Dad. This Father's Day, show him you actually listen. Seriously, DollarShaveClub.com's razors are excellent. Their other products are amazing too, like Dr. Carver's Easy Shave Butter. Their incredible pre-shave treatment that's way better than shaving cream. Get that at DollarShaveClub.com gift card in any amount and let him choose what he wants from all their great products. Because, your father shaves. Maybe he doesn't shave his face, but maybe he shaves his arms because he's a swimmer, or his chest because he's a closet homosexual, or his pubic hair because he's trying to recapture his youth, or maybe he shaves his hiney because he likes to go to peep shows and show his hiney off. Whatever your father does with razors is his fucking business. It's a perfect gift. He'll never have to worry about running out of blades, and you'll never have to worry about him showing up to your party looking like a bum. You want your father showing up looking like an unshaven bum, like Liza Minnelli's father and Arthur? You'll have my permission to marry him. You'll find it behind the untouched shaving cream. That doesn't have to be hard to shop for. Not on this DollarShaveClub.com. DollarShaveClub.com really is a great gift. Now let's talk to Wayne in Georgia. Your mom is going to leave your dad, and your father has no idea. What should you do? Hello, Wayne.
Hey, buddy.
Hi.
Well, I mean, I'm sure he probably has an inkling of what's going on, but they've been married about 27 or 28 years.
Okay.
I'm grown. I have a daughter of my own. I kind of live in my own life. And
how do you know she's leaving him?
She told me.
And why did she tell you before him?
That's what I was confused, and I asked, why would you tell me something? It was at like a family kind of get-together thing, which made it even more awkward. She had a couple drinks.
Okay.
And her family lives down in the southern part of Florida, and she's going to go visit in the next week or so, but in actuality, she's going to go look for a place and all that other kind of stuff. So she told me, and my dad thinks they're kind of going through somewhat of a little rough patch just because my brother and I are out of the house. They're just by themselves and whatnot. But anyway, she told me that, and my dad has no clue, and it's kind of it's weighing on me a little bit because when they've been over since, they kind of act like they get along, but it's kind of just a false, just to see their grandchild.
I would personally, dude. You're wondering if you should tell your father or not, right?
Yeah, that's exactly. I mean, I feel like if he finds out that I knew a week, I just don't want that to jeopardize our relationship because we get along great.
Well, look, you're in a weird position. She put you in a very awkward position. Do you betray your mother, or let your dad? Personally, and again, venturing a guess, I would say stay out of it simply because I think it was inappropriate of her to tell you first. But the fact that she did. Who knows what's going to happen? Let's just say she goes to Florida, and let's say she looks around for a place and doesn't find one, and then all of a sudden he makes the right phone call, and she goes, you know what, fuck it, I want to stay. I don't want to leave. Then all of a sudden, they stay together. He never needs to know that she was contemplating this because she didn't do it. But let's just say that you tell your father, and then she's having second thoughts. That might fuck the marriage up. I think that even though you want to be loyal to both people, she made a judgment error by telling you, but I don't think that you should get involved because they are two adults who are in a marriage, even though they're both your parents. And it's not like you caught her, blowing a gentleman in the car. She told you, so it's not like you've discovered her being deceptive. I would let it play out the way it has to between those two. Because you're not being a liar by not telling him. You're just not breaking the word of your mother. And if your father ever goes, how could you not have told me? Dad, what if all of a sudden she changed her mind? I was afraid that you would jump the gun and I would wreck the marriage. I didn't know what to do. I think is a very fair response.
Okay, yeah, I guess that's what, and I appreciate that because I was just kind of wondering what my line will be when I get accused of that, and that's what I'll.
Yeah, because I think that's the truth, and I think that's the right thing to do. Let them play it out because it might not work out the way you think, good or bad,
Yeah.
Good luck, buddy.
Thanks, man.
Sure. Hey, Dean in Alabama. Relationship with two girls, one love and the other sex. Hey.
What's happening, Jim?
What's up, buddy?
Man, I'm dating two girls, one of which is like the great partner. I mean, we have great conversations. We kind of have similar career paths, and we're both, pretty successful, and I have great time with her. But the other girl, it is purely sexual, but the sex is amazing. And, man, it's gotten to the point where the girl that I love and I want to marry, man, I can't even function with her anymore because it's just so boring. The sex with her is so boring, and I've tried to do different things to get it more.
Yep.
But the other one is just, the sex is on a different plane,
Dude, I'm telling you, fucking the kooks always works. Kooks are great lays because their inhibitions are down. Let me tell you, I've dated women. I need to have good sex before I can even love somebody. I do not, this is my advice, do not marry the girl until the sex is right. Because you love her, but you also love your buddies. And I know men have this Madonna whore thing. So either break it off with the great fuck and try to make your good girl the really dirty partner. Because you might not be trying as hard as you think because you have that one in reserve.
Because I have the safety net to fall back on?
Yeah, man. It's almost like deep down, you might not want to corrupt her or push her or have those talks. Because, hey, if I want my ass eaten, I'll go to Betsy or whatever the girl's name is. Let's just say your girl's names are Edna and Gertrude to keep it legitimate and believable. Edna fucks you really good, fingers your ass, tells you she'd rather be fucking a Puerto Rican and you'd get turned on because you're a cuckold. And then Gertrude is loving and looks you in the eye and is a good partner. I would not marry Gertrude until she fucks like Edna. Or until you can dump Edna and then be happy with the sex with Gertrude.
Man, the difference between the two is amazing. I've never been in a situation where, man, one, honestly, I will fuck her 4 times in a night.
Wow.
The other one, I can be around all weekend and maybe get one erection the whole time I'm around her.
Yeah, dude, I certainly know that. But part of the erection thing, dude, might be because you have that other one. So that might be remedied if you dump the great fuck. But again, it might not, and then you lose a great fuck.
Yeah.
It's hard. It's really hard because a great fuck, is the great fuck a maniac or you just love the other one more?
You're going to laugh at this, but the great fuck is actually a preacher's daughter, and she's so judgmental, and hypocritical about her. She's all judgmental about her Christian views, and I can't stand talking to her about politics or about anything else. But, dude, she fucks like a beast. But then when we're not in the bed, she keeps telling me what a sinner I am and fucking how I'm not living right. And she's just a bitch about her little uppity views.
Well, you may be able to get the fucking the psychotic preacher whore daughter. You might be able to get her to lighten up as she gets old. How old is she?
She's 23.
Yeah, maybe you can get her to loosen up a little bit and point out, look, you're letting me eat your ass. You're not exactly fucking godlike. You're not, you know. Or maybe you can get the other one to fuck. But you have you have the Madonna whore. That's what men want, and you don't have it in one woman. You have it in two women. So it's a difficult decision to make. You have to decide what's more important to you in the moment. But personally, if you're talking about I want to marry this one, I would never marry anyone. I'm not saying she has to be a savage in bed, but if you can't get hard with her, that is going to cause problems because you will cheat.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah, that's true, man. Thank you so much, Jim. I'm a big fan, man. You do great at this advice just because you're so non-judgmental, man, and it really means a lot to us.
All right, well, you're going to hell either way, so God bless.
That is true, and I've been told that in bed.
Good buddy. Take care. Good luck, my friend. Biggie in California. Now, plays with his girlfriend's ass into anal, but she won't get into penetration. Ooh, maybe it's your name, Biggie. Maybe she's afraid you're going to rip her asshole into the quarters. Biggie, hello.
Good morning.
Hi, buddy.
Yeah, so she lets me eat her ass, and I play with the ring while we have sex.
Sure.
And she's interested in getting into insertion, and I've looked at the training anal kits. Do you recommend those, or do you have your own personal recommendation, Jimmy?
I've never used a training anal kit. The way I do it is I'm like, hey, let's try a little bit of bondage. And then you tie her hands, and you tie her feet, and then you say, now you know what you're going to do? You're going to get a shitter full of discipline. And I climb on, and I give her the Liberace-ing. I fuck her like Thorson fucked Liberace. That's what I do. I give it to her deep and hard in her butthole, and then I roll off and we laugh. No, I would suggest you eat the ass, you work the finger in, and maybe you work another finger in. Don't push her. You know, that's a big step for a girl to take a dick in her ass. You know, give it a little bit of, if she's willing to let you eat the ass and finger it, she'll probably take dick eventually, but you don't want to push her and make her all gun shy. You don't want her to, like, now when you finger her ass, you don't want her to go, ha, 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 ha. You know, you want her to enjoy it. How about you slap the ass a little bit with your dick? Fuck her doggy style, pull your dick out, and then just rub it between the cheeks and go, and let her know. Go, I'm not going to put it in, I'm just pressuring, I'm just rubbing. And then let her feel that, like, head pressing against her asshole, and then be true to your word. Push a little bit in, maybe an eighth of an inch, and then just go into her pussy. Don't lie. Don't say, I'm only going to slap it on your ass, and then try jamming it in up to your bag, because then she won't trust you. Maybe while you're fucking her doggy style, I would say take it out, rub it between the cheeks. Maybe let her feel that pressure. That nice, dull, thick pressure against the ass a little bit. And she may want a little bit more. And maybe she'll relax with your cock against her ass because you do it a couple of different times. So when you begin to gently push in, she trusts you and she knows you're not going to hurt her.
Ooh, that is great advice. Thank you, Jimmy.
Good luck, my friend. And make sure you suck out the cum after you fuck her, because that's the sign of a good man. Just made that up.
Yeah.
All right, good luck, my friend. Now, let's see. 18-year-old going. Oh, I'm sorry, not you. In love. I want to talk this. Deploying soon. What should he do? Medi, is that it, or Medi in Baltimore?
Yeah, it's Medi.
Hello, Medi.
Hey, Jim Norton. I'm a big fan of yours.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm deploying in 2 months with the Navy, and I have batshit crazy in-laws.
How long you with her?
My wife's. I'm sorry.
How long you with the girl?
Well, it's at least 4 months, but it could extend. Well, my wife's great-grandmother had Alzheimer's. Her grandmother, she's showing early signs of Alzheimer's.
Okay.
But she's definitely the craziest one.
Sure.
And her mom, you know, she's kind of like the same way. And I don't know if in the future my wife is going to become the same way, because it obviously it's
sure, it's hereditary. Yes.
Yeah, it's hereditary. So her uncles are like that. They're crazy rednecks, and I don't know.
What are you not sure of? I'm not sure you're not sure. You're going to you're going to deploy. You love this girl. Her family has Alzheimer's. Now you're saying, what should you do? How long will you be gone for?
Well, I'm going to be gone for at least 4 months, but
okay.
should I trust her? Because this is the first time that since we've been together, we've been married for a year. This is the first time that I'm going to be gone for more than 2 months.
Well, look,
should I trust her with my finances? Should I trust her with not cheating? First of all,
she's your wife, right? She's your wife.
Yeah, we're married. We got married about a year and a half ago.
Well, I don't know this woman, but I'm going to say that if you're in the military relationships do very well. Sometimes they break up, but so do marriages here. I would say if you're going to trust her, do you have any children?
No, we don't have kids. Well, then only 21.
Okay, well then maybe you should try to trust her, and then if she fucks you and she does not prove to be trustworthy, at least you don't have kids involved. But I don't think you can go through a marriage wondering, can I go away? If you were going away for 5 years, like, Midnight Express, you have to jerk off on her tits into a window, I'd say maybe. But if you're going away for some basic training and then some duty, shouldn't you be able to trust your wife with your stuff while you're going into the military? If you're married, you're supposed to be together for a long time, so if you can't trust her, there's a major problem. If you... God.
Yeah, I do agree. I did trust her. I do still trust her, but her family, like when we got married, and then we moved into this house that's like right next to her grandmother's house, and I got to see them outside of the once a week visit when they behave, I got to see them when they're in their normal environment. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, you live with this woman. They're not important, dude. The family's not important. Whether she's going to cheat on you or steal from you, you live with her. You marry her, so you know her. Now, if something inside of you is saying don't trust her, then you shouldn't have married her. You might have made an error. Just make sure that you're saying that because of her and not her family. Because a lot of people are great people that come from fucking dog shit families, and there's a lot of pieces of garbage that come from great families. So the family's an indicator and it can help, but it's not going to decide whether she fucks somebody while you're in the military, dude. I don't believe that at all. Her grandmother having Alzheimer's and fucking going, who are you, is not going to determine whether this girl steals your money.
Yeah, that's true.
So good luck,
right.
man.
You're always right.
I'm not always right, but I say sometimes you gotta, I wouldn't judge her by her family. You can learn a little bit from that, but believe me, if you rely too heavily on the family, you're going to make mistakes because she's not going to be as predictable as you think.
Yeah,
okay?
thanks a lot, James.
All right, buddy. 59 years old, involved with a 33-year-old. Is she really into you, or are you crazy? Dave up in Boston.
Jimmy, how are you?
Hi, buddy. Congratulations. 26-year difference. I like that a lot, my friend.
Relax. 51, not 59.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Our fucking phone screener has fat thumbs. All right. That's still 18 years. Good luck, my friend. So what is your question? Is she into you or are you crazy?
The problem is that she's a freak, okay? And so am I. I'm really into, like, the BSDM thing, and so is she. And it's really cool. But I just, I'm like, I get to points where I'm like, oh, fuck, why is this girl with me? It's not like I'm fat and I'm overweight. I'm actually in pretty good shape. But I don't get it. And I've said it to her before. I'm like, and she's like, that is really unattractive and you need to stop.
Yeah, I was just going to say, stop saying that shit. Do you dominate her or does she dominate you?
No, I dominate her.
There you go. Okay. You're dirty. She's dirty. You're older. You probably hit that button in her. That's, she likes an older guy who's going to control her and dominate her sexually. You're doing what she wants. Take your dumb low self-esteem, which I have too. Keep it to yourself, because what she likes about you is there's something maybe daddy-ish about you, or maybe she just likes the way you fuck, or the way you control her, or the way you fucking spank her. Whatever she likes, don't blow it. Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't be yourself. Like, you don't always have to be, hi, I'm Master Cock, walking around with a leather vest and a leather hat. But
no, not me at all.
But don't destroy the wall by going, oh, gee, what are you seeing me? Yeah. Don't blow. Let her enjoy you. You'll figure it out, but just keep fucking her. Have fun with her. Keep dominating her, and take that low self-esteem shit and keep it to yourself. Because...
Jimmy, let me ask you something, though.
Sure.
Okay, so there's another issue in here, too. We've been going out for probably about maybe 2 months.
Okay.
And I've been gotten together with her probably about 6 times, and I have only gotten half a rod every time.
Yeah, because you don't feel like you deserve her. This is what the fucking thing is. You're thinking too much. Are you going to please her? Are you going to be enough for her? Does she turn you on?
Oh, yeah.
Get out of your head. You're in your head too much. Maybe take a Cialis or a Viagra if your health allows for that. But, dude, you're in your head too much. Nothing will kill an erection like your brain. Believe me, barbed wire doesn't wreck my dick the way me going, I'm not going to be able to please her. I got to have my nipples played with. I'm not going to be good enough. She doesn't like me. She's going to see that I'm a fraud. Blah, blah, blah. My fucking head can kill my dick. Stay out of your head. You're listening to an idiot. Listen to her. Her and her wet vagina are going, you're okay with us. And you're going, oh, gee, no, I'm not. Don't listen to that, dude. She didn't want to fuck you. She'd leave you.
Yeah, you're the man.
Enjoy.
Thanks, buddy.
Thank you, my friend. And I apologize to the people we didn't get to. We have sleep apnea. We have Should I Let an Addict Back in My Life. There's too many of you. The show is just not long enough. So I apologize. It's not that I didn't want to get to you guys, but I have to wrap up. But please call back next week because I hate leaving people on the phones simply because the gift of advice is a nice gift to give. That's not necessarily the best gift to give a woman in your life. Now, this 51-year-old who just called in, he gives her his cock, and he spanks her, and he slaps her clit. That's a good gift. The best gift, though, for any occasion, or no occasion at all, just to say, hey, what the heck, is an I love you gift. Now, what is an I love you gift? You're all saying that, Jim. What's an I love you gift? It's a gift that says, without words, how much she truly means to you. It says how much you love and appreciate her, and more importantly, how much you value her. It's something she can keep forever and look at every day to remind her of how much you love her. She can look at it and go, oh my God, am I a lucky gal? He loves me. A beautiful piece of diamond jewelry will last forever, and it really does show exactly how special she is to you. Who has that? Steven Singer has the perfect I love you gifts for the women in your life, or even the women not in your life. Maybe just a hooker that you like. Go to IHateStevenSinger.com. He really has made finding the perfect gift very, very simple and very easy. Go online right now, IHateStevenSinger.com. Steven has free and fast shipping available to all listeners. And with Steven's easy return policy and great guarantee, it's risk-free shopping. Steven Singer Jewelers has been a friend of our show, and he's a very genuine, he's a creepy Philadelphia weirdo, but he's a genuine, honest businessman, and his fucking products are great. He has the best selection of diamond jewelries, the best guarantees and warranties, and it's amazing service because he really wants you to feel good about what you bought. That's no bullshit. So make sure that for the next occasion, get her the perfect I love you gift. Steven can't say this, but I'll say it. Don't be a douche. Go to Steven Singer Jewelers, the other corner of 8th and Walnut. Or on the phone, if you hate the computers, go to 888-I-HATE-STEVEN-SINGER. Or just go online to IHateStevenSinger.com. And this is the special gift. Here's how you say I love you. And then maybe you haul out your big dick and you point at it. And you go, now do you want the cock or do you want the Steven Singer gift? And she's always going to go, well, I'd like the Steven Singer gift. And you're going to go, all right, but first you got to take the cock. You fool her, no matter what answer. If she says, I want the cock, then you go, all right, first put this ring on and jerk me off with it. You get the picture. IHateStevenSinger.com. See you next week, and thank you for all the great calls.
Jim Norton is now done dealing with your bullshit. He'll be back next Wednesday at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific. But you can listen to episodes of The Jim Norton Show whenever you want. Go to SiriusXM.com/on-demand for details.